Good morning, dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear Madam Minister, dear Mr. Ministers, dear distinguished guests and participants. It's my honor, on behalf of the Slovak Foreign Policy Association, to welcome you at the 15th annual edition of the Central European Energy Conference. The very ambition which we have been sharing since the first conference which was held in 2007 was to create a platform for regular debate of the leading stakeholders in the field of energy sector in Slovakia, in our neighboring countries, but also from the EU member states, to discuss topical issues of energy policy. If I look back at the 15 years of the history of this conference in terms of the evolution of the energy policy agenda, I have to say, so I have to admit that it was much easier to discuss energy policy 15 years ago than it is now. I would set out three main stages of the evolution of this agenda. We started in the first years from discussing issues of security of supply. After gas crisis 2009, we understood and learned well lessons that actually we need close cooperation with our neighbors and also within the European Union, and that it's very hard to find a good solutions for energy policy just at national level. And finally, last 5 years or so, we are discussing more and more energy transition. And this is something which I think is at the core of the political and economic processes of our times, and it gets and becomes more and more difficult to find the proper solutions, because it's not only about the economies, it's not only about the politics, but now it's also about identities. And I think it is clearly evidenced when there is a discussion about the need in tackling climate change. Honestly, there is nothing to envy to politicians who bear responsibility for draft good strategies and make right decisions. And it's really, my special thanks go to Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Eduard Heger, to Mayor of Bratislava, capital city of Slovakia, Mr. Matúš Valo, who take over auspices of this year's Central European Energy Conference. My thanks go to members of the governments of our neighboring countries, Madam Minister Moskva, Mr. Minister Palkovic, Deputy Minister Piechan, for joining us for today's discussion. Some other members of the Slovak government, ministers, will join us throughout this day. And finally, I would like to express my thanks to the partners of this conference who contributed a lot in making this conference a reality. I would like to invite and I would like to thank for joining us also those participants who are not present in this conference room and following us on the website of the conference. Simply so is that for the second year when actually we are organizing this conference in this hybrid format. But let me encourage you, all of you who are watching us online, use please the technology slide on the website of the conference, raise your questions, and I'm sure that the moderators of the panels will do their best within their time frame capacity to respond on your questions. Since there are many issues and not so much time to find good responses, let me conclude my opening of this conference. And we did our best to prepare informative and rich program for you. And I hope the time you will spend at this conference today will be enjoyable and productive for you and for your professional activities. So thank you for joining us. Welcome. And by saying that, I would like to invite Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Eduard Heger, and Livia Vašáková, Director General of the Recovery Plan section at the Office of the Government of the Slovak Republic, to take the seats, to take the floor, Livia will lead us through the first panel of this conference. Mr. Prime Minister, Livia, please take the floor.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank the organizers of the conference to include recovery and resilience plans as the main feature of the first panel of the conference. The conference has already gained an excellent reputation, not just in Central Europe. Recovery and Resilience Facility is a response to the COVID pandemic, and it's a unique opportunity to rebuild the economy and to focus on green and digital. It is also highly probably the most environmental and climate-friendly investment program that we have ever seen. It needs to include 37% of green investments. All measures need to comply with do no significant harm criteria, and also all plans need to respond to three EU-wide challenges: renovations, renewables, and e-mobility. COVID pandemic is unfortunately not the only crisis the EU is facing. Climate change has been high on political agenda, and the EU has set itself ambitious targets in the area of climate and energy. Moreover, since several weeks, we have also high energy prices that are further complicating the situation. Several funding opportunities are at the disposal of member states, like the European Structural Investment Funds, Connecting Europe Facility, Innovation Modernization Fund, Horizon Europe, and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Visegrad countries are not starting from the same position. That is why it would be interesting to listen to them, how they have used the opportunity provided by the Recovery and Resilience Facility to meet the ambitious targets and improve their environmental and climate resilience. Allow me to present the distinguished speakers of the first panel. We will start with the keynote speech of the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Eduard Heger. Later in the panel, we will hear from the Polish Minister for Climate and Environment, Mrs. Anna Moskva, Hungarian Minister for Innovation and Technologies, Mr. László Palkovic, and Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the Czech Republic, Mr. Marian Piecha. And now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Eduard Heger, for his keynote speech.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank you to the organizers for this conference and especially for this topic on this conference. When we speak green, when we speak climate, I think this is a very, very important topic to discuss, not only in these days, but this is a topic that we have and we will be discussing over the next decades. And if we want to really dive in deep in this topic, we have to look at it from a wider perspective. One prerequisite for this discussion is that it must be honest and comprehensive. The reason why I'm saying honest, because as you know, politics and politicians, they are very much and many times tempted to use any topic for their favor. But this topic is a topic that we cannot take any chances. We should not hazard with this topic. And I tell you why. So let's go back in time if we really want to understand the importance of this topic. Let's go back to the Second World War. You might think, what? Second World War? Why that? Well, we know that this was a world war. We know that when it's finished, people were so, I would say they were in such a damage that all said, please, let's focus on peace. And it was very important. But when we speak peace, we know it's about cooperation. And the whole world was so devastated that everybody understood we need to renew it, rebuild it. And for renewing and rebuilding the whole world, we need prosperity. So the focus was laid on peace and on behalf on prosperity. And there was a great progress made. But with this great progress, we started to realize that the planet, the environment, is getting pretty much burdened, and we have to start to speak about sustainability. And this is where we come into the topic of green and into the topic of climate. Because we cannot be selfish. We have to think of other generations. That's very important. And with the progress made, and we saw how progress could also burden very quickly in a high pace our planet, our environment, we have to be very careful of the sustainability. And when we come into the area of sustainability related to environment, with all the progress that we make, that's where we start to speak on the instruments that we use. And that's where the topic starts to become more and more deeper, comprehensive, and also technical, but that's very good. And from this perspective, Europe is, I would say, the leader of this topic, which is very good, but we see that when we speak of the topic of climate, it is not only about one continent. There are always leaders, but there must be followers. And there should not be a great gap between the leader and the follower. Because Europe put tremendous effort over the last decades into the topic of green innovations, green investments, green funding. And we see that one of the instruments is the Recovery and Resilience Plan. The Recovery and Resilience Plan was an answer to the COVID crisis, because it came and stopped the economy, and we need to send a signal to the financial markets that we will provide, we will catch up, and that's why a great amount of money was delegated to the renewal after the pandemic crisis. And all the countries in Europe started to work very intensively on their plans. This was also a significant step because before there was many topics discussed, and there wasn't such a fast progress as it came with the recovery plan. It was decided quite quickly, and the countries could do in 10 months what usually takes 2-3 years. And that's why I think it's a really great success that these recovery plans were almost in the whole European Union submitted, and with a high quality. And I'm glad to share that this was the case also on Slovakia. We were among the first countries that submitted the plan, and from this region, from the V4, we were the first one. And I was also very pleased that we got a very good response from the European Commission, and it was said that this is a quality, high quality plan. We also, in this plan, thought of the climate topic, and that's why we addressed, or we said that from this plan we will have 2.7 billion euros dedicated to the climate topics. The minimum requirement was 37% out of the plan must be on climate, but we said we want to go wider. We said let's do 43 because it is so important, and because there is also some debt behind. And one of the very important challenges, and we'll be speaking about it, was that this plan said had a I would say very challenging condition that came over the time in the planning process, and it was the do not significant harm. I think this was a very good condition, although very challenging. We have to understand that even among the Europe, not every country is at the same starting point. This is also a very important attribute that we have to have in mind when we look at the climate. As I said, from the world perspective, there are leaders and there are followers, but it's the effort of all of us that makes the result. So, therefore, from this topic, Slovakia as a country, and maybe my colleagues from other countries will add to this, had to understand the conditions of our country. And one of the very significant areas that we have to be very careful is the energy poverty. Because of the investment debt, some of our regions, I would say, are still in 19th century. There's villages, there are towns that, mostly villages, that don't have any water system, they don't have sewage. And we have to provide them technologies of the 21st century. And that's why this was one of a great challenge for us to deliver. But what we focused on our plan, was investments on renewables. We know that this is the future. If we want to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050, and we must achieve it, I want to, from this place, to say that we must do everything possible. We cannot give up on this goal. It's so important, as I mentioned, for the future generations. It's so important for our planet. It's so important for the climate. And it's so important for the sustainability. So we have to invest into renewables. Of course, they're expensive. At this moment, they're expensive. But when we look 10 years ago, 10 years back, we see that with every innovation, they're getting cheaper and cheaper. This is the hope for us, that the renewables, with the progress, technical progress that we have, with the support of innovations, will be achieving better and better results for less and less money. Even though, at this moment, still expensive, still not maybe stable enough. But we see how much it goes hand in hand. That's why for Slovakia, as a country with great share of nuclear, we see that the nuclear is, for the transition, very stable source that we have to build on, but we should not give up on the goal of the renewables. Another great and important area is the decarbonization. I'm glad to share that Slovakia in 2023 will finish with the coal. Will be over. And we will probably the first or among the first countries in Europe, which is a great news. And our energy mix will be based only on water, renewables, and of course nuclear, as I mentioned. Another great area that we said we have to invest is the transportation. We see that the mobility of people is growing naturally. Of course, it's important, it's good. On the other hand, we have to look for sources of mobility that is clean. That's why I'm glad that we've been seeing a progress in the electric mobility over the last decades, and it's still growing. And this is an area where it's growing quite fast. And we see new progress in hydrogen, which is the new future, I would say. So that's why we put investments and we dedicated investments into the transportation, into the charging stations of for electric cars, and also hydrogen, if possible. We have a great invention of hydrogen buses in Slovakia, which is great sign of this possibility. And of course, buildings. As I mentioned, the energy poverty is related to the houses, to the people living in the countryside, and we have to help them with their energy consumption and energy efficiency, and that's why we dedicated also investments into renewal their buildings, their houses, and also historical buildings, because we know that this is also where the energy efficiency is quite low. So on behalf of our recovery plan, we're going to have funds for 30,000 houses for families, where it's dedicated over 500 million euros. We have dedicated for the transportation, sustainable transportation, 800 million euros. For the decarbonization of the industry, and you know Slovakia is heavy on industry, or we have heavy industry in Slovakia present, over 360 million euros. We also said that 100 historical buildings will be renewed. As I mentioned, the electromobility, over 3,000 charging stations. There will be 50 million dedicated to this. And we're also investing into cycling trails, not just outside of the cities, but also in the cities, because it's important to transfer on this transportation as much as possible. And we have 100 million euros for this, which should come to 200 kilometers and also 5,000 parking places for bicycles. And also we are thinking and we're investing in the transformation of our national parks. This is a great topic in Slovakia these days, but it's an important topic. And I want to assure all the citizens that this is a great and very important move, and people don't have to be afraid of it, because the plan and the strategy that is behind it is for the regions, is going to help the regions, is going to help the citizen, is bringing actually new future with great potential. At the end, please allow me, as I started with in the beginning, when I started with the Second World War and the time looking back, because always when you speak about great topics as climate is, you have to look at it from a very wide perspective. So when we look at the decades that were behind us, as we went from peace through prosperity to sustainability, we still see that this is not, I would say, widely understood the same way. There are still thoughts against it. But that's why the very honest and very comprehensive discussion, ongoing discussion, is so needed. Because at the end of the day, it's about change in our minds. That's all what it is. Whether we care for the future, whether we care for the place where we live, whether we care for our children and children of their children, whether we want to give them a planet that will be a good place to live for them as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm very glad that we're going to have this discussion on this important topic, and also how the countries respond to this important challenge. And I wish you a very fruitful, honest, and comprehensive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for an interesting setting up of the scheme and for the presentation of the Slovak Recovery and Resilience Plan. Now I would like to turn to the Polish Minister of Climate and Environment, Mrs. Anna Moskwa, for the Polish perspective on the RRP. Please, Mrs. Moskwa.
Very much. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me for this event and for speaking about this very important topic. I do believe that we should speak as one region in terms of transition and in terms of energy efficiency whenever possible. Not only as single countries, but whenever we can find a compromise, we should speak with one voice. But this is why it's very important to organize such events like today's meeting, to find the common areas in which we can present our position as one region. The transition towards green economy is one of the key reform items also for our country. It's absolutely fundamental in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. One of the biggest challenges for Poland is that the plan hasn't been accepted yet. I assume that it results and it comes from the specific situation of Poland. We absolutely need, not only in this plan, but in every transition program, tailor-made solution. The decarbonization and the increase in use of renewables energy sources is one of the key intervention directions of the plan and the Polish energy policy by 2040. Therefore, we are planning to reform the existing regulatory framework and increase investment opportunities relating to the renewables implementation. In this respect, a new, more simplified and investor-friendly regulatory framework on wind power plants and the development of distributed generation and energy prosumers will be introduced. We assume that until mid-2026, the production capacity of energy generated by wind and solar panels will increase to 23 gigawatts. The development of the offshore wind energy will in particular contribute to the increase of renewables production capacity in Poland. There will be also investment in power supply networks, smart infrastructure and energy storage facilities, all contributing to the development of additional renewables capacities and more stable electro-energy system. Poland also attaches importance to the hydrogen-related technologies already mentioned by Mr. Prime Minister. I can see a lot of common areas for cooperation in this sector. In this context, we are planning to draw up a hydrogen-targeted legislative package, which will remove barriers hampering the development of the domestic hydrogen market. In Poland, hydrogen transport in public sector plays also quite an important role, and it's one of our crucial challenge, which we would like to develop and to be one of the leaders, not only in Poland, but in the European Union. Probably this is one of the sector we can come together and work together as a region. It's easier to implement innovation and to look for innovation not only as one country, but as a region. The plan also emphasizes the significance of reforms and investments which contribute to the decrease in an energy consumption. The planned actions include, in particular, improvement of air quality in Poland, which is quite a challenge for now, fostering the transformation of companies towards green economy and the green transition of cities and their functional areas. The improvement of air quality is a big priority for us. Therefore, we are planning an extension of financial support already implemented Clean Air National Programme, which will enable to increase the pace of thermomodernization and replace the inefficient heating sources by ecological ones in the housing holds. The transition of companies towards green economy is also crucial. We will foster investments in large companies, having particular significance for improvement in terms of energy efficiency and limiting the negative impacts of industry on climate and the environment. We also plan to support the green transition of cities and their functional areas. Investment in the green transition cities will cover, among others, the improvement of air quality, enlarging the green spaces, building infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists, improving the energy efficiency of public buildings, creating open public spaces, and also alleviating traffic congestion in the downtown areas. Simultaneously, the interventions relating to the sustainable water management are also planned. The upgrade of the building stock, which I've already mentioned, will cover energy efficiency and has a significant social impact, which is also mentioned in the plan. The relevant legislative changes will result in the increase of the shares of flats with an enhanced energy efficiency in the housing holds, destined for lower and mid-income households together with financial support for the individual households. The plan will be also rolling out additional support for electromobility. The adoption of the Amendment Act on e-mobility and alternative fuels last month in Poland offers a robust regulatory framework for encouraging the use of low-emission vehicles in public and individual transport. The introduced changes will offer simplified procedures for building charging stations and destined clean transport zones in urban areas where only electric, hydrogen and natural gas fueled vehicles are allowed in and will be allowed in. Each of those areas I mentioned before, and I could continue with others, creates a new opportunities for our countries to cooperate. As Poland, we are absolutely open to look for common areas of cooperation and, as I mentioned, to speak with one voice towards the European institutions and towards all international organizations. But also we need to foster our bilateral and regional cooperation. No doubt the transformation will be successful if we implement it as a region, not only as individual countries. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, And I'm absolutely convinced that today's discussion will be fruitful and will end up with fruitful conclusions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation of the Polish Recovery and Resilience Plan. I would like to know that Mrs. Moskva, due to other commitment, needs to leave us at 9:50. So if there are any questions you would like to raise, either physically here in the room or by using slido.com, please do it before that. And with this, I would like to turn now to the Hungarian Minister for Innovation and Technologies, Mr. László Palkovic, for his introductory statement. Please.
Mr. Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the recovery plan, the relevant elements of the recovery plan of Hungary. Unfortunately, we could not come together. Hopefully, this situation will also be resolved and we will be able to meet in the close future. We prepared a short presentation and we would like to switch to that. As a Minister for Innovation and Technology, who is also responsible for energy and climate policies, I think that this is something to be expected. I'm going to talk about the industrial and research opportunities, what this situation all offers us. I think that the basic direction was given very well by the Prime Minister. I don't want to repeat those. I would like to get a little bit closer to that. What are the opportunities? What we are going to have besides of providing the sustainable future and also future for our sons and grandsons, or grandchildren? What are the business opportunities, technological opportunities? What this current situation offers us? So that's why I would like to talk about investment, what we are going to do here. Just try to move. Okay, I would like to show the current situation on the next slide. Thank you very much. Where do we stay? I think that Hungary was quite successful if you look back what happened since 1990 as far as the greenhouse gas emission is concerned, and also our GDP growth. This was somewhat to be expected. I mean, Hungary, as all the other V4 countries, we have a different future than the Western European Union countries. We had an old traditional, very much polluting industry, what we started to change from the beginning of the 90s. And we could do it in a way that the load, the impact on the environment was reduced at the same time. Here you can see that if we compare the current situation in 2018, we are at around 64-65% of the 1990 value. Still, we don't know the 21 values, but I would say that we will be even closer to 40%. Okay. If we look at the share of the renewable energies, I think that it's quite evident to say that we are doing quite a good job, not as good as we expected from 2016 and 2017 on. We have a certain reduction in a proportion, but since that time we had a very strong GDP growth, which of course increased the energy demand. I need to say here one point. If we compare Hungary to other countries, like, for example, Austria, then 1 unit GDP production requires double as much energy as in Austria. I think that this is also something what we need to consider in the future. Where we are, I think that quite successful, and it shows also that the commitment of the country and the commitment of the Hungarian citizens to the renewable energy sources. We have a strong increase in photovoltaic energy. We have quite long discussion that what are the mostly potential sources of renewable energies. Unfortunately, Hungary is in the bath. That's why the wind security is not very high. But we have quite many sunny hours per year. So that's why we decided to build our renewable energy sources mostly on photovoltaic photovoltaic energies. But you can see here that in 2020, 2021, we have already reached the 2.6 gigawatt implemented capacity, and another 500 megawatt capacity is being actually established. The target for Hungary is that we are going to reach by 6 gigawatt implemented capacities by 2030. Just give you, of course, it's implemented capacity, not nominal capacity, just give you a feeling. Hungary requires somewhere between 5 and 6 gigawatt capacity every day. So it means that along with this, we can produce significant capacities. There are two ways, and these are two different elements. One of them is the industrialized, above 50 megawatt capacities. These are mostly for large scale investors, including also investors in other fields, for example, storage and the balancing energies for the electric grid. But it's also quite significant, as you can see on this picture, the household implemented capacities. Now in the recovery plan, we have a significant amount what we planned for further support, especially those regions where the energy part is still an issue, to give non-refundable support to implement, to modify the complete electric system of the houses, and mostly based on photovoltaic energies. How the regulatory environment looks like. Hungary was the first country in the region who implemented the domestic climate neutrality goal in our law. Well, two years ago, we signed and accepted also the conditions of the Green Deal, meaning that by 2050 we are going to have total carbon neutrality, meaning, well, in terms of CO2 reduction, 95% reduction of the CO2 emission in comparison to 1990. 2030, we still have the 40% in our legal structure. Nevertheless, the discussions are now running. The 55%. I would say here, if the conditions are there, and I'm not meaning the necessarily technological, energetic conditions, but mostly legal and financial conditions, then Hungary will meet the 55% by 2030. So currently, all the adopted legal elements are in place in order to reach this. If we look just very shortly the roadmap to that, starting from the 10% biological content of the fossil fuels, while reaching 40% greenhouse gas emission, the renewable energy share here is minimum 21%. I'm quite sure, and I know also the figures. We are going to reach much higher level than that, up to the carbon neutral production of electrical energy, roughly 90% by 2030. I think that this shows the roadmap how to reach to 2030. The bigger problem will be to reach the 2050 figures, because and that was the reason that Hungary also proposed when we talk about the targets for 2030 to have a unified target for all the European Union countries, because there will be a significant difference between 2010 and 2050 as far as the household heating is concerned. But I will come back to that point later. Nevertheless, if we look at the Hungarian environment, the KPMG, who have published this assessment quite recently, they call it as a net zero readiness index, where Hungary was number 13 in this list, which is a very good place, especially if you look at those countries who are before us in this list. They have had different industrial and environmental history as Hungary, and where I would say that even did a good job, that the legal framework, the legal environment is one of the 5 countries which received the highest score in this. So it means that if you look at the Hungarian economy, the Hungarian industry, the Hungarian society in general, then we have good chance to reach the 2050 targets. So what are we going to do? And I really would like to mention only major projects. We have heard also many from the Prime Minister of Slovakia and also my colleague from Poland. I just would like to emphasize some of those what we are currently doing from the innovation and technological point of view. I think that one of the most important element is the energy efficiency and energy savings. That was the reason that we introduced in Hungary in the law, actually, the energy obligation system. Energy obligation system means that everybody should have their stakes in the energy efficiency improvement, especially the energy providers as well. It was a long discussion in Hungary, and I should not say that the energy providers were all happy. In fact, none of them were happy, but simply there is no other way that they will be involved in that. Complete electrifying of the economy plays an important role, especially if you look at the energy mix of Hungary, nuclear energy, solar energies. These two energy sources are playing the most important role. So that's why modification of, for example, household heatings to electrified solutions, it plays an important role. I will come back to the transportation. What produces 20% of the total CO2 emission? What will be the decarbonization? What the meaning of the decarbonization? There are many other things. What I would like to mention here. So hydrogen will play an important role. The carbon capturing technologies will also play important role here, especially if we talk about synthetic energy sources, but also the circular economy requirements will also contribute quite a lot to the secondary raw material production and market. Relevant industrial processes must be also reconsidered and changed, and of course, research and innovation plays an important role here. Just taking some of the examples, Hungary elaborated and the Hungarian government approved the national hydrogen strategy. Hydrogen in Hungary has two important roles. One, and I would say that this might be the most important, if I can qualify these two elements, hydrogen as a storage. As I mentioned already here, that the electric energy generation, nuclear, and also the solar has a big proportion, but we have, of course, a problem as many other countries that we need to store the energy when we have more than what is going to be used, especially the night energy of the nuclear power plant and the excessive energy of the solar technologies requires storage. Hungary being a flat country, we cannot really have a pump that type of storage devices because of the height differences. That's why you need to find another one. Hydrogen seems to be a good substance for that, since we can also store wherever we store the gas. We are making several investigations right now whether this is really appropriate for that. But as it seems, we have good opportunities. The other importance of the hydrogen as a fuel or carbon, if it is generated the green way, carbonless way, then this is a very good substance, and it plays important role in decarbonization of the industry. Some of the industries like cement, like fertilizer, like steel industries, or also it plays a role in the green transportation. So hydrogen is a good substance, and as I said, it plays an important role for Hungary. The other pilot project, what I would mention here, this is the battery. Hungary, because of the automotive industry is very much similar to Slovakia, will have also a change in the car drivelines. As we look at all the major car manufacturers who are present in Hungary, Audi, BMW will build the plant or are going to build a plant, or Mercedes Mercedes or Suzuki, they all change, either partially or totally, their car production to electric driveline, where the battery is an important element. The battery as such is also a strategic element, it's somewhat similar to semiconductors, what we are facing currently a problem in the European industry because that production is outside of Europe. In 10 years, I should say that there will be no part of our life, from the mobile telephones, computers, through household heating, cars, transportation, that the battery would not play an essential role. So that's why battery, the complete battery ecosystem must be developed. It turned out that in about 2 years, Hungary will be the second largest battery manufacturing country in Europe after Germany. We will talk about roughly 300 gigawatt hour capacity, the production capacity. And of course, we need to build up the ecosystem. One element is missing in Hungary, as in many other European countries. This is the materials, the basic materials, but all the other elements, starting from logistics, production, education on vocational level, university level, up to the recycling of the batteries, are starting to be in place. And we have a separate strategy, and we have a separate association for the battery value chain. I mentioned already transportation system. How can we make it green? We have different directions. Some of them we have heard from the other countries as well. I just would like to point out a program which is operational from next year, from 22 on. In cities bigger than 25,000 inhabitants, we are going to put only zero-emission buses in service, meaning either onboard stored energy-driven bus, so battery electric bus, or also a fuel cell-based bus. We also support the other green transportation means as well. We also give significant subsidy for electric cars. We talk about roughly 7,000 euros. What somebody, if they buy electric car, is going to get as a subsidy that led to the fact that the number of this kind of cars is increasing. We also started as Hungarian government to establish the charging network. Now it went to the private side because the involvement of government directly was not important anymore. And we also give a different type of support, for example, electric bicycles. It turned out that Hungary in Europe the number 3 country where the bicycle plays an important role after Denmark and Netherlands. That's why we thought, okay, the bicycle is not just for sport and not just for enjoying the free time, but also for example, going to the jobs. But then you need to have a support, so electric bicycles will also be supported. I already mentioned the biofuels. What I would like to point out here, this is a research what we started to make 4 years ago into synthetic fuels. I think that synthetic fuel is still an option in Europe and is getting more and more. If you look at the Glasgow agreement, that some countries didn't sign it just because of the synthetic fuel. 4 years ago, we started a large-scale project with one of the major car manufacturers in Hungary, with the Hungarian oil company and several universities, in order to develop the technology or industrialize technology for biofuels. And I already mentioned that hydrogen is going to play a role either directly, via fuel cell, or indirectly via fuel cell, or directly, eventually also burned in internal combustion engine. I already mentioned that circular economy for a country like Hungary, where you do not have the necessary mineral resources, but regain the secondary raw material from the waste, while taking the EU requirements into consideration. What should be the immaterial use proportion? What should be, or what can be the deposition part, and what we can use for energy generation? It offers very good opportunities. Here we modify the complete system. We are going to have only one stakeholder in this matter who is going to cooperate, of course, with the others. But this is the way that we can have here a control situation and the most efficient use situation. Just one more sentence because we talked about transportation. The rail as a transportation means in Europe plays an important role in passenger transportation, but also in freight. If we take seriously the target that the currently 18% of the complete freight in Europe will be transferred via rail, if we want to increase it up to 50%, then we need to take the necessary actions. That's the reason that in the Hungarian transportation policy, the most important element is the development of the Hungarian rail network, including all the elements, container terminals, all the safety systems, and also the rolling stock. Here it offers again a very good opportunity for the Hungarian industry to regain that know-how level what we had before the 90s in the railway industry, especially in the rolling stock side. We started to run a program that how are we able to boost the Hungarian rail development, at the same time to boost also the related industry. As it seems, it works quite well right now. And one more, just an example, we have similar strategies for all the environment and energy relevant fields. The steel manufacturing, here we have already a contemporary solution using electric furnace, but there are other Hungarian steel manufacturers where we need to make this transition. Here the electrification and especially the usage of the hydrogen can be a good alternative. So these are just some examples. We have a complete strategy, as I said, for all the relevant industries that what are we going to do. One more interesting element was one of the last slides, that the artificial intelligence, which is going to be deterministic in our life in different fields. We have identified also those fields where where in the greening of our economy, greening the industry, the artificial intelligence plays an important role. Some to mention energy network, for example, energy network prediction, agriculture, then different productions, the transportation, autonomous vehicles. So also this strategy, which is even well a bit orthogonal to energetic systems and green systems, but still the greening the environment plays an important role. Okay, so of course we have many opportunities, but we have several threats, and we need to overcome these issues. A few months ago, especially on the European level, we still had some concerns, as it seems many of these concerns will be handled within the discussions which are going on now. The very first issue is the extension of the emission trading system towards those fields which would directly impact the Hungarian citizens, especially the household heating and the transportation systems. As I mentioned, we support all the public transportation system to be green. We support also the electric cars, other electric means of transportation, but we cannot really accept that the ETS will be expanded for fuels which are primarily used in passenger cars, because that would put extra burden on people. Similar also the household heating. Instead of that, and that's the element of the energy obligation system. We should combine here the efforts from the private persons with the efforts, and this would be or should be more significant of the companies, of the energy providing companies to resolve the situation. So Hungary is not going to support the ETS extension. Other thing is, which I think that we all agree in the V4 countries, this is the role of the nuclear energy. The nuclear energy is also clean energy, totally carbon-free energy, but there are some other concerns. I think that one very important point, which has already been proven several times, quite recently, starting with an MIT study, but a few months ago, also the European Union Joint Research Center published a study. There is no global heating reduction without nuclear energy. I think that this is pretty much trivial for those who are dealing with it technologically. But of course, this energy source should also be considered as a green energy, and it should go to the taxonomy regulation. I think that we see now good opportunities that it will happen. Of course, when we talk about nuclear energy, we talk about responsibilities as well. There are two major fields where we need to provide the necessary conditions, but we all have positive experiences here. One is the safe application of the nuclear plant, and the other one is what are we going to do with the radioactive waste. Normally, the radioactive waste is going to stay with us for 600,000 years if we if we place it into final storage, but there are other ways as we can do. Nevertheless, here we need to find solutions, and here the cooperation among the V4 countries, as far as the research part, transportation, for example. This is how to deploy the nuclear waste with using high energy lasers. In Prague, we have also similar laser research center, like in Hungary, that's also suitable for that. Up to the joint operation in final storage, that this we should also investigate opportunities. And one last slide, the natural gas. I think that it's needless to say that currently the natural gas is something which we cannot simply neglect. We should put it into the taxonomy regulation because for the transition time we need it. But there are other reasons why we need to deal with this. According to our investigations so far, the hydrogen as a fuel, the hydrogen strategy will not be possible to realize without building it on the actual natural gas network. So if you look at, for example, the turbines, or the gas turbines, what we are using for the balancing of the grid imbalances, this can also run on 100% hydrogen, but currently we use gas. So I think that it's important to say here that if we don't develop the gas infrastructure, then we are going to lack that technology when we start to change to hydrogen, either blended or directly. So these are the three major elements. Here we can have also many technological answers. Nevertheless, I think that this field is very important, as it was said in the introduction. It will mean not only a livable future for our planet, but it means also technological opportunities for our industries, for our researchers. So that I think that if we can strengthen our cooperation with the V4 countries, then we have many good opportunities together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palkovic, for presenting mainly the green flagship initiatives that you have in this area. The last country that we still have not heard of is the Czech Republic. So I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the Czech Republic, Mr. Marian Piecha. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello to Bratislava. If you can hear me well, I will start. I will also prepared a presentation because I would like to go back to the name of the panel, which is the recovery plan and speed up the green investments in V4 countries. So actually, I would like to start with presenting how we are with the recovery plan. If a colleague can switch to another slide, that would be great. Well, in Czech Republic, the structure is that we have a steering committee, which involves all the stakeholders coming from the unions and chambers of commerce. So we have balanced the plan correctly. The delivery unit is at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and I think it's unique I would say all over Europe, because it's not the Ministry of Finance. We thought so it would be better to have it here at our ministry, so we can influence it more in a level of economical strategy, like my colleagues previously mentioned, all those strategies like hydrogen strategy, energy strategy general, artificial intelligence strategy, or just innovation strategy. We try to focus on all those strategies under the Ministry of Industry and Trade and implement it into the recovery and resilience fund. That's why it's under the Ministry of Industry and not under the Ministry of Finance. Okay, and as far as the component owners goes, those are my colleagues, vice ministers from other ministries in Czech. The recovery fund covers all the ministries except the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So all the ministries, even Ministry of Culture, is implemented into the Recovery Resilience Fund. Please give me another slide. And here is our progress. I'm very happy that we delivered. Our plan is already approved by the Commission, by ECOFIN. We already received a payment up to 1 billion of the euro. So it's our national bank is very happy that we already have the money here in the Czech Republic, but the more difficult part is to spend it well. So we are still working on the operational arrangement with the Commission. I personally, I'm a little bit scared of it because the devil is always in a detail, and Commission warned Czech Republic a few times about the conflict of interest and Article 61 of the financial agreement. So we are working very hard on it, preparing all the methodology. I'm scared of it because I'm a little bit afraid that it might go the same way as the SME definition in the structural funds, when the definition is not clear or the regulation general is not clear, and then the Commission comes with the most difficult or most harmful way of saying how it should be, then of course a lot of countries will get in trouble. But on the other hand, I'm very happy that the Recovery Resilience Fund is open to big companies, because comparing it to the structural funds, when we only work almost with SMEs, comparing to just transition fund for the coal regions, Commission also want us to work only with the SMEs. And we have here these big projects, big challenges ahead of us when we need to deliver a lot of savings. And it cannot be really done only by SMEs. So I'm very happy that the recovery plan is open to the bigger companies. But then again, I see that the issue of conflict of interest of those big companies could be an issue of the Commission. That's why we are taking quite time to come up with the calls and finishing all the methodology. But for example, the first call were issued by the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Transportation, and our calls will come as I show you. So please, another slide. but let me just, I will switch to energy field very shortly. Just an introduction of our plan. We have 6 pillars, and it's going from research, health, digital transformation. Please give me another slide so I can show it on those 6 pillars. Sixth is health and support for hospitals, cancer treatment. But 5 is research. 4 is generally the business development, digitalization, and modernization of science. Third is reskilling, upskilling, the measures connected with the Ministry of Social Affairs. But the most significant pillar for energy transformation is the pillar number 2, where all the infrastructure and support from programs for renewable energies and energy savings are issued. And the pillar number 1 is for digitalization, the digitalization of the government as an e-government project continuation, and also the subsidies for businesses. Please give me another slide. So in the pillar 2, concerning the energy, we have a sustainable transport energy, reducing energy consumption in public sector. Circular economy is a big issue. Again, we are trying to implement the national strategies, coming up with the concrete measures. In this way, in the Czech Republic, as we're coming up with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we were combining the measures which we used to finance from the structural funds from this programming period, which will end in 2023. And we knew that for the next programming period, starting next year, there will be difficulties, or there will be not a continuation. So those things we put into recovery plan. Of course, there were some other measures which were previously financed from the state budget, and we would try to promote and make them bigger. So with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we are providing those measures with much more bigger budget than our state budget could afford. So this is another package of the measures I will introduce to you. And the third package is completely new measures in a way of 5G corridors and so on. But those measures have a difficulty of the notification, because they were not implemented previously because of the state aid rules and not clear identification of those those measures could work on the market. So we'll need to notify it, and of course the notification is run for a long track, at least a year and a half, to actually know the scheme, and then we can start implementing. That's why I'm a bigger fan of the projects which we already tried in this programming period, or in projects which have roots in a state budget. But please, another slide. For just to show you how we are prepared, I think the first call issued by the Ministry of Industry, I would say it will be in a month. It's promotion of photovoltaics. It's about 200 million euro. Generally, we have it on photovoltaic plants from Recovery and Resilience Fund. Those photovoltaics will be on the roof they will be placed on the roofs, as generally other photovoltaic plants on brownfields and on the generally on the fields are supported through the modernization fund. I personally think that the promotion of photovoltaics on the roof has the biggest added value because it can be consumed from the users below the roof. It's the biggest measure of the Ministry of Industry. And the idea here is that the photovoltaics will be generally covered through Recovery Resilience Fund and other renewable resources like wind, water, power plants, and others, biomass, will be supported through structural funds. Another almost prepared call is for modernization of heat distribution system in district heating systems. It's around 66 million euro, and it's for as Prime Minister in his presentation said that there are still villages without almost not having electricity. That it's general in Eastern Europe that we have a lot of heat distribution system still run on the steam heating. So there's a big potential of energy savings just transforming those steam distribution system to lower temperatures and having those energy savings no matter what the fuel in those heating systems are. But yes, we accept that changing from coal to green energy is the key role, but I cannot imagine really that we can do it without a gas, because the measures, and I'm very happy that I have it on one slide, measures containing the photovoltaics are great, but on the other hand, we need heating in the winter, and there's not so much sun in the winter. So we need to come up with feasible solutions. And in this way, I think just general energy savings are those measures. Please give me another slide. Yes, this is just in the audience are people which would like to invest in photovoltaics in the Czech Republic. Those are the concrete rules of the photovoltaics call, which will be issued shortly. Next slide, please. And next slide. And we will give 35% of support for the installation of the photovoltaics and 50% for the storage. In a way, we wanted to promote the photovoltaics in Recovery Resilience Fund is because of Prague, because generally Prague is excluded from the structural funds because of the regional state aid rules. But in this way, we can come up for support in Prague for the not for the state aid rules, sorry, but because of the cohesion policy rules. But the measures from Recovery Resilience Fund, Prague can be supported also, so we will have it in photovoltaics. We will have it in photovoltaics, and it's a good measure because in Prague there's a lot of commercially used roofs where we can put photovoltaics on. Next slide, please. This is the modernization of the heating systems, changing from steam to lower temperatures. Next slide, please. And those conditions will be similar to the structural funds. So if someone in the audience is interested, please put it on the web so we can all share the programs, share the experience. And if you will give me another slide, I will tell you some more about the clean mobility. Then we want to issue a call for the clean mobility in the beginning of next year. There are still discussions if we should go through the financial instruments or go directly by the subsidies. It's quite a political issue because giving the subsidies to entrepreneurs for buying quite an expensive cars, it's difficult. But on the other hand, those are the people who will buy those cars. And if we want to promote this kind of technology, also we are promoting hydrogen technologies. But the first filling station in Czech Republic will be probably in 2 months in Prague. So this technology is running a little bit late comparing to electric cars, but in a way we will do it. We'll probably do it combining the subsidies and loans, and we'll start the beginning 2022. There's 80 billion euro for entrepreneurs waiting at this measure. Please give me another slide. And activities which we already prepared, but I wouldn't have a time to present it now, is a circular solution for enterprises. Is generally we work with the support of companies reusing the waste which was produced during the production, and we have also measure for water saving in industry. Is generally supporting the entrepreneurs which buy technology which saves water, like cycling the water, cooling the water, just all the water treatment technologies in the industry will be supported. And I believe this is one of the last slides from my presentation. So please move forward. Okay, and we have the allocations for around 40 million. 40 million goes for circular solutions. And next slide. And here are the conditions of the circular solutions, but I don't think so we have a time to go through it. But if you are interested, just take a picture of it. And another slide. And here are the water saving in the industry. Again, 40 million euro for business entities. And the conditions will be presented on the next slide. And I think that's also. If you move to another slide, I will thank you for the attention. I'm ready to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was interesting to hear not only about the drafting of the plan, but also about the implementation that you are already planning ahead. We have now heard from all 4 Visegrad countries. And now we still have 15 minutes for questions. Are there any questions from the audience in the room? Okay, you can still think about them. In the meantime, I can take questions that we have received via slido.com. The question is to the Prime Minister of Slovakia. Slovak economy is very energy intensive. Are you going to do any reforms in this field? Mr. Budaj, who has arrived in the meantime, will welcome industry walks away anyhow.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for this question. And as you know, and I know Mr. Budaj very well, he's a well-experienced politician and also a very wise man. So we have to put this in order. But first of all, we all know that Slovakia's backbone is the industry. And you cannot live without a backbone. Yes. So we definitely want to build up on this backbone. Automotive industry is the strongest, but we have other industries. So it's not the truth that Mr. Budaj would welcome industry walk away. Not at all. I know him very well. So on the other hand, we have to, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have to be very careful on what solutions we introduce. And they must go toward our goals, toward the carbon neutrality. So when we speak on the energy, of course, we are all aware that the intensity of the energy of our industry is really high. But we, even in this recovery plan, we're investing a lot of money in not just the decarbonization, because that's one of the part, but also in the reforms. We already do reforms in this perspective. For example, as you know, our charge for the renewables is quite high, and we introduced or being introduced in these upcoming days by our regulatory office and regulation that will have a floating rate for depending on the consumption. So it's going to be a great step forward with the perspective of what we had now, and it's going to be great discount on the companies that have high consumption of energies. And there are other reforms prepared and also already achieved.
Okay, thank you. I think that the second question is more or less similar. I don't know whether there is something.
Well, of course, this is the great question, and we speak of having a compromise between the challenges and the goals and the cost. But that's why I said, please don't look at it from a short perspective. This is the problem, and I think this is the fail that many politicians do. They want to achieve it within 2-3 years. No, we're speaking of 3 decades to carbon neutrality. If we give up on our goal now, it's over. We have to. I mean, you cannot be afraid of when the first problems arrive. I mean, please don't panic. I mean, we have to achieve the goal, and we will, because the progress in the innovations, in the technology is so progressing, is so fast. So I'm sure that with the decades, as we go through this process, we will be faster and faster and closer to our goal. So therefore, I'm not totally afraid. Absolutely, I'm not afraid. I think humankind was able to invent so many inventions that helped us to survive. So I'm sure we'll do this as well without compromising on our goals. On the other hand, of course, especially we as a politician, we have to have in mind the cost. But as I said, there are different starting positions and there are different fundings. We know about 5 funds that we have in the Europe for helping the countries with the starting point they are behind to invest into their technologies to catch up. We have Modernization Fund, we have Horizon, we have structural funds, yes, and all other funds, and now the Recovery Fund. So there is money for making the progress and keeping in mind the cost. And we have to understand this is the effort of all of us. That's a very important topic that I want to express and I want to emphasize, is that in Europe, it's great that we make so much progress, and we have to. But on the other hand, we have to be in negotiations with other continents around the world, because we know that there, the performance for the value is higher, because we are already so much ahead that it's much more difficult, it's much more expensive for us to achieve 1% of rising the performance, where in other parts of the world it's cheaper. So we have to be in a discussion with them, and we have to understand if we get out the emission heavy industry out of Europe, the problem is not solved if it occurs in other part of the world, because it's only one plant. So these are the challenges, but they are being discussed, and it's not easy question, but we have to go in this way.
Thank you very much for providing a wider context, because, as mentioned, many of these reforms and regulations are coming from the EU level. So I would like to ask also colleagues from Poland and Czech Republic whether they would like to provide a short response to the question how they do it in their country. Mr. Piecha or Mr. Palkovic?
Mr.
Mr. Palkovic, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well,
Now it's working.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, I would like to comment on that, and I basically agree to the comments of the Prime Minister. So the energy intensity of our economies, it is definitely an issue. I mentioned in my presentation that if I look to one Euro GDP growth, that what will be the energy demand of that is double the size in Austria. Well, if we go a little bit deeper, then the situation is even worse, because this is not valid for the multinational or international value chains. So if we make if we separate the two parts of our economy, the international companies and the local companies, international companies are producing roughly somewhere between 50-60% of the Hungarian total added value, and they are as energy efficient as the average in Austria, for example. Consequently, it means that the Hungarian-owned small and medium enterprises, that's not valid, and that's also not valid for the other parts of our economy, for example, the district heating, household heating, and so on. So I think that here we need to separate these two. We are intending to spend more money on this later part of our economy, and this is somewhat related to the question, but hopefully we could read it correctly. That why the importance of the Hungarian energy group, the MVM group, state ownership is important. That's one reason. I should say that when the state owns an energy provider, it's not necessarily the best solution, because while the market can have its own rules. Nevertheless, if we talk about local domestic issues, then a company like MVM, like a state-owned energy group, can help a lot with this, what he would otherwise not be able to do. The energy obligation system. I think that this is the solution. We can have direct support of what we are doing from the RRF, and also a big portion of our MFF support goes into that direction. But the energy obligation system, I think that this is the great tool. Of course, the first reaction to the energy obligation scheme is always negative, because it means work for the energy companies. But on the other hand, if they will make their own calculations, business cases for this, it's also good business, and it's especially a good business in economies like the Hungarian, where we have different groups who are disadvantaged from the energy efficiency or the energy efficiency point of view. So I think that this is the task of the government to promote this. That part of the industry, which is more than having international relationships, or also the supply base goes in that direction, they will resolve their issues, or in fact they are like this. But the Hungarian-owned companies, they should not belong to this group necessarily. That's why the government has a significant task here, and the ownership of the MVM group, the Hungarian energy group, is also one element of the tool set.
Okay, thank you very much for taking also the other question that was directed to you. Mr. Piecha, would you like also to comment on the climate targets and fossil intensive industry?
Yes, yes, please. Thank you very much. I would rather than because I agree with all what my Prime Minister said and colleague from Hungary. I would like to add that in this way, we need to really go to the basics on the level of European Commission. So really go for targets and made the rules for our big companies, for our entrepreneurs to fulfill those targets. Because I see that it's generally clear that on one hand we have these huge budgets coming from structural funds, recovery funds, modernization funds, and we have this regulation coming. But in Czech Republic, for example, we know that we would need much less money to fulfill our goals if we will have less regulation on the level of state aid rules and those difficult, sometimes old legislation procedures. So what I think it would be very important to meet those goals. It's go back to basics on the level of the European Commission and really focus on the results, because otherwise we are just adding water, more and more water into the soup, and new noodles into the soup. To feed more and more people, but this soup will not taste good. It would be much better to eat the old soup and start cooking again. Thank you.
That was a
Okay.
good one.
Many thanks for the recipe. There is one question about the natural gas. Mr. Prime Minister, will you continue promoting gas in Slovakia? When do you plan to phase it down? Why Slovakia did not join Meten coalition?
Well, as you see, Slovakia, I think, did a great thing with the coal, and we have to go step by step. So we have to be very careful on what do we do in respect of the resources. Of course, gas is another question mark, but as we said, the transition is important. We have to survive the transition, and it must be well calculated, and it must be feasible. So this is the principle that we apply on this perspective. As I said, very good that Slovakia will finish with the coal by 2023. We establish soon the third block of our nuclear energy, and then hopefully fourth soon to come. And that's a very solid foundation, and then we can focus on the gas.
Many thanks. We are coming slowly to the end of our debate. I would still like to ask the two remaining questions that we have about carbon capture and use in V4 countries and the implementation capacities for reforms in the energy sector. So if very briefly, all the panelists can respond to the two questions. Maybe Mr. Palkovic to start.
Question. Could you repeat, please?
The situation about the carbon capture and use in V4 countries and,
Okay, this is the question because we don't.
and implementation capacities in implementing energy reforms in Hungary.
Oh, okay. Well, these are two general questions. The carbon capturing units and the carbon capturing system. This is an ongoing project. What we are doing today. Of course, there are different technological solutions, but we are still quite at the beginning. Not in general in Hungary, but the carbon capturing as such. So we are doing that. We are investigating what are we going to do with that afterwards. Nevertheless, how to use this, how to use the compressed CO2. This is another question. I think that the synthetic fuel as a terminology must be really considered here. So as I said, we have a large-scale project for either gas or liquid type of fuel. We need to really consider this. I would say, just to take an example of the internal combustion engine. The internal combustion engine is a technology which is there for 150 years. The efficiency increase opportunity is the biggest one with this, but we need to have a low carbon footprint or zero carbon footprint solution for that. So I think that we need to combine these elements into one: carbon capturing, and how to use that afterwards. And sorry, I could not get again the second question.
The second question is about the implementing capacities for the implementation of the recovery and resilience plan in Hungary. But very briefly, because we are coming to the end of the debate.
Okay, well, I can answer the question pretty quickly because the implementing capacity is still not decided. Hungary is similar to Poland. We submitted our RRF proposal, but it is not approved yet by the European Commission. Nevertheless, we started we started the implementation. We defined within the Hungarian budget a special fund for the RRF. And whenever we are going to come to an agreement with the European Union, we are going to move it back there. So we are progressing with the implementation in the energetic part. What I have described in my presentation, these are all elements of the RRF, and some of them actually combined with MFF. So we are progressing as planned, but still we don't have agreement with the European Union. Whether this agreement is based on facts or it's a political problem, I would leave this question open.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether other speakers would like to react still to these two remaining questions.
I'll maybe just to the implementing recovery reforms or the key barriers. Well, as we see, there is implementation of the investments. And I think it's about really providing a good base for the companies to apply, which we are working on right now very intensively. And I hope that this era will be really smooth as much as possible. When we speak of the reforms, as I said, they are ongoing. So I don't see too many obstacles in it. Even though reforms, since there's also a political opinion always included in it, there might be some challenges. But I don't really see as such a big problem. I mean, we see other reforms having higher challenges. Thank you
very much, Prime Minister. And the last words of State Secretary of the Czech Republic, Mr. Piecham.
I think it's an excellent question. Because all those two technologies mentioned are feasible. I saw the project for, I think, cement producers where they are cooperating with gas storage company, and they prepared quite a big project for CO2 storage. But it needs almost 80% of subsidies to make it feasible. So yes, it's technically it's feasible, but it's cost a lot of money. On the other hand, for example, in Czech, I have mentioned the heating systems and transformation of the general heating systems. It's also feasible. It doesn't really need too big support. But on the other hand, you need technicians, you need engineers, you need skilled companies to do it, and I think it will be quite a challenge to do it in another 10 years to shift from the coal heating systems in our cities to green heating systems technologically. And I would rather focus on this transition, which will take quite longer time than pay billions of euro to carbon storage, which is also feasible, but doesn't really deliver the results right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, we are coming to the end of the panel. Let me thank our distinguished panelists for a very interesting debate. Mr. Prime Minister of Slovakia, Eduard Heger.
Thank you.
The Hungarian Minister For Innovation and Technologies, Mr. Laszlo Palkovic. And Mr. Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the Czech Republic, Marian Piecha. Thank you very much also for your active participation, and I wish you a very fruitful conference for the rest of the day.
I have one question on Mr. Stelios Diakoulakis. Sorry for Okay. 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 Okay.
Good morning to everybody. I hope we can start in just 1 minute, not later. And I will welcome all participants to enter the room. Just in Slovak. Účastníci, ktorí chcú počúvať dnešnú prezentáciu, prosím, zoberte si.
Those participants who want to listen to this panel, please take the headsets because one of the presentation is going to be in Hungarian, interpreted. Everything will be interpreted into Slovak and English.
The cities or their delegates on how cities can combat the climate change. At a time when predicting what will happen in next month is hard. Thinking 25 years ahead is both daunting and liberating, particularly when considering the future of cities. For more than a decade, the smart city movement has been driven mainly by a vision of how technology can help address some of the most intractable urban challenges. But coronavirus pandemic and the growing recognition of the impact of climate change have added a new urgency to these questions. Citizens' health and economical survival have become existential priority for city leaders. Long accepted ideas on how cities are organized, managed, and monitored have been overturned. In addition, cities face depleted budgets and reduced tax bases. But despite the urgent and unpredictable changes, city leaders realize the need to rebuild better to ensure resilience to future pandemic events, accelerate the shift to zero carbon cities, and address the gross social inequalities in many cities. Whether cities in 2040s are closer to utopian or dystopian vision may depend on decisions made within the next 5 to 10 years. 4 key areas of technology innovation highlight the key factors in those choices. Cities of the future will be highly connected. Cities will run with AI, artificial intelligence. Cities will be fully automated. And cities must be sustainable. The coronavirus pandemic has dramatically shown how cities are vulnerable to the drastic impact of human activity or inactivity on natural ecosystems. The growing threat to cities from wildfires, tornadoes, even in our Central Europe, droughts, floods, provide another example of how our perspectives on cities and nature are changing. When we think of how our cities might look in 2040s, we need to consider that they may not only be smarter, but also much wilder places. Cities that have embraced their role in the planet's ecosystem or are suffering the consequences of not doing so. As far as the topic of our conference are energy related, let's now concentrate on sustainability of cities and the initiative of V4 capital cities from this point of view. In June 2020, the mayors of V4 capital cities urged the European Union to set a more ambitious emissions reduction target for 2030, calling the escalating climate crisis a greater challenge than the coronavirus pandemic. Cities are significant sources of greenhouse gas emissions, but also have vast potential to reduce them. This potential lies in renovation of old and energy inefficient buildings, the deployment of renewable energy sources, and various policy measures to motivate people to use climate more friendly modes of transport. How are our cities dealing with this issue? If we are to avoid climate disaster, cities will need to be run on a clean energy systems, decrease still too high energy intensity in the buildings, and adopt circular economy principles that massively reduce resource consumption. Our distinguished panelists will introduce their view on the topics of all building renovation leading to high energy efficiency, support of utilization of renewable energy sources, and climate change mitigation. After the first round, we will start discussion and best practice and experience gained so far. And now let me introduce the panelists. The first one, Mr. Matúš Valo, is a mayor of Bratislava, an architect and city expert. He is the author of the most comprehensive publication on solutions from Bratislava, Plan Bratislava. He is also a well-known architect. He studied in Rome, worked in London, and was awarded a Fulbright scholarship at Columbia University in New York. Despite international opportunities, he devoted his energy to Bratislava. He also established the Urban Interventions Initiative, which since 2008 generated more than 900 projects to improve public space in 20 cities. He was elected mayor of Bratislava in 2018. The second one is Mr. Zdeněk Žib. He's a mayor of Prague, a medical doctor, policy influencer, and IT expert. He is author of several publications on healthcare, patient issues, and IT for healthcare. Graduated from Charles University, Third Faculty of Medicine in 2006. Worked in Institute for Applied Research, Education, and Management in healthcare, State Drug Authority, and also in private IT companies dealing with services and products for healthcare. In 2018, in the same year as Mr. Valo, he was elected as a mayor of Prague. Gergely Karacsony is a political scientist, acting university lecturer, a former member of the Hungarian parliament, and a district mayor. He graduated in 2000 from the Institute of Sociology and Social Policy at the Eötvös Loránd University as a sociologist. On top of his sociology education, Gergely also studied political theory and worked for a media and public opinion research enterprise, where in 2007 he became director of research. Gergely has been a lecturer at the Institute of Political Science at Corvinus University of Budapest since 2004. He specialized in electoral behavior, political opinion, political culture, election campaigns, electoral system. He won a mayor seat in 2014 in Zugló, in the 14th district of Budapest. In 2019, he won a mayor election in Budapest, defeating the outgoing mayor supported by Fidesz. From Warsaw, we have not mayor, but another very important person, Ola Fosica, acting director of the strategy and analysis office at the Warsaw City Hall, responsible for implementation of the Warsaw Strategy 2030. Manager and consultant with 15 plus years record of working across private, public, and think tank sectors in Poland and EU. Former head of the Center for Eastern Studies, graduate of Warsaw University in International Relations, and of the European University Institute, PhD in Social and Political Science. Last but not least is Stelios Diakoulakis, Deputy Regional Director of Europe, C40 Cities. He joined C4 Cities in April 2018, and he is based in Athens. Prior to joining C40, Stelios worked for 4 years as Senior EU Policy and International Affairs Advisor to the Mayor of Athens. He has significant experience in European policies and institutions, having offered his services for many years in the European Parliament and the Greek Foreign Ministry, while he also worked as a consultant at private companies at Athens. He has studied economics at the Athens University of Economics and Business and holds a master's degree in European Studies from the University of Reading, UK. And now, I would like to ask panelists to make introductory speech on the topics of our common interest. Please, and this is addressing to you guys, please try to keep agreed time frame of 8 minutes. Although I know that politicians have usually some problems with limits of this kind, but I hope you will keep it. So, Mr. Valo, please, the floor is yours. We don't hear you, Mr. Valo?
Good morning, everyone.
Now.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, and I'm ready to go with my 8 minutes. The Pact Free Cities is constantly addressing the issue of global warming and appeals toward EU and global leaders to be more ambitious in combating the climate crisis. We have addressed the latter with this appeal to the COP26 summit recently. However, the pact, which was in 2020, the alliance for capital, is not much wider. Since the September year, 20 more mayors of the globe joined the initiative, and I expect more to join soon. But the pact has been conceived from a very specific momentum when in a short time 4 mayors for capital in CEE were elected as a clear wish of the voters for change and an alternative to the national government. We all promised to our voters an alternative to the political reality of their countries, more open, more European, more professionally governed and sustainable cities, which will be the good place to live as an opposition to corruption, populism, and bad governance. It's important to keep this promise, especially in the times when many CE governments drag their feet in the climate fight. We have created the pact as an alliance of mayors focused on collaboration in defending democracy and facing the global challenges, because we feel that the cities and their leaders have nowadays a very strong role in addressing not only environment challenges of today, but also in protecting and defending democracy, and that these two goals are strongly interconnected. By good policies, city can influence its citizens, their attitude, values, and behavior, and that can trigger the positive challenges for entire societies. My generation is now facing several crucial challenges which will define the future of our societies. Climate change is something imminent and widely discussed, but I equally feel there is also the threat of populism and post-truth reality to the fundamentals of democracy. The climate crisis is also the democratic crisis in the viability of our democracies, will be proved by the capacity to face the existential danger of global warming and to mitigate its negative impact on our societies. Effective policy change on the city level could improve the lives of residents, starting with cleaner air, better public transport, but also with economic opportunities, which go hand in hand with a new business model. But the climate crisis can be only overcome by completely new political culture and profound changes in the way of life of our societies. For example, in Bratislava, as well as in other CE cities, we have to deal with enormous car traffic and the lack of sustainable mobility. It is, of course, a rule to promote sustainable mobility, to improve the public transportation, to adopt more environmentally friendly transport modes, to adapt parking policy, or to provide bike routes. We do all of that. It requires a lot of new infrastructure, financial resources, and human capacities. But the core of the solution is in mediating and implementing the cultural change, the change of the way of life, which has to happen in people's minds. We have to communicate, explain, be transparent and open to public, since there is no other way how to achieve the adoption of any measures. The experience of COVID pandemic show us that often citizens are more efficient and successful in crisis situation than the national government. They are closer to everyday life and able to provide agile government and good services combined with sensitive communication, which results in increased trust in the communities. That is why I believe that is the main trust that leads us through the tough times, and it's extremely important to invest in it in order to embrace the climate crisis on the city management level. On the top of the daily routine of municipal policies, where we have to deal with the modernization debt in Bratislava caused by decades of neglection and bad leadership, we try to ingrain the climate care and aspect of sustainability into our every daily strategic decision. Our citizens experience the effect of the climate crisis on a daily basis: overheating, air pollution, low energy efficiency of buildings, and many more. We need to let them experience also the positive effect of the measures taken on a daily basis in order to nudge them toward the new living culture. This is why we invest a lot into into building new type of public space and implementing projects involving citizens. We are planting trees with them more than ever before. We are regenerating public spaces, giving them new functions and greener face. In project living spaces, we do quick and visible intervention in void areas of the city in order to bring life to them. We reduce the economic function of urban forests and strengthen the non-productive function of the forest, including environmental cooling, rainwater retention, and CO2 capture. We have adopted the principles and standards of greenery in the city, which are available to all individual and corporate partners. We work with volunteers, neighborhood communities, and citizen innovators in order to design pilot projects in energy efficiency of the buildings, decarbonization, sustainability, water retention, and other smart environmental solutions. Cities can create pilots projects, offer innovative solutions, and concentrate conscious and aware citizens as agents of change. However, the real game changers in climate crisis are in the hand of global leaders. That's why it's extremely important to ensure that the existing and future financial policy frameworks include and targeted cities and local communities in that governments and international bodies strongly involve citizens, local communities, and civil societies in global climate policy making and negotiation. For example, in case of EU funds, Bratislava suffers a lot from the fact that the current methodology for assessing the level of development of the region, which is based solely on GDP per capita, is extremely distorting and thus not consider the demands imposed on the capitals. The result is severely limited allocation of funds for the Bratislava region, which means very low investment in the key areas of functioning, including environmental measures. ESI funds investment per capita in the region are the lowest level among all developed regions in the EU, but the funds are of fundamental importance in the development of measures against negative impact of climate crisis. We need also more EU funding targeted directly to the cities, which can then lead to transformation of national and global policies, by example, at best practice. My promise to the people of Bratislava when I ran for mayor was to create a serious plan for our city, a modern, sustainable vision of its future. It's clear that we all need Plan B, not in order not to cancel the future for the next generation. Now in order not to cancel the future for the next generation. As a mayor, I feel that the cities, including mine, have to stand strongly on the climate care front. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Valo, for very nice management of time. I would say 2 points which touch me very much. It's trust you mentioned, and access to finance, which is very important. You are building the trust, and you are working on getting better access to finance. And me, as an inhabitant of the city, I can prove that I see the real changes in the city since you came to the position. Of course, city is not sleeping was not sleeping even in the previous period, but the dynamic of the changes is really visible. So thank you for your effort. Thank you once more. And now, Mr. Zhip, you are the next one, so please.
Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to introduce the climate plan for Prague and the green transition commitment of the Czech capital here. Prague strongly promotes freedom, democracy, and human rights, and genuine commitment to these values and to securing them also for the future generations also means a moral duty to immediate climate action. And we are very well aware of this in Prague, and we are prepared. Although the Czech nationwide political discourse on this agenda is often rather skeptical, and it may seem that the Czech Republic is not willing to commit to the green transition and ambitious climate goals, it is definitely not the case of Czech capital city. Prague has adopted very ambitious climate goals accompanied with the detailed action plan. We have decided to become a leader in the green transition in Czech Republic because big cities are important stakeholders in tackling climate change and they have a huge potential. They are big greenhouse gas emitters on one hand, while on the other hand, they are economic, innovative, and educational hubs. And I believe that big cities can be pathfinders in countries with, let's say, unsatisfactory commitment to the green transition. And by putting in place the projects outlined in our climate plan and proving their positive effects, Prague has the potential to inspire other regions as well as the government and work in partnership with them. Fortunately, the forming new government here in Czech Republic is pledging to be more committed than the current one. In 2019, in Prague, we adopted the climate pledge to reduce CO2 emissions by 45% by 2030 compared to the 2010 levels and to reach the climate neutrality by 2050. And this year, the City Assembly has adopted this climate plan for Prague with 69 specific measures, which will lead towards fulfilling the pledge by 2030. You should see the graph here, how we are going to do that in oversight. And the four pillars of the plan are: first, sustainable energy and buildings; second, sustainable transport; third point is circular economy; and last but not least, focus on greenery, public space and water elements in the city. And I will now briefly outline a few specific examples from each of these categories. So first, sustainable energy and buildings. We are boosting the use of the renewable energy sources, focusing mainly on solar, hydro, and bioenergy. So after the implementation of all the prepared measures, Prague will not use any heating using coal by 2030. That's what is our climate plan about. Prague Solar Electricity Plan. We have a plan to install solar panels on more than 20,000 buildings in Prague by 2030. It will be installed both on municipal buildings such as schools, zoo or botanical garden, and also on privately owned buildings who would like to join into this project. And we already founded a Prague renewable energy community, which is going to be in charge of putting this plan in place. And we are planning on utilizing the energy potential of the treated wastewater from the central wastewater treatment plant. That's my favorite project, to say so. This energy will be used for supplying the heating infrastructure within the city. The production of the reusable energy from this source could cover up to half, that means 50% of the heat demand generated by Prague households which currently use district heating. So simply using heat pumps on a treated wastewater from the central wastewater treatment plant, which is around 8 to 10 degrees more hot than the water in the Vltava River. Regarding the sustainable transport, which is the second pillar of our climate plan, we are renewing the fleet of city transport with zero-emission vehicles. We're building new tram lines and a new metro line, that's line D, the fourth line. We are building the charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, and we are expanding the park and ride infrastructure. In a few days, for example, we will open a new park and ride parking lot with more than 800 parking places on one of the end stations of the metro lines. We are also strive towards the city of short distances. This is about the urban planning. About the third pillar, the circular economy. This plays also a key role in our climate plan. A new biogas station will transform assorted kitchen bio-waste into biomethane, which will be used in transport. And the waste produced by the biogas station will be used as organic fertilizer. We are also going to modernize the sorting line for plastic, metal, and cartoon. and expand the network of reuse centers. And the last point is about the greenery. We have planted 407,000 trees in the past 3 years in Prague. So we are on the right track to reach our target to plant 1 million of new trees by 2026. And we are revitalizing parks and public spaces. We're putting in place new standards for rainwater management, and we're expanding the water features in the streets and supporting sustainable agriculture and community gardens on the property of the city. So apart from the mitigation of the impact of climate change, the implementation of these measures will also create new business opportunities and new jobs. And the city will be more self-sufficient in energy production, which is very important, as we can see in these days, because we will be less dependent on energy supplies from abroad, including rather unreliable countries such as Russia. And improved environment will also have health benefits for Prague citizens, which means less diseases like asthma for children. And I would like also to highlight the importance of the international cooperation, because Prague is expressing the commitment to the European Green Deal and to the green transition together with our international partners, for example, with Eurocities or Covenant of Mayors. And we are also tackling with this issue on the level of our Pact of Free Cities, as Matushwal had already mentioned. So during COP26 in Glasgow, the Pact of Free Cities has released a joint resolution in which we are putting forward an appeal that the success of democratic societies should be measured by their climate action and success in the green transition and mitigation of the climate change effects. Because climate change actions and discourse need to be closely linked with the fundamental human and democratic rights, particularly regarding local communities. And we simply need to work towards the just transition. And before I conclude, the mayor of Denver, former mayor of Denver, Wellington Webb, said that the 20th century was a century of empires, the 20th century was the century of nation states, and the 21st century will be the century of cities. And I would like to modify this great quote by adding that we need to strive towards a century of responsible and sustainable cities. And this is how we can make a real difference and help the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ship. It was really very interesting introductory speech. I would just point one important topic you mentioned is that green transition, and very often we forget that green transition are generating new jobs. Because usually we are talking about what we have to do and how it is expensive, forgetting that it's also generating new jobs which will create the money which we need for this green transition. So thank you very much for this point. So the next one is Mr. Karachony. We need now these headsets to understand you, but the floor is yours. Gergely, please.
Jó napot kívánok, üdvözlök mindenkit, örülök, hogy részt vettek az...
I am very glad that I can participate in this forum. The interpreters into English apologize, but we cannot. There are technical problems. Please bear with us. We need to involve the citizens into solutions. because only then we can bring about a change. We apologize. The interpretation is not possible. We are facing technical problems. Please bear with us.
We have some technical issues. Can we continue? Gergely, go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Karacsony, please.
Nás je mimoriadne dôležitou skúsenosťou, keď sa do rozhodovania zapadajú aj občania. Ideme sa pri riešení.
Interpreters into English apologize. We are still facing technical problems. We cannot interpret. We're very sorry. We hope that this will change. Bear with us. Thank you.
We'll skip Gergely now. We will come back to you when the interpretation will be ready for interpreting. I'm sorry. So the next one will be Mr. Osica. So please, the floor is yours now. Yeah.
Let me start with saying, I'm sorry, I got some rumors. So
Oh, it's fine.
okay. So again, good morning. Let me start saying that Warsaw is very much devoted to the Pact of the Free Cities. And as it was mentioned, it is much more devoted and committed to the European Green Deal than the government itself. As in case, Mayor Krip mentioned, we also have this kind of schizophrenic situation here in Warsaw, that the city is very much oriented into the green future, while the government is still, being skeptical and not decided actually to what extent Poland would like to participate in the European Green Deal. But to start with the Warsaw story, I think it's fair to say that Warsaw is undergoing a huge change. When Mayor Trzaskowski came to power, he declared that after years of spending on infrastructure and starting from the transformation from communism till the moment when we joined the European Union, Warsaw was a city that was actually infrastructure focused. Yes, so it was buildings, roads. So this was what was lacking. So since Mayor Trzaskowski came to power, he declared that now it's time to shift or to make a change, actually, and to make the city be much more citizen-focused or inhabitant-focused. Yes, and here he introduces the entire Green Deal and sustainable development agenda. So we would like now Warsaw to be a convenient city to live, a good city to a green city, and a city when everyone would like to spend his or her free time, which is not something that can be taken for granted. I don't know how many of our participants have ever been to Warsaw, 10 years, 15 years ago. Now it's getting to be a definitely new city. Well, the context. I think it's important to say that there are things that Warsaw can do when it comes to sustainable development and Green Deal, and there are things we cannot do. The things we cannot do is we cannot change the energy mix of Poland. As you may know, it's fully dependent on coal. So over 70% of electricity production in Poland comes from coal. So even if the city, even if Warsaw introduces zero emission transport like electric buses, they are still actually running on coal, not on renewables. Yeah, so this is the one thing we cannot change. What we can change and what we do, however, is that first of all, we joined, 2020, we joined the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development Green City initiative together and with the help of EBRD and also with the help of C40. We are now developing a green city climate action plan, which and now it's the end of the 2021. So we are supposed to have a strategic document which we called Warsaw's Green Vision or Green Vision of Warsaw. And this is going to be our strategy how to tackle sustainable development in 5 key areas: transport, infrastructure. When we witness huge, almost 80% of our emissions come from households, from buildings, and from transport. Then we have water and water waste, solid waste, biodiversity, and spatial planning. Spatial planning is something which we really need to work very hard in Warsaw because we have some, let's say, heritage from the past that we have to deal with it, and not only the context of the Green Deal, but basically, the spatial planning needs to be improved in Warsaw. And then we have the energy and construction. So this is the Warsaw Green Vision of Warsaw that we are working now with EBRD and C40. And then the other document which we are working now on is Climate Action Plan, when we focus on emission of how to cut emissions of polluting substances and also greenhouse gases. Mayor Trzaskowski declared when he came to power that until 2030, Warsaw would reduce greenhouse emissions, cut greenhouse emissions of around 40%. And we also declared, the city declared that Warsaw will be a climate neutral city till 2050. So these are the, let's say, strategic or this, this is the big picture. I think we will have more time later on to go into details, but let me just mention one thing, that one of the key areas when we look for improvement is public transportation. This is something which is in hands of the city council, also Mayor Trzaskowski, and we have good results here. Out of 1,000 of city buses running through the streets of Warsaw these days, almost half of them, 500, are low or zero emission buses. So we have 16 or 70% of buses running in Warsaw are electric buses, which gives us a third place in Europe after Moscow and London, if I'm not mistaken. Then we also have a number of gases, of CNG gases, so buses running on gas. So this is something which we really, invested in. We also closing the second metro line. And building, and engaging the process to build the third line. So the public transportation is kind of focused. Also greening, trees, the same here in Warsaw, almost 300 trees over the last 3 years, with the pledge to have 1 million trees till the end of Mayor Trzaskowski first time. So we are on a good path to do it, although pandemic has complicated our situation. And having said this, of course, there's a number of challenges. Let me just tackle them. It's financing, clearly. Because of some, political clash between Poland and the European Commission, we don't have access to recovery fund. At the same time, Warsaw, I guess, like Prague and Budapest, is a city which grew out from cohesion funds. So actually, recovery fund is the only source of, fresh money when it comes to green transition. And then, of course, we have problems with metropolis. Warsaw is almost 2 million inhabitants. With the metropolitan area, it's 3 million. The problem is that a lot of low emission is coming from old stuff, so old coal-fired stoves, which are placed mainly behind the Warsaw border. So when the wind blows, then we get this low emission. So another step which we will take in the coming years will be just to build a metropolitan strategy, simply to be reach out to those adjacent cities and villages and start to talk with them about the green transition. So that is Warsaw for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will just ask technicians if we can move to Hungarian translation or not. Môžeme alebo nemôžeme? Technici. Ja nepočujem odpoveď. Prosím? Okay. So I got a feedback that we can try again with Gergely. So Gergely, Mr. Karacsony, please. Let's try once more.
I wish you a pleasant day. I greet you once again. Hopefully we'll manage this technically again. From what I've heard previously, our cities have already cooperated in a number of joint projects. I'd like to focus the attention to the fact that the problem of climate change is related to the problem of democracy. The question of climate change can be tackled successfully when we tackle the issues of democracy. When creating its own climate strategy, Budapest realized a wide consulted the issues with the public. The interpreters apologize, we have technical issues again.
Áno, ja vás počujem. Teraz idem sama.
Gergely, for this situation.
Gergely, we apologize for this situation.
Ideme alebo neideme?
Počujeme niekto po slovensky teraz?
Áno.
Problém je v tom, že poprvé počujem seba a zároveň počujem anglickú kabínu. Čiže nepočujem rečníka.
Okay. Gergely, once more we will try to fix the issues and we will move. I'm sorry for these technical difficulties, but sometimes it happens if there are too much technology in place. So we will move to Stelios Diakoulakis, which is representing association of several dozen of cities. So Stelios, the floor is yours now, and you can use your presentation as well.
Thank you very much, and my presentation will be on your colleagues,
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to participate in this conference and be part of this distinguished panel. And I represent C40 cities, and I would be very pleased if you all know what C40 is, but I suppose this is not the case, at least for everyone. So in my presentation, I will try to explain who we are, what our principles are, and give examples of our work with the world's biggest cities. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, C40 is a global cities network composed of nearly 100 cities and not 40, as our name, I'm sure, confuses everyone. So big cities from all over the world that are committed to deliver the urgent climate action that is needed, and they work together to achieve this. Our current chair is the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, and as his term is nearly finished, he will be very soon replaced by the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Next slide. And I don't think, next slide, please. And I don't think your audience and these mayors in particular need much explanation as to why cities matter in the fight against climate change. But take a look at these very straightforward facts. Cities occupy 2% of the world's landmass, but they create 70% of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. So their role is crucial, and the potential for emission reduction coming from city action is huge. At COP26 in Glasgow, we heard many promises from effective promise. They could give more powers and more funding to city governments, recognizing their roles to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement. This is something that C40 is advocating for at the EU and at global level, and I'm sure these mayors will agree with me. Next slide, please. C40 is guided by a set of key principles. 2 years ago, when the EU was launching the European Green Deal, and many countries and political forces around the world were pushing for a Green New Deal, C40 launched the Global Green New Deal, which was based on these principles, and these guide our work with cities. First, the recognition of the climate emergency. We are not using a climate change, not even a climate crisis narrative anymore. This is an emergency. Second, the commitment to the 1.5 target. This is a target that now everyone is talking about, but C40 has adopted it as our science-based target already in 2016. And now we have even made it a condition for membership for our cities. Third, that cities should pursue inclusive and equitable climate action, and I'll come back to this. And fourth, cities should work with key stakeholders and partners to make all of this happen, because cities are critical, but they can't solve the climate crisis alone. Next slide, please. And these are our current members, 97 globally, 20 in Europe. And I must admit that from the cities represented in this panel, only Warsaw is part of C40. But this is totally due to our internal membership rules and restrictions, and in no way due to any lack of interest from the other cities to engage with us. On the contrary, we have collaborated on several occasions with the city of Budapest, and we've also had exchanges with the cities of Prague and Bratislava in the near past. And actually now we increasingly work with cities outside our membership as well. So we would very much like to deepen collaboration with committed mayors in cities like yours, join some of our initiatives and take some of the opportunities we offer. And of course, I must say we are very proud of the work we are doing with Warsaw, especially in supporting the city to deliver its ambitious climate action plan, as Mr. Osica said. And I would now like to give you a few examples of C40 initiatives that are open to all cities, and they also show the level of our ambition and where we would like to see all our members and many more cities beyond our membership reaching in the next few years. Next slide, please. The first one is the Cities Race to Zero campaign, for which we work with other partners, with other networks, such as the Global Covenant of Mayors, ICLEI, and others. And we were very pleased to announce at COP26 in Glasgow that over 1,000 cities globally have committed to a set of very ambitious targets and principles that you can see on this slide. And out of these pledges, I would like to particularly highlight the need to set an ambitious 2030 target, because the 2050 climate neutrality target is, of course, important. But what is perhaps more important is to demonstrate that we are actually reducing emissions and we are heading towards neutrality. And that's why we need to set an equivalent 2030 target and to accelerate action during this crucial decade. And this message applies to national governments primarily, who sometimes find it easier to commit to long-term goals and do not always set a clear and reliable pathway as to how they're going to get there. So it's very positive that more than 1,000 cities have taken the commitment to adopt a 2030 target, and they adapt their policies based on this. And as the Cities Race to Zero campaign will remain open, I would like to invite as many cities from Central and Eastern Europe to join and adopt this pledge and demonstrate their important role in meeting the European Green Deal targets. Next slide, please. Secondly, C40 has launched a set of ambitious declarations on a number of key sectors. These declarations are statements of political leadership by our mayors, and they set concrete and very ambitious science-based targets, and they are linked to concrete delivery milestones. And I would like to give you a few examples of these declarations, which are again open to non-C40 members to join, to sign. Next slide, please. One of them is the Green and Healthy Streets Declaration, signed by 36 cities globally, including some non-C40 members. And what is the pledge here? Signatory cities commit, first, to procure, together with their partners, only zero-emission passes from 2025, and second, to create a zero-emission area in their cities by 2030. These are concrete public commitments that these mayors have taken. And then their cities have set a roadmap, and they are working with us to meet these targets. And the transport sector, as you know, and mentioned by our esteemed mayors, is important because in many European cities, is a significant part of the emissions comes from transport. Next slide, and I'll go more quickly. Another declaration is the Renewable Energy Declaration, which was launched this September. And the 15 signatory cities, based on their different needs and specific contexts, have adopted targets such as to achieve 100 renewable electricity citywide by 2035 and to maximize local renewable energy. So again, concrete and measurable targets that set the vision and set the strategy. And hearing the leading actors of these mayors, I would like to invite your cities to consider adopting this declaration in particular and join the other signatory cities, showcasing your commitment. And finally, next slide, please, another declaration, this time on the adaptation side, again mentioned by most of you, the Urban Nature Declaration, which sets targets that have to do with the need to increase green spaces in cities, but also to have them more equitably distributed and publicly accessible in order to ensure inclusivity. And similarly, we have declarations on a number of other sectors, such as on waste, on food policies, on buildings, etc. Next slide, and as a final slide, for me it's important to highlight again that C40's vision of climate action is rooted in equity and a green and just future for all. This is very important in order to win the argument and get people's support for what needs to be done. Climate, social, and economic justice can only be achieved together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will bring back home from your presentation 4 points. It's recognize, commit, create, and invite. It's a marketing topics which are easily to translate into the real actions, and I like it very much. Thanks. I have a bad news that we were not able to solve the problems with the translation from Hungarian to English or Slovak. So I must declare that Mr. Karacsony will not be able to speak to us. So it's pity, because I think it was very interesting to hear from him, being in the situation as he is in mayor of the city, which is the biggest city in Hungary, and it's the mayor of the, well, which is in opposition to the current government in Hungary. So it has consequences, political consequences, on the work of mayor and on ability to achieve the goals. So it's pity that we cannot hear these points from him. But anyhow, that's life. So all in all, it seems the approach of the capitals in our Central European region is very much influenced not only by external conditions that we hardly can manage, but also with political environment. On one side, it is huge inflow of resources from EU and demanding targets. For example, 4F package, which is Fit for 55, it's my name, 4F. But on other sides are political tensions and multicolor city parliaments, as it in the case of Hungary and other cities as well. Zdeněk, do you see support across political spectrum and across the city inhabitants on all the initiatives that Prague City Hall is implementing? Because you have a really ambitious goal in the climate change mitigation and energy efficiency targets.
Well, thank you for these questions. And as I have mentioned, that unfortunately the Czech political discourse on this agenda is often rather skeptical. And it is crucial to change this via translating the agenda into the tangible topics. Because if you would judge just by the current Czech government, it seems as the Czech Republic is not willing to commit to the green transitions and ambitious climate goals. You can see for example, the statements from our current and previous presidents, which seems to be actually undermining the public trust in the European Green Deal. So it is quite hard in this context to lead this discussion in the public space, but definitely we are committed to it as a city. And I hope that the forming new government in Czech Republic, because we had elections recently, is going to be more committed than the current one. What we are trying to do now is to use the participatory tools to involve the public into the process. So, for example, with our 1 million trees for Prague plan until 2026, we organize a public planting events, which means that the people could really participate on the process of the adaptation to climate change. And some of the projects that I have mentioned that are included in our climate plan are in general projects which allow participation of other citizens. For example, the Prague energy community. As I have mentioned, we would like to build the solar panels not just on the public buildings, but also on the privately owned building. That means that the owners of the buildings or their communities of the owners of the buildings, like the residential ones, could join the project, and they could also participate in this way how to make Prague more self-sufficient in the energy consumption.
I would ask a very similar question, Mr. Valo, because Bratislava is also the city where municipal parliament or city parliament is very diverse. And how do you see the political support, and how do you see the support of inhabitants of the city? I will just touch another topic, both in Poland and in Czech Republic. You mentioned the 1 million trees planted. In Bratislava, I think under your guidance, we managed not to, well, maybe not so much trees planted, but less trees cut in the city woods. So I think this is the approach which is also very much mitigating the climate change. But anyhow, return back to my original question. Political spectre support and citizen or inhabitants support of your initiatives or your goals.
Thank you very much. And of course, it sounds funny that they have million trees, and in Bratislava we have a program called 10,000 trees, and we are working a lot to plant 10,000 trees, and of course but we are planting big trees, 4 to 8 meters. We also planted 16 meters high trees. So we are trying to have trees like very, very ready. And what we are doing also, and you mentioned it, I'm glad you mentioned, we make a deal with our national government, and I'm sad to say it, but it's necessary. We are paying them 300,000 euros per year to lower numbers of trees which they are cutting every year around Bratislava. So we are spending money to keep old trees from our woods and try to keep the number of trees cut trees every year at minimum. And of course, I mentioned it before, the trust of our citizen is very important. So we every initiative which is connected to the Green Bratislava, it's very important for us, and I'm always spending a lot of energy and putting a lot of energy into explaining it to my political partners from city parliament, and all the green initiative were already in my promises, electoral promises. So people elected me with these promises. So what I'm doing, I'm only following what I promised, and they knew about it. They knew that we are going to push more on public transport. We are going to make I think one of the biggest ecological thing we are doing in these years, which is the new regulation of parking policies, which is very painful things, not popular, but it's also about less cars in the city and more regulation car traffic. And there are a few difficult things, but I think when we are talking with our citizens, explaining everything, I hope and I feel that we still have a very good amount of support for our policies.
I have one question to Olaf, and then we will move to the questions which are from the auditorium. You are the chief strategist of the Warsaw City Hall. What are the measures that you consider could be the game changer in emission reduction in Warsaw? Really, the breakthrough, game changer.
Well, I guess, as I said at the beginning, I mean, the game changer would be if we have the government on the same side, on the same page as we are. Yes, I mean, actually, we've been waiting for the strategic decision to transform Polish energy system, and as long as this not happen, everything we do, as I mentioned, we can invest. We can have all buses in Warsaw can be electric, but at the same time, this electricity would come from coal. So this is the big, I would say, game changer upon which we have little influence. But there are things which I guess we try to achieve despite this fact, and this change would be the change of generation in Warsaw. Yes, we see that with the younger generation and to some extent with the elder generation, people are expecting different things from the city, not in terms of services, but they expect less cars in the city center. They expect fresh air. They expect, parks, trees. So actually, the concept of the city is changing. And I guess one of the battlefronts, if I may put it that way, we have in Warsaw is, as it was mentioned also in the case of Bratislava, is cars and the car traffic. Yes, I mean, as long as having and driving a car is part of your social status within the city, so long it will be actually hard to convince people to leave their cars and start using the public transport, which is really great. Yes, we have state-of-the-art, modern, air-conditioned buses. Everyone who uses it is kind of surprised, yes, by the service that the city is providing. But the social changes, I think, they need to take some time. And also, we have to bear in mind that discussing European Green Deal, and this is part of the the part of the discussion we have in Warsaw, it's also part of the European discussion. We are slowly but steadily, as we are trying to implement this agenda, no longer, talking and producing documents, but actually implementing the Green Deal agenda. There is a question of affordability, yes, and the question of energy poverty, yes, and so these are other elements which I guess needs a lot of attention. We have a number of public consultations. We involve many different stakeholders. We have different panels, platforms. We even have a Warsaw Green Fund, so encourage people. So we basically try to change the social approach to it, but it's hard. It's hard, and I'm afraid that, especially if the energy prices go up, this will be even harder, yes, to convince many people because, Warsaw citizens, as other citizens, they would like to have the city to be green and affordable at the same time, and it might be a problem to deliver it in the same at the same time. Long-term prospects are clear, but these short-term prospects are really, I would say, might be problematic, especially if there is no support from the government side. On the contrary, we see that the government is trying actually to undercut many green initiatives conducted by the Warsaw City Hall.
Usually, these requirements, be affordable and being green, is always excluding each other. But on the other side, there are cities which implemented very tough measures, like London. Well, it was 20 years ago they introduced congestion fee, or how they call it, doesn't matter. So they excluded a lot of traffic from the center of the city. But it really requires pushing the inhabitants out of the comfort zone. And then it's really discussion about support of these measures by politicians and others. Stelios, what would be your recommendation for cities, how to deal with climate change and not to create riots and protests which we see nowadays, although for other reasons, in the cities across the Europe? How to gain support of inhabitants introducing the measures that are pushing them out of those comfort zones they are usually willing to leave, sorry. What would be your recommendation?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. And I believe most of the mayors and Mr. Rosica refer to the need to have people on your side while implementing climate action. This is very important, and it's very important for cities and municipalities to inform citizens of the benefits from taking climate action and the multiple benefits that derive from climate actions. Consumption-based emission is a key thing for all cities to consider, especially cities that already have climate action plans in place, which help lay the ground for the climate action that will follow over the next years. It is important, and we see it in many of our cities, in many of our C40 cities, that as change our way of living, emissions will be, consumption behavior will need to change. And this mainly applies to European cities and cities of higher income in generally. Consumption behavior, needs to change as to what we eat, how we travel, what we wear. And cities have a key role to play by raising awareness, by informing citizens as to why it is important to live within the planet's boundaries, conscious also of time. A city and its citizens that consume responsibly and sustainably do not only reduce emissions, but they also improve their health. They have more public space available for and a better quality of life for the citizens. They have a better air quality. They have economic benefits. They can attract more tourists and increase their revenues, and so on and so forth. Many benefits coming from climate action that need to be communicated from cities. Thank you.
I think it's coming back to your 4 points which I mentioned: recognize, commit, create, and invite. So when we manage this, we will be in a much better situation to introduce and implement required changes. So I have here two questions. One is not 100% sure if I understand well what CCUS, it means carbon capture underground storage. Projects are you planning in the cities of Bratislava, Prague, Budapest and Warsaw? I suppose I understood this abbreviation CCUS correctly. Any idea or any position on that, gentlemen? No. Thank you. But then it's much, I think, question which is much more addressing your ability to answer. Dear mayors, if you were to highlight one key thing that help you in pushing decarbonization measures into the urban planning process, what would it be? So we have two mayors here. So Zdeněk.
Thank you for this question. Well, the problem in Czech Republic is probably quite specific, and I'm not sure if other mayors face the same problem. But in general, in Czech Republic, we face the problem that the cities and the towns and also villages do not have enough competencies to decide actually on the key things that are related to urban planning. And this is the major problem of this in Czech Republic. We would like to try to change this in cooperation with the upcoming government, and we hope that we will be successful, because the challenges that are here are even harder than the challenges from the previous years. And we could see that there are obvious problems in terms of the urban development. For example, the costs of apartments are skyrocketing. And also we need competencies not just for dealing with the prices of the housing, but also for implementing our climate plan, specifically in regarding the adaptation measures like the greenery and the water elements for the cities, public space.
One point or highlight one thing that could help you in pushing the decarbonization measures.
I mean, what I'm mostly proud of is how we are protecting our woods. Bratislava, very close to the city center, is just 8 stops by trolley bus. Have a small Carpathian, and nearly more than 4,000 hectares are owned by Bratislava, and our citizens are spending a lot of time in these woods, and we're spending a lot of energy into it. And what we are doing is to create the maximum protection for this wood. So we as a city are not cutting trees anymore, or cutting the smallest amount possible. And we're also doing everything possible that these woods are in the good condition, and that's very important. We can plant the new trees, but the main thing, we need to be able to protect the bigger one.
You are right, because it's much easier to keep what we have than to do new things, because it takes time until the trees will grow up.
And we are very lucky that we have beautiful woods just very close to the center of Bratislava.
Okay, and from Warsaw, although we don't have mayor, but the question is related to the city.
Well, yes, I guess it's first of all to preserve what we have, as Mayor Walla mentioned. Yes, we have beautiful parks in the city center. We have forests around the city, and now, I mean, the key element just to keep it, especially just and defend it against the let's say booming real estate sector, which is trying to consume each and every free space, especially if there is some green area in proximity. So that's one thing. And the other is, of course, to not commit the mistakes of the past. As I mentioned, I mean, Warsaw, also historically, Warsaw has never had like a proper urban planning. It has elements of urban planning before the period war. After the war, it was almost entire city was destroyed. So it was built, around the, communist ideas. So we have like, huge alleys, huge streets, for military purposes and not for people to use them. Yes? So now whenever and the city is expanding, so when we have like new areas, then we introduce new urban planning and try to somehow manage the process of also being more diverse in a sense that not everyone has to come to the city center for work, but actually that you can also find some, places around the place you live, like the famous idea of the 15-minute city. Yes, that you don't have to move around, entire city just to find your job, your office, your school, and everything. Yes, so public services are part of it, and again, I mean. We are also heavily investing in public services, in kindergarten, preschools, schools, and here again we have also a lot of financial problems coming from the fact that the government is not spending. I mean, is not delivering the amount of money it should. But basically, I guess when you think of the city as a social network with public services in a green area, I guess this is if we can keep the momentum and go that way, then I would say that the other changes will follow suit, simply because people would expect a different place to live than they used to be. Yes, and people do compare. I mean, a lot of Poles, also especially from Warsaw, they do travel, they do compare, so they see that the city is very much clean. It was not the case 20 years ago. Yeah, that it's green, which is again was not the case. Yes, that it's more user-friendly, that the streets are getting narrow. Yes, that there is less and less car traffic in the city. So it takes time, but I think we're on the good path to succeed eventually.
I think it's really, well, what you mentioned, it's a really holistic view on the quality of life of the inhabitants in the city, all in all together. So in the last moment came another question, and I think it's the last one, which I think even Stelios, you can help us. Are there permanent planning teams on energy and environmental issues in place at the city level? And maybe how C40 can help if the cities are doing things on their level, how C40 can provide support for this type of planning teams, because the sharing the best practices from one city to another city across the region is very important, and that's why we have this panel, because it's not only just to show faces of 3 or 4 mayors, it's to share the experience and best practice. So do you have the planning teams on energy and environmental issues on the city level? And then to Stelios' question, if you are able to provide some kind of support for this team. So please, guys, whoever, well, Zdeněk, you can start.
Sorry, I have some technical problems here. Could someone else start?
Teams on energy and environmental issues on the city level.
I can go. I mean, we don't have the exact name team, as you mentioned, but what we are doing, we are very quickly going to create something like this, because we already have a project team with different professionals from exterior and also from our city hall, where we are dealing with these issues. So I think this is the only possible future how to organize the things in this topic.
Okay, thanks. Warsaw?
Well, actually, my office, the strategy and analysis office, is a horizontal one. Yes, so we directly report to the mayor, and of course, trying to put all those things, different actions and strategies, because we do have a number of strategies. Some of them are voluntary, some of them are obligatory by law, and we also do have some sectoral offices or departments. I mean, the one which is working with C40 is the clean air department, and also energy environmental department. So I guess in such complex organizations and structures, I mean, just for your knowledge, I mean the city hall with all the districts, we have 18 districts in Warsaw and different units. Altogether we hire 9,000 people. Yes. So I mean, it takes time actually to move the structure, but we're trying to, first of all, I mean, what is the most important thing is the political will to change things than to associate with people who do have the know-how, and therefore we very much appreciate the C40 assistance, because it's true what mayors have said, that this access to knowledge, to know-how is very important, especially that, it's, I mean, the city perspective is quite of new. We usually talk about these environmental green issues from the government perspective, and the city perspective is different. So we lack a lot of experts actually, but I guess with the help of our organizations, and also within, like the organizations like we have, like the Free Cities Pack, we can also share and manage the knowledge just to be better prepared for that.
Thanks. Zdeněk, should I repeat the question?
No, it's fine. I have solved the issue. Regarding we have the Institute for Planning and Development of the city, which is focusing on the specific part, which is about urban development. And if this is also in relation to the climate plan, they of course are doing this as usual. But however, to create this, the Prague climate plan, we have founded a climate commission, with 4 separate working groups, which is loosely coupled with the 4 pillars of the climate plan I mentioned. And these commission suggested, or they simply wrote this Prague climate plan. And apart from this, we had also made a new position on the city office, on the city hall, which is called energy manager, which is basically, this man is basically in charge of execution of the climate plan, and also sort of the secretary for the energy, for the climate commission. So this is basically our management model. We've got the commission with the working groups, and we've got the energy manager as the executive hand of this, and of course all the city institutions like the Institute for Planning and Development, but also, for example, the city water management company and others are participating in the whole process.
Okay, thank you, Zdeněk. We are running a little bit out of the time, and I promise this will be last entry from Stelios, how C40 can support this kind of activities in the cities.
Well, thank you. What I would like to say is that all cities, all municipalities across the world have dedicated teams and departments working on climate. The challenge that everyone is facing is how to mainstream action and accountability across all departments. Exactly the situation that Mr. Osica in Warsaw described, with all the agencies and all the departments. And because a whole of government approach is needed in order to pursue climate action. And for this, what C40 is working on, in particular with Oslo, the city of Oslo is leading on this, is the climate budgeting. This is a governance system which in a way embeds climate targets and policies into all decision making of the municipality as part of the city's ordinary budgeting process. So this tool that now many cities have started exploring and adopting helps cities to operationalize the city's climate action plan and ensure success in their climate action plans, and ensure that all departments are involved in this process.
I have to cut you now because I am forced to finish our discussion, because I think time is running. The guys other duties. Mr. Valo already left for other meetings. So at the end of the day, I would like to thank you all, even Mr. Karachony, who has been in troubles from technical reasons, Mr. Valo, who already left, Mr. Zdeněk from Prague, Olaf Osica from Warsaw, and Stelios Diakoulakis from C40. Thank you very much for very, I think, productive, inspiring discussion, and I wish you really a lot of success in implementing all the measures that we need to be implemented. Otherwise, there is no real future for all of us. So thank you once more and wish you a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in the lunch session in the Central European Energy Conference in Bratislava. The main topic of this session is the role of natural gas in the V4 region under Fit for 55 package. From my perspective, we are going to discuss a very important and interesting topic. The natural gas has still played a substantial role in the energy mix of V4 countries. For instance, in Czech Republic and Poland will be the main alternative by replacing coal currently. And Fit for 55 package has been intensively negotiated yet, and the final result could come during the Czech presidency of the European Union next year. And the whole package should bring the important steps towards the decarbonization of industry, of transport, and energy sector. And on the one hand, we can say that it breaks the principle of technological neutrality by favorizing electromobility or electricity instead of other alternatives. There are also criticism towards the plans to extend the ETS system on transport and buildings. On the other hand, decarbonization is also a challenge and a great opportunity, how to modernize energy sector, and maybe actually it could be the solution of the high dependence of the Europe from importing of gas from the third countries. These topics we will discuss together with my guests, which are partially present here and partially online connected. So I will start introduction of gentleman sitting here, Mr. Milan Sedláček, the head of European Union Affairs and Strategy in Ustream.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Connected with us is chairman of the board and CEO of the company FGSZ, Mr. Szabolcs Ferenc. I'm happy that with us is also senior associate European Energy Cooperation at Agora Energiewende, Christian Redl.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks.
And also senior research associate from Regional Center for Energy Policy Research, Mr. Peter Kotek.
Good afternoon.
So, firstly, I would like to give word and start with Mr. Kotek for the opening remarks. Mr. Kotek, you are the co-author of the study, Gas Flows Changes in V4 Due to Newly Commissioned Infrastructure, published early this year. So, what maybe could be the update of your findings in this study?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to share my screen. Hopefully, you can see my slides in full right now. I'm Peter Kotek, Senior Research Associate at the Hungarian think tank REC, and in cooperation with other V4 think tanks, we studied the changing landscape of gas flows in the V4 region early this March in our study. And I bring you an update of these, focusing on the 2020-2021 gas year. My main points are what are the drivers of the gas flows and what are shaping these in our region. First, I would elaborate on the decarbonization agenda of the EU. Then I will tell you about the pipeline agenda of the EU as well as the Russian pipeline diversification strategy to bypass Ukraine. And in the end, I will focus on COVID and COVID recovery effects on the natural gas markets. And in the end, I finish how this affects the V4, more specifically the transmission system operators and the consumers. If we consider the Fit for 55 agenda of the EU, we see that decarbonization is underway and natural gas is part of the solution, but also part of the problem, because it's a greenhouse gas, and in the end, it needs to be phased out and replaced with other more carbon neutral options. On the right-hand side, you can see, for example, one of EU's scenarios, the Mix 55 scenario by 2050. In this, you see that natural gas consumption for the EU 27 will be replaced by hydrogen, e-gas, and biogases, and the current nearly 300 million ton per year natural gas consumption of the EU will drop to 55 or 60 million tons per year natural gas consumption. So this package does not really favor the building of more gas infrastructure. It acknowledges that decarbonized gas is needed, but the role of gas will drastically decrease in the EU energy mix. And hydrogen is one of the preferred options to do this. But the question for the future is whether the current gas networks are fit to transmit hydrogen and how much additional investment is needed to do this. And if you think about this decarbonization agenda, you might ask the question, we have built a number of PCIs, number of projects of common interest in gas infrastructure. In the past 5 or 6 years, it was a golden age of gas infrastructure financing and gas infrastructure commissioning, not only for the V4 region, but for Europe as well. These projects were mainly invested in the Baltic region, NSC, the eastern member states, and the southern member states of the EU. And the V4 priority projects always ranked high on the EU agenda and received substantial support from the common European funds. Nearly 42% of the total investment costs was financed for the gas infrastructure investments, and nearly half of these investment projects were already commissioned in our region. And the main question is that are we building stranded assets with these gas pipelines, or still do we need to do more to increase interconnectivity, market convergence, and security of supply in the region and in the EU? As we see the other list of projects in the 10-year network developments of the transmission system operators for gas, we see that only in the V4 region, nearly 5 billion euros are to be invested in the next 10 years, and 3.8 billion euros are to be invested in until 2025. The projects which connect the region to new sources, be that liquefied natural gas by LNG terminals in Poland, the Baltic pipe connecting Polish consumers to Norwegian offshore fields, or Brua pipeline, which may connect the upcoming offshore Romanian fields, will help diversify sourcing of the region. This is an inevitable step when we see the import dependency of the EU growing to 80% by 2020. And another big change for the region in the altering patterns of Russian flows, where the traditional transit role of the V4 countries seems to have disappeared or is disappearing in the future, with Nord Stream commissioning in the next year. In this slide, I listed the V4 countries' total gas consumption with the blue bar charts on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you see the total exits from the national systems. So basically the use of transit of the national systems. And what you can see at first is that flows are disappearing in case of Hungary and in case of Czech Republic. In case of Hungary, is due to the commissioning of Turk Stream 2 and the Balkan Stream pipeline system, as Serbia and Bosnia are now supplied from the south and not from the north with natural gas, and this ends the transit role of Hungary for its southern neighbors. in case of Czech Republic, we see decreasing flows to the German market. We do not see the same pattern for Poland and Slovakia. We only see that flows disappeared in case of Slovakia to the direction of Ukraine. But for the coming gas years, if Nord Stream 2 is to be commissioned, then the Polish and Slovakian flows are further decreased as we expect. And V4 lost its role not only in this relation, but lost its role as to the physical supply of Ukraine. In 2018-2019 gas years and 2019-2020 gas years, huge volumes were supplied to the Ukrainian markets from the V4 countries, mainly using the Slovakian transmission system. And in the 2020-2021 gas year, we see these flows completely disappear. The introduction of a virtual point and the netting of flows between Ukraine and Hungary might have a similar effect on this change. As for the Yamal pipeline, as I have told you, for Poland, we see no considerable decrease in gas flows for the 2020 and 2021 gas year. But for 2021, October and November, we are in a kind of a perfect storm situation in the European gas markets with soaring natural gas prices. And in this perfect storm, Russia can constrain EU supply by constraining flows on the Yamal pipeline system. And that's what we saw in the last bar chart, that the flows in October have dropped to around a third of their usual volume, which is an effect of Russian manipulation of European gas prices. And this perfect storm I'm talking about is the extreme gas price environment in Europe. You can see 5 markers in this. The blue line is the Asian price, the orange line is the US natural gas price, while the gray one is the European gas price marker. And what you can see in this figure is that the European gas price increase was mainly driven by Asian markets and increased Asian demand due to COVID recovery and switching away from coal to gas. And in this constrained environment, Russian policy and Russian strategy to decrease flows on main supply routes to Europe further fueled the price effect of the Asian markets in Europe. And we see this high price increase, which is, of course, mirrored in the regional exchanges in the Hungarian, Czech, and Austrian exchanges. But not only the price increase, but also a decoupling is seen. On the left-hand side, you see the difference of the regional exchanges to TTF in 2021, September, October. And on the right-hand side, you see the same difference in 1 year before. We see higher volatility, we see higher decoupling from the major European markets in this region. And the main question in the end, that what this causes for the consumers, because in the end the wholesale prices will trickle down to the retail markets as well. In these 4 figures, you see the different regional markets. The orange line shows the national markets price indicator. The gray line shows the retail price for households, and the blue line shows the industry price. And you can see that the end user markets have not yet seen the wholesale price increase. The household sector may be sheltered in some countries if the volumes have already been contracted before the price hike for the coming winter. But in case of the industry sector, they may meet the effects of this price increase and this high price environment much earlier. On the midterm and the long term, I think it's not a bad message and not a bad development because it creates a case for energy efficiency. And in the end, I would like to bring some takeaways and some issues for the discussion to summarize my thoughts. First and foremost, I would say that in the 2020-21 gas year, the high gas prices we see were mainly caused by the global market upheaval and the COVID recovery in Asia and increased demand for decarbonization. But this was further fueled by Russia to constrain its deliveries to Europe, and this further increased the European wholesale price. The V4 markets started to pay a surplus above the European price, above the TTF in October and November, as these flow patterns may have resulted in new congestions on the network. And the already realized infrastructure in the V4, be that the PCI projects, helped to diversify its supply, trade, and increase the convergence in the region. But in the future, the previously proposed pipeline project infrastructure investments should be reassessed again upon the light of these new flow patterns. The fifth PCI list has just come out last Friday, and all the previous projects which were promoted for the region in the fourth list are still part of this PCI list. So the European Commission still seems to support the investments for this region. The historical transit role of the V4 will further deteriorate, we think, as the transit revenues will disappear for TSOs and the transit flows, or these have already disappeared. And in the end, we think this high gas price environment will have switching away from gas and can even speed up decarbonization a bit. And thank you very much for your attention. I think I will conclude here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotek. Your presentation is very complex and raise a lot of questions, which I would like to firstly address to representative of TSOs in our panel. So firstly, I will ask Mr. Ferenc for his presentation. Mr. Ferenc, we don't hear you.
Yeah.
It's
now?
Okay. Now it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. So yes, indeed, thank you very much. And Peter, in this previous presentation, there is many interesting topics for us to discuss. And I think it's indeed very hard to speak about the long-term role of the natural gas, because it's like trading on the ice, I would say, because as we have seen, the volatility of the recent months of the natural gas markets and more broadly in the energy sector have increased. And the shock of the coronavirus pandemic and curtailed demand was first there, but then this was quickly followed by a supply which we simply could not keep up with the demand. And so shortages and supply constraints and increasing inflation are seemingly the so-called new normal. So under these circumstances, it's hard to predict what will come. Once is for sure that in the previous years we were not so safe in terms of security of supply, because one this rupture in one of the major flows immediately would have caused problems, especially if this was combined with climatic events like a cold winter or so on. And this year, NSOC will do, as in all the years, its EU-wide security of supply simulation report, and it's already clearly stated that we don't have a security of supply problem. We have a problem of imbalanced markets and high prices and high volatility. But this region, and especially in this Central European region, would resist even a major disruption in one of the major flows, which is coming into of natural gas coming into this region. So this is why I think even though we feel unsafe and under this volatile exercises, but the security of supply, which we have been working on for many years, has been already progressed in a significant way. And another preface, maybe, to my short presentation is that the picture is not clear regarding the exact way how the European Union wants to move forward the energy transition and how to reach net neutrality by 2050. So it's unclear, for instance, how under the EU taxonomy rules gas projects will be categorized. And it would be in our region very unwise to exclude gas-fired power plants from the list because in our region we can do a lot for decarbonization in switching to gas instead of coal. And it is unclear also, secondly, how the Fit for 55 package will touch us, because basically it's only tangentially concerns natural gas infrastructure operators. And last but not least, we are waiting for December for the publication of the hydrogen and decarbonization package draft, which of course will shape the framework of our sector's future operation. So with this preface, I would say do you see my presentation?
No, unfortunately, not yet.
Share screen. Okay. Now?
Yes, it's okay. It works.
Okay, so I have only a very small presentation where just enumerates that the share of natural gas and coal in the V4 countries in terms of total energy supply. And in many respects, as you can see, our countries share similar concerns and hopes related to the energy transition, with some marked differences where we stand. So, except for Poland, carbon-free nuclear power plays an important role in the energy mix. Hydropower presents a limited amount of the total energy supply, while offshore wind, except Poland again, is of course out of question. And we don't have actually any technology which would balance nuclear and intermittent renewables, only the fossil fuel power stations. So this is, I think, the current status. And if we move forward, So gas, as you could already see, represents an important share in the total energy supply of the V4 region. And here there is room for further uptake. So in contradiction to what we will see in the Western countries. So gas is the least polluting fossil fuel with an extensive transmission infrastructure in the region, even if considering also the ongoing projects. And it's easy to handle with decades of experience of safe utilization in the households. So this makes gas a very good replacement for coal in the process of the energy transition. And if you look at the ENSOC's 10-year network development plans, there we can see the figures projected for 2030 in this draft scenario, where overall in V4 natural gas consumption will stay at the same level or even increase in the V4 region, with a significant leap in Poland's consumption. And after current projects such as Poland-Slovakia pipeline or gas interconnection, Poland-Lithuania finish construction in 2022, the region's countries will be almost completely interconnected. The north-south gas corridor will stretch from Baltic LNG until down to Croatian LNG, bringing new supplies of natural gas to the region. And this means that we have to focus on this coal to gas switch first, although I think the planned coal exit dates for V4 countries are still not yet set in stone. But the overall trend is clearly there. And I think first making this switch from coal to gas may serve as the basis for the second switch from natural gas to hydrogen at a later date, where the bottleneck is really hydrogen production and not hydrogen transmission. And so this switch must be bolstered by fit-for-purpose regulation, which hopefully we will see in the course of this year. So this as a first little thought-provoking presentation from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I come to Mr. Sedlacek. By asking you, I come back a little bit earlier to findings of Mr. Kotek, and he said that historical role of V4 region as a historical transit role will diminish in the next year. Slovakia is a crossroad for the gas transportation throughout Europe. So what do you think about this kind of scenario? Or maybe do you see potential transporting maybe something other like hydrogen instead of natural gas?
Again, good early afternoon to everybody. Thanks for the most complex question which you could ask, by the way, Richard. I will answer this question very quickly. I am prepared to address all the issues which Mr. Kotek had in his very comprehensive presentation, but it will take too much time, so maybe now I will quickly say that he was right in majority of his observations. He said that Slovakia was hit the least hit from everybody, and it's true. Where I wanted to have a polemic with him was the reason for decrease of volumes which flow to Ukraine, which for a certain reason we see strictly a temporary period, and I am prepared to address in details the reasons, historical reasons for that, market behavior of Ukrainian colleagues. But each of these things will take us quite a long time. So for a near future, I do not see a reason for diminishing the transit role. What I see is a changed market patterns, market dynamics. Definitely it's here. But saying that we are facing a quick decrease of transit across the region will be premature at this moment. But of course, I am able to answer in more detail after my presentation, if you are okay with that.
Yes, of course. Please go on.
Thank you. So if I can ask organizers to put on screen my presentation, which I hope will deal, thank you for that, with the role of natural gas. I must say that I will speak not only about the role of natural gas, but also about the role of gas infrastructure. These, although interlinked, are two different things when we speak about future development. The role of gas might be different from the role of gas infrastructure as such. Because of shortage of time, please allow me to skip the introductory slide introducing EUStream as probably the biggest gas transmission system operator in the region. So I will save you from that. I will just shorten it to the simple sentence that although Slovakia is a small country, EUStream is one of the biggest gas transmission system operators in Europe. This is due to its role in transit of Russian gas, but not only east to west direction, but now it's more flexible system. When we speak about the role of gas, I will reiterate what Mr. Kotek has said. You see three pillars of EU policy, which is sometimes they call that affordable energy, but in a nutshell, it was building the liberalized open market in previous years. When it's secure energy, this is where TSOs in the region spend the majority of time, sources, energy after 2009, because everybody remembers how difficult it was during the gas dispute in 2009. So our effort was to secure maximum security of supply in gas. We were very much hit by the crisis, so we promised never allow repeating that again. And then the third pillar was, of course, gas is sustainability, and our narrative until now was very simple. In comparison to coal and other dirty energy carriers, natural gas has a lot of benefits. So we were thinking that this is sufficient narrative. This is no longer true. This narrative is definitely not sufficient. So we need to look in more detail what will be the role of gas infrastructure. Can you please help me with the next slide? What will be the narrative for natural gas in the future? Sometimes we are very much confronted with confrontational, antagonistic media news, which you can see here on the slide, like gas is the new coal, stranded assets, no viable future for natural gas, accelerate transition to the maximum, and etc., etc. I will not repeat these slogans. We are confronted with them. And now please let me comment how we react, and when I see a very rational response to these sometimes rather extreme opinions. Next slide, please, for me. I will now distinguish in that narrative between two things: the new role of gas and the role of gas infrastructure in energy transition. Gas as a commodity, it's more difficult, and we need a crystal ball for that. I will reiterate what Mr. Ferenc has said. Very, very difficult to predict. But what's definitely for sure is that especially for this part of Europe, we think natural gas will be longer than accepted. when anticipated, and the reason is very simple. The one-size-suits-all approach does not work in EU and might be to the detriment of decarbonization effort. We are of the firm opinion that natural gas is a perfect tool which can help us in a socially affordable way fulfill the decarbonization goals. Slovakia V4, everybody, you can see pollution of the air, thousands of premature deaths of pollution. You see people burning dirty coals. You see energy poverty quite often. In this situation, gas, of course, I will comment methane emissions, is a perfect tool which can help us to arrive to decarbonization goal, if properly and cleverly used. Gas infrastructure, this is already outlined by other people, with low carbon gases, with blending of hydrogen, of course I stress green hydrogen. This is a low-hanging fruit, I will say, blending of green hydrogen into natural gas. And then a replacement of natural gas with hydrogen, green hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen, and other renewable gases can be a perfect way how to decrease the enormous costs of transformation. When you see the prices of energy today, you understand how difficult it will be to achieve decarbonization in a socially acceptable way, especially here in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. This is a crucial factor for success of decarbonization. And usage of gas infrastructure is a clever, necessary tool how to achieve that. We are convinced by that. Next slide, please, for me. I will speed up, I am arriving to the last slide, but what I have said is a subject to fulfilling our homework with methane emissions. We fully understand the concern about methane emissions in the gas sector. You see the graph of effort of EU stream in gas transmission during the last 10 years. We have managed to decrease the methane emissions in gas transmission by more than 70%. We have LDAR systems, we have instruments, we have people, we have systems, measurement, technologies, etc. This is for separate lesson today. But if all the players in gas sector will properly address these methane emissions, which is the biggest obstacle for the role of gas, natural gas, in decarbonization, this is fully justified role. I will skip some sort of PR of EU stream, which demonstrates that we have a nice portfolio of green projects, like the commitment to be able to transport 5% of hydrogen in 2 years' time from now, etc. This is commitment that we want to deliver, not just words, but we do and we want to deliver. In a nutshell, it was all about the role of natural gas during that coming period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we will turn the word to the last speaker, last but not the least, Mr. Christian Redl from think tank Agora Energiewende, who maybe see for the natural gas very limited future. So please go on.
Many thanks, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, sorry for not being able to travel to Bratislava today. Also, I'm based in Austria. Since yesterday, we're in a full lockdown again. So I hope next year will, for all of us, bring better prospects. But for now, let me share my screen first. Switch to full screen. I hope that's working.
Yes,
at least on my screen it is. Thank you. So what I like to, well, I think all speakers so far and I would certainly agree on several items and possibly and quite sure on several other items we have some disagreement, but we can discuss that more than after the presentations. I would like to pick up some I think keywords which have been said in all three presentations. I think this combination of it's at least the midterm outlook for price developments with respect to natural gas, but also the recent, let's say, policy acceleration with a view that the EU has committed itself to become climate neutral by 2050 has indeed very much changed the role, for sure, I think, for natural gas. And then an open question is, what about low carbon gases and hydrogen, biomethane and biogases? From a natural gas perspective, Peter Kotek has shown these numbers also. For reaching net zero, there will be a limited role in the long run for the direct use of natural gas in the EU. So there might be indeed in the coming years an increasing role for the use in the power sector with a view to the coal exit, but also after 2030, already around 2030, we are seeing that natural gas demand has to decrease. And then in the power sector, this will be then gas plants will have the role for security of supply, and less so maybe from a generation perspective. So this shrinking role then brings about key issues and challenges. All have been touched upon. What are the priority uses where we can still use natural gas? What is the option to replace natural gas by decarbonized gases and hydrogen? And what are cost-efficient alternatives to the use of, let's say, green molecules? So the green molecules versus green electrons discussion. And what does it mean for infrastructure implications? When we look at key scenarios which depict the route to net zero, we see, I think, some consensus in this mix of electrons and direct use of renewables versus hydrogen and derivatives. So typically up to a quarter of the final energy demand in this net zero demand scenarios, be it from the International Energy Agency, be it from the European Commission's Joint Research Center and others, for the green electrons up to a quarter, and then around 80% direct use of renewables and renewable electricity. This has energetic efficiency considerations, but also cost considerations. And as such, of course, this 25% we need to use sensibly. There are certain, I would call it, no regret use cases for hydrogen and low carbon gases, specifically in industry, not also throughout the entire industry, but specifically, for example, in the steel sector as a reaction agent, but also as an important feedstock source for the chemical industry and the generation and production of ammonia. For transport, there will be a likely or very likely role in aviation, biofuels, but also for shipping, mainly ammonia. Will help to decarbonize the shipping sector. For the power sector, we see an important role to back up the variable renewables, mainly wind and solar PV. And that links actually to the building sector because there the more pronounced use of district heating will be important. So also to decarbonize CHP plants, which currently run on natural gas with hydrogen. Will be important. Then there are many, let's say, controversial use cases. The open question is still higher temperature, heat in the industry sector. Is it needed for heavy heavy road transport, so trucks? There's very much dynamics on the electromobility side here also for decarbonizing truck traffic, so that's an open question. And there are certainly some use cases where it's not sensible because it's just too precious to use the molecules where you can use green electricity, so provision of low temperature heat, but also the direct use in buildings would actually increase the cost of the transition. That's, I think, a very important point indeed. We need to be aware, or we need to really plan this transition to have a lowest possible energy system costs. Now, this has implications then specifically for the distribution grid. We don't see much role for blending from the industrial side, specifically the chemical industry. They need pure molecules, so either methane or hydrogen, but blending is very tricky for various chemical processes. Decarbonizing buildings, I mentioned, CHP will have a very important role, but then not a direct use. So that means there will be much lower transport or distribution demand in the distribution grids, and then the infrastructure for the low carbon gases will mainly materialize around industrial clusters on the transmission level throughout Europe. What does it mean for policy making? I would just highlight two key elements, and we can then discuss many others in the discussion afterwards. But first of all, we have to consider the long lifetimes of these technologies in all sectors. When we now discuss reinvestments and the 2050 target to achieve carbon neutrality, then for some technologies just not possible to invest in fossil technologies anymore. That means we need regulation, standards that steer the remaining fossil fuels into the limited use cases. But we also, and that was also mentioned, we need or rethink infrastructure planning to plan it more holistically. The N2 and N2G scenarios for the T1DP were mentioned, where indeed I think this is an important step that we have a more integrated planning of the electricity and gas grids, but then also with the scenarios that are in line with the EU's net zero. But it's not only, let's say, gas, natural gas and electricity, but we have to think about the hydrogen infrastructure. We have to think about the heat planning. There are close interlinkages, and then also at some point about the CO2 infrastructure, because also CCS will be used in some applications in industry, but also to compensate for emissions in the agriculture sector. So I think a very intense challenge for policy making. I'm pretty sure this will keep all of us very busy over the coming years. And for now, I'm of course looking forward to the discussion and see whether we see some indeed or agree on some no regret next steps for policy making on this important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edel. Maybe I will ask you the first question. Mr. Kotek, in his presentation, said that current high prices of gas, maybe will be the factor of switching away from gas in the coming period. What do you think about this?
I agree with this argument. Actually, the scenarios I presented, the role of molecules versus electrons in the energy system towards net zero, they were all done before the gas price crisis emerged. So this would even reinforce, I think, this argument and this result. I mean, of course, the price increase will not be permanent, but at least it will have a midterm effect. So I think this would certainly strengthen these analytical conclusions of those studies and such. I fully agree there with Peter.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can follow with a question from Slido. I will ask maybe Mr. Kotek, do you think that expiration of the Russian-Ukrainian contract will increase the risk of security of supply more than starting Nord Stream 2? The expiration will come in 2024.
Thank you very much for the question. I think, as Mr. Ferenc has already told, there is no security of supply issue in the V4 region. And I don't think there is a strong security of supply issues in the EU 27 either. We have strengthened the natural gas infrastructure in the past years since the last Russian-Ukrainian gas crisis. And the expiration of this contract might rearrange the flows on the network, but this will not cause security of supply issue for sure. It may cause market issues. It may cause decoupling of markets if it creates congestion on existing networks and makes it more difficult for other traders to access interconnection capacity. But I think there is no security of supply issue related to the expiry of any contract in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question maybe would be interesting for the TSO representatives, for Mr. Ferenc and Mr. Sedlacek. Do the changing direction of the gas flow from east to west to reverse flow to Ukraine significantly change their role as a transit countries? Mr. Ferenc, what do you think?
Well, that has already changed a little bit our position, basically due to the fact that Turkish Stream 2 has been commissioned and the southern countries got their gas from the south. We could immediately see that our transit role has been diminished abruptly, and the same case is for virtual reverse flows towards Ukraine, which stopped or diminished essentially after 1st of October, when the Hungarian route, or the Hungarian section of this Balkan stream was opened. So yes, our transit role is on short term diminished. However, as you can see, let's say if the Balkan stream has also higher capacity, which has been booked by market players and are not utilized now. So we are more or less sure that sooner or later the full capacity of these new pipelines will be utilized, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense to build such a high cost infrastructure for not utilizing it. And once this will be the case, there will be plenty of room for further exporting this gas or transiting this gas towards the other countries of the region. And I'm sure that until end of next year, this will happen. At the same time, the opening of the North-South corridor, as I already pointed out, in next year from the North Sea until Kirk will also make some flows happen which are currently not the case. And at the same time, sooner or later, I think Azerbaijani gas coming from on TAP or TANAP will also find its way to Central Europe and will not deliver the gases only to Southern Europe. So sooner or later, I think the transit roles of our countries will increase, especially because, as I already told, despite all the narratives which are counting back from 2050, what needs to happen in the next years. But despite these facts, until 2030, there is a clear uptake of the gas flows in this region. If I'm counting only the Polish consumption increase or the Romanian offshore gas is coming online maybe mid of the century, mid of this decade. So these will all increase the flows in our region.
And do you think that this could increase the security of supply and maybe to have a less dependence from Russian gas? This project?
Well, as we told, we don't have a security of supply problem, we have a liquidity problem sometimes when supply and demand are imbalanced, and all these new routes will help to decrease this second problem, and will increase liquidity of the markets.
Thank you very much. Milan, please.
My question is whether we have 2-3 hours time to answer that question. No, it was a joke. Very openly, changing direction of gas flows is a reality because, as already somebody has said, uncertainty is the only certainty there is. This is a classical sentence. And EUStream as a company was already confronted very much with changing transit flows. Just to document it, I already feel that I'm the oldest guy in EUStream since I started to work in the company in '94. And that time we had 7 transit contracts exclusively with big players coming from east to west, full stop. Now I am representing the company which is transporting the flows from east to west, from west to east, from Slovakia to Hungary and vice versa. We will have the Polish interconnection, and it works. And we don't have 7 customers, but we have hundreds and hundreds of them concluding the contracts via electronic systems. This is what we managed to do in the last 15 years to completely rebuild the commercial things as well as physically the system, which means huge investments. But we managed to rebuild the company from a rigid transit Russian gas company to a modern, flexible crossroads. So this is something for us that's not new. We are facing that. And for us, it's both threat as well as opportunity, as everything in the business. And we need to be flexible to react to this uncertainty. So this is where we are. I cannot say more about that.
Thank you very much. Next question could be addressed to Mr. Kotek and Mr. Redl maybe. What do you say about the transformation of natural gas transportation into synthetic gas transformation as a priority gas trading in Europe? Maybe Mr. Kotek, you can start.
Thank you. Well, I think Christian had a really good slide on this about the future of hydrogen markets and other gas markets, that if we are to switch to renewable gases, then we need considerable investment on the existing natural gas network to allow for hydrogen flows on the one side. This would mean the building up of so-called hydrogen valleys, and this would mean the building up of a new infrastructure, maybe parallel with the gas infrastructure, maybe on the basis of the existing gas infrastructure, retrofitting pipelines. But what is true is that it will not be the current well interconnected gas market that we see. It may be much more a pattern of smaller regions, much more interconnected smaller regions where consumption and the demand of hydrogen is much more concentrated. As for synthetic gases, I think there is, but the TSO representatives are much more experienced on that. I think there is less need of investment for gas transmission pipelines to allow these flows to be injected to the network. But it comes down to the question of economics then, because whenever you create synthetic gas, you have too many steps of energy conversion, and it will be really costly for the consumers to use this energy resource. And here, maybe it will compete with electrification and other solutions for energy demand. So I don't have a definitive answer for that. I can only raise more questions and more issues for that, unfortunately. But maybe Christian can help me out here.
Yes, please, Christian.
Thank you. Basically, I just can say that I fully agree with what Peter has said. I think there are three, let's say, keywords: retrofitting, repurposing, but also for selected items and specifically the distribution grid, we also need to think about lowering the grid and dismantling it actually.
Thank you very much. And at the end, I would like to raise a question for all of panelists because the main topic of this panel is the role of natural gas in V4 under Fit for 55 package. And about the Fit for 55 package, we just discussed only a little bit. So my question for all of you is, what do you think about which are the main maybe challenges or maybe positives and the risks for gas industry concerning the Fit for 55 package? So maybe we can start with Mr. Kotek.
So for gas industry, if we consider TSOs as the gas industry in this sense, the main risk in the short term may be financing, as you have seen that natural gas is not seen as a clean option, and the financing options in the past we have seen may decrease. But as an opposing point to that, we saw the fifth PCI list, and in this list, I think most of the projects which were financed in the fourth PCI list for gas were present. So we see a bit of mixed communication in the EU, maybe for the V4 region and for this eastern region. Financing of gas projects in the coming years is still an issue. So that's my point here.
Thank you. Mr. Ferenc?
Yes, so directly, I think the Fit for 55 does not have a strong effect on transmission system operators, but rather on the industry as a whole, because if demand will fall due to the energy efficiency measures targeted in this project, then clearly the overall demand will decrease, and this will affect our pipelines as well. But I don't see a direct connection to transmission system operators. For us, the December package of the EU, which will come online, and this will be debated in the next years, is made much more important about the gas and hydrogen networks and how the future of this decarbonized system will look like. So the Fit for 55 is rather trying to reduce the demand for fossil fuels.
Mr. Redl, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think an important challenge will be getting to this integrated planning procedures, which will affect DSOs, TSOs, but also then the cross-sectoral collaboration, so to speak, and integration of the electricity, gas, and heating sectors. I think actually that also then applies, of course, to the other players in electricity, heating, etc. So revising planning methodologies and processes, I think that will be a challenge. I think it is seen, it is slowly tackled, but it will remain an aspect. I think an important point was mentioned, methane leakage. So there needs to be efforts both in the upstream and in the downstream. They mentioned this not only relates to gas, of course, but also to coal and hard coal mining, specifically in Europe, and broader than that. Of course, beyond the sector, we need to ensure this just transition that will affect companies because some business cases, they will get lower. The sale of fossil fuels will lower. This has then also implications for tariff design, recovering costs, etc. But that's again a broader policy perspective. So maybe I stop here before I I mention all the headlines of the Fit for 55 package.
Thank you very much. And Milan Sedlacek will conclude this round.
Challenges are everywhere along the way, of course. Basically, I see the challenges in technical area, which are huge, everything related to conversion to hydrogen. I see financing challenges, what Mr. Kotek has already said. I see legal and organizational challenges. It is about the regulation, etc. So it's many of them. But basically, my preference will be reducing the uncertainty. I already mentioned the word uncertainty today. And for that, we will be very happy to see as quickly as possible a stable, legal, regulatory framework for the transformation phase, hydrogen package, or something which will stabilize and make the situation more predictable.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We are at the end. Thank you also, all of you, for attention during the lunchtime, which is sometimes not very easy. And once more, I thank you, Mr. Ferenc, Mr. Redl, Mr. Kotek, and Mr. Sedlacek. And thank you also from me, and I wish you also some other interesting discussion during the conference.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ingrid Brockova. I'm the State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic. And it is really my pleasure to invite you today at this panel discussion. First of all, I would like to welcome participants here who are present here with us, and also all participants who are connected online with us. And I'm very delighted to present to chair the panel, which is dedicated to the presentation of the World Energy Outlook. This is the every year updated Bible on energy sector by the International Energy Agency, which is part of the OECD. And this is the World Energy Outlook is the flagship publication of the International Energy Agency, and IEA presents this Bible every year since 1998, and it is really the rich source of evidence, analysis, and also the projections on the energy sector. IEA, just the information to all of you, is the leading international agency energy organization which helps governments to better formulate their policies based on evidence, data, and projections. This year is a special year because it's after the COP26 conference. I would like to say that this conference is really considered to be the conference of the year, and this year the World Energy Outlook has been designed to assist decision makers at the COP26 and beyond by describing the key decision points that can move energy sector on safer ground. And also this year, the World Energy Outlook provides an overview how far countries have come in their clean energy transitions and how far they still have to go. And for your information, the International Energy Agency will organize the press conference on 24th of November, which is going to be the press conference to evaluate the outcomes and deliverables, if you wish, of the COP26 conference, and really that will be the opportunity to speak that what needs to be done in the future. To fight global warming and rising temperature and natural catastrophes, we have to cut emissions CO2 as well as methane and other potent pollutants. The energy sector plays a crucial role in this effort because, according to International Energy Agency, this sector is responsible for almost 3/4 of the emissions. And the last year was the second largest increase of the CO2 emissions in history. So that's really alarming figure. So despite the fact that many governments made pledges and commitments to reach carbon neutrality until 2050, the World Energy Outlook points out that the current progress in clean energy is still too slow for global emissions to fall steadily to zero. All governments have to do more together with the private sector, with NGOs, with the, everybody needs to be on board, and we have to shift really from commitments to concrete actions. So it is really my pleasure to invite Ms. Tim Gold, the Chief Energy Economist of the International Energy Agency, to present the main findings of this publication. He is connected with us from Paris. And also we have here with us Matúš Mišík, who is the research fellow from the Slovak Foreign Policy, SFPA, Foreign Policy Association. Before I will give the floor to Tim Gould, I would like to say that he was appointed the agency's chief energy economist in 2021. As chief energy economist, he provides strategic advice on energy economics across the wide range of IEA activities and analyses. He is also head of division for energy supply and investment outlooks, in which capacity he co-leads the World Energy Outlook, this flagship publication of this organization, and oversees the agency's work on investment and finance, including the World Energy Investment Report. Before I will give the floor to you, Tim, I would like to ask you, all participants, if you would like to pose the questions. We have the Slido, so feel free, and we will follow then on Slido on various questions you will pose. So without any further ado, Tim, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed, State Secretary. It's a pleasure to be with you virtually in Bratislava. I had the pleasure to join you in person for this conference not so long ago, and I hope to be able to do the same again in the future. But indeed, you've provided a really outstanding introduction to the themes in this year's World Energy Outlook. There's still a little bit more for me to say, so please bear with me for this presentation. And of course, I look very much forward to hearing the commentary from the stage, but also the questions from the floor. I'd like to begin with an element of context here. Clearly, what we're all aware of, that we haven't just had a focus on climate in the run-up to Glasgow, we've also had a very sharp run-up in prices, particularly in Europe, particularly in natural gas markets. And I'm sure we will come back to this in our conversations as to the underlying reasons for these price rises and what the immediate future might hold. Just to say, from our perspective, there are many explanations for the run-up in prices, particularly this very sharp rebound we've had in the first half of 2021 in economic activity after the slump of last year. We do not, at the IEA, see that climate policies per se or energy transitions have been a large factor in explaining the run-up in prices. In fact, we think that a more rapid deployment of some clean energy technologies could have taken some of the pressure off markets in Europe and elsewhere. But one of the things behind the run-up in prices has been some weather-related factors. If you look internationally, there was a drought in Brazil earlier in the year, which meant that Brazil was taking a lot more LNG cargoes off the international market than it would normally do. That was a factor also in pushing up, in tightening natural gas markets. And I think we're all aware that in Europe, we have seen episodes where the output of wind power has been lower than average. An important element of context here is that we are seeing the emergence of a new global energy economy. New technologies are coming through, new sources of energy-related employment, and I think that's the prize, or that's the task that we need to have in mind. I note in particular in parts of Central Europe, the battery investments are also flourishing. And there are major opportunities for growth and employment as we change the energy sector. But in many parts of the world, the shadow of the pandemic still looms large, particularly in developing economies, which have the continued public health crisis, but also large issues of increased indebtedness, strains on fiscal balances, which is affecting the ability to put money into clean energy transitions as well. So, in a way, this has been exacerbated by COP26 in Glasgow, because COP26 is all about commitments, it's all about pledges. And so you have seen an increase in ambition. But that increase in ambition is not matched by what we see when we look at near-term trends in energy markets. And as was just mentioned by the State Secretary, we have this dissonance where, on the one hand, we have all of the pledges that have been made, but on the other hand, 2021 is set to see a very large increase in global energy-related CO2 emissions. So the energy and emissions data does not match the rhetoric. And as was also mentioned, our intention with this World Energy Outlook was to really give a stock take of global energy transitions. How far have we come? How far do we still have to go? What do these announced pledges, what do they amount to in terms of the outlook for emissions and for energy markets? And in doing that assessment, we use extensively the new IEA roadmap for net zero emissions by 2050 that we published earlier this year. We also have to be very aware, particularly today, of the importance of affordability, the importance of energy security as we make those changes in the energy sector. And so those are big themes also of our new World Energy Outlook, and there are themes that I will come back to in the course of this presentation. But in order for us to orient ourselves in this changing energy landscape, let's start with a sense of where we were a few years ago, prior to the conclusion of the Paris Agreement. So at the time, our expectation was of a steady increase in global energy-related CO2 emissions over time in our sort of baseline outlook for energy markets. And that was associated, of course, with rising consumption of a range of fossil fuels. And let's be very clear, that kind of trajectory would have led to catastrophic impacts from climate change. Over the last 5 years, things have changed. Technology costs have come down, as we all know. Policies have changed as well. And so our base outlook for energy markets today and for emissions is that if we look at today's policy settings, we do see a stabilization in global energy-related CO2 emissions. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, a stabilization in emissions at a high level is not the same as a stabilization in global temperatures. So this stated policy scenario, if we think through the implications for temperatures, by the end of this century, we would be at around 2.6 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for global average temperatures. And we would still be rising because we have not yet reached net zero emissions in this scenario. So today's policy settings are not in any sense an adequate answer to the challenge of climate change. But the Paris Agreement, as we're all aware, it encourages countries to up their ambition over time. And what we saw in the run-up to the Glasgow COP was a series of updated nationally determined contributions for 2030 in the most part, but also some longer-term net zero pledges being made in Europe, being made in North America, being made by many countries around the world, largely for 2050, but slightly later in the case of China and a few others. And if you think through the implications of what would it mean for emissions if all of those pledges were met in full, then we get to a situation like the one you're looking at on the screen. So the announced pledges, they do make a difference. They don't make enough of a difference yet. But let's just pause for a second to understand that this would be quite a new phenomenon for international energy markets and for emissions. If we look back in economic history, emissions have risen every decade since the start of the Industrial Revolution. But now we're looking at a situation, if all of those announced pledges are implemented, I understand that's a big if, but if we give governments the benefit of the doubt, then we would have a situation over the coming decades where global economy continues to grow. Global energy demand would in fact sort of flatten out in that announced pledges scenario after 2030. But we would have a reduction in global energy-related CO2 emissions. So we haven't seen anything like that before in world economic history. And this assessment that you're looking at on the screen was done in early October, just before we published the World Energy Outlook on October the 13th. But I think we're all aware that there were some additional pledges that were made at COP itself. And so we updated this analysis to account for those new pledges. And the most significant of them by some distance was the announcement by India that they are targeting a carbon neutrality or zero emissions by 2070. And if we think through the temperature outcomes associated with these announced pledges, then when we did that assessment at the beginning of October, we were looking at a projected temperature increase at the end of this century of around 2.1 degrees Celsius. But with the updated announced pledges, that comes down to around 1.8 degrees Celsius. Now, we're all aware there's a big set of conditions attached to those numbers. It means that all of the governments around the world need to follow through on what they have announced. But I still think this is a very significant moment. It's the first time that if you add up all of the pledges made by governments around the world, that they imply a future in which we keep the rise in global average temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius. And we have to also be aware that these announced pledges are starting to have quite significant implications also for energy markets. So with today's policy settings, as in this sort of stated policy scenario, the future over the next 10 years looks quite like the past. So continued growth in oil demand, likewise for natural gas, continued rapid deployment of solar PV and wind. But if we factor in those announced pledges, we start to see some quite interesting changes. So already by 2025, a flattening in the outlook for global oil demand and then a decline. A key reason for that would be more rapid deployment of electric vehicles, electric mobility around the world. Similar outlook for natural gas trajectory at global level, at least. I mean, there are big regional variations there. And that's largely to do with changes also in the electricity sector, where gas moves more towards a balancing role rather than a baseload or mid-merit role in many countries. And we would see an even more rapid transition, expansion of key renewable technologies. Announced pledges also change the picture for coal. Let's just remind ourselves of where coal stands in the global energy mix today. It's the major source of global CO2 emissions, by far the most carbon-intensive fuel. So there's roughly 35 gigatons, 35 billion tons of emissions from the energy sector. Of that 35, around 15 gigatons are from coal, and coal-fired power is around 10 gigatons. And so the first task in tackling those coal emissions is stopping construction of new coal-fired plants. As you can see, the new capacity additions of coal have actually been rising quite rapidly over recent decades. But that is set to change in our view. And one of the reasons they change is because low carbon, low cost renewables are that much more competitive. But it also has to do with the fact that the finance for new coal-fired plants is really drying up. And that was emphasized even more by the announcement from President Xi Jinping that China would no longer finance the construction of new coal-fired plants abroad. That, in our view, we did an analysis of which countries have traditionally relied on Chinese support for their construction of coal plants, either financial support or from EPC contractors. And we found that if China is no longer supporting those projects abroad, then that could remove around 190 gigawatts of coal-fired capacity from that announced pledges scenario. 190 gigawatts of new plants that are not built, that's very significant. If you think through the implications for emissions and you look at what would be a standard generation profile for those plants, and that reduces cumulative emissions to 2050 by around 20 gigatons. And to give a sense of scale, that's comparable to the emissions reductions that are generated by the EU reaching net zero emissions by 2050. So that is extremely significant indeed. But there's two aspects to this. One is you need to stop new coal plants being built. But the other is you need to also tackle emissions from existing coal-fired plants. And there are around 9,000 coal-fired plants in operation around the world, located in nearly 100 countries. And if one of the reasons why we don't get close to net zero in that announced pledges scenario is because of the continued operation of many of those coal-fired plants. And so there's still a big gap between announced pledges and what would be needed to get towards net zero by 2050. So what we did in the new World Energy Outlook is we looked at what measures could close that remaining gap and bring us closer to that 1.5 degree stabilization in global temperatures. And what we found was that there are many cost-effective ways of closing that gap. There are many cost-effective opportunities to accelerate deployment of renewables in many countries, primarily wind and solar PV, but not exclusively, to finance the construction of new low emissions generation, to proceed more rapidly with the build out of new electricity networks and infrastructure. There are also very cost-effective opportunities to push energy efficiency even more rapidly, likewise for electrification of end users. And if we look beyond CO2 emissions, there are very, very cost-effective ways, in our view, to bring down methane emissions from fossil fuel operations. And we have been watching very, very closely the initiative by the European Union and the United States towards a global methane pledge, which was agreed in Glasgow. So if we look at that gap in 2030 between announced pledges and a net zero by 2050 scenario, almost half of those emissions reductions, in our view, are very cost effective. They result in overall savings to the system. And that's why, in our view, there's still room for companies and countries, to up their game, to make their own commitments more ambitious. I'd like to look now at those sorts of changes that I've been talking about, but look at it from a slightly different perspective, to view those changes in the energy system from the perspective of the implications on international trade. And the picture prior to the pandemic is the one you can see on the screen now. The value of international energy-related trade dominated by oil. It's the most valuable commodity of them all. However, you may notice down in the bottom right-hand corner there a new element in our estimates of the value of international trade, and that's relation to critical minerals. Now, as we move through energy transitions, these critical minerals become even more important. For the moment, that's dominated by copper, the copper that goes into electrical wiring, transmission lines, into all manner of electrical equipment. But there are some very, very important other elements there: lithium, cobalt, nickel, rare earth elements, all of which are very, very important for batteries and for various other clean technologies. I wanted to highlight what happens if all of those announced pledges are met. Then oil remains an important part of the picture in 2050. But then the nature of that oil trade changes quite considerably from today, particularly as consumption and imports fall dramatically into Europe and indeed into China in that scenario. So you have this sort of concentration of trade between some major resource holders, primarily in the Middle East, and other developing economies in Asia. And that implies quite a different set of political relationships around oil than we have at the moment. But there are also some new kids on the block. You start to see low carbon hydrogen and hydrogen-rich fuels coming into the picture. Most countries have the potential to manufacture hydrogen domestically, but there are significant variations, in our view, in those production costs, and that creates incentives for trade. And in this scenario, we start to see the emergence of a trade in hydrogen-rich fuels, largely drawn towards Northeast Asia, so Japan in particular, and coming from Australia, coming from parts of the Middle East, parts of Latin America. But in a net zero world, then the situation is quite different again. You know, in that kind of scenario, not only is the reliance on international trade smaller, but that trade is dominated by critical minerals and by hydrogen. So that upturns completely the dynamics of today's trading patterns. So I guess the message from this slide is, you know, watch out for those changes in energy trade. But also, I think we need to have in mind that even as we move away in rapid transitions, even as we move away from oil, we still have to watch carefully for trade patterns, producer policies, geopolitical considerations, even as we move into a more renewable-rich energy system. Also wanted to say a few words about investment, because in our view, there is a significant issue which could pose more than questions, could pose significant risks for energy markets in the years ahead. We have a mismatch in investment today with what we will need in the future. And in the case of oil and gas, upstream investment is now roughly half of where it was in 2014, while of course oil and gas demand has not changed to anything like the same extent. Now the industry is much more efficient than it was in 2014. It's much leaner. It's capable of doing more with less. But a striking finding from our perspective is that today's upstream investment is, broadly speaking, the amount that would be required over the next 10 years in that net zero emissions by 2050 scenario. And let's remind ourselves, in that scenario, oil and gas demand falls sufficiently rapidly that we don't need any new fields approved for development. So you might conclude that at today's levels of spending, oil and gas upstream is kind of geared towards a world of stagnant or even declining demand for these fuels. And when we look out of the window, that's not the world that we observe. We observe continuing rises in consumption. And on the other side of the ledger, investment in clean energy and clean energy infrastructure has been much more resilient in recent years. It's now around $1 trillion each year. But that is very far short of the amounts that we should be spending if we are to get on that 1.5 degree trajectory. So that is what you're looking at on the screen. If it persists, that will spell trouble for energy markets in the future. And the way out of this, in our view, is clear. We need to be spending much more on energy transitions. We need to double down on many of the changes that are required, particularly in developing economies around the world where the shortfall is greatest. And we need investment across a wide range of technologies. This is not just about renewables. But again, while this mismatch persists, there will remain a risk of further sharp price swings and volatility in the future. I wanted to think through what the potential implications of that price volatility might be for consumers around the world. So what would a future spike in oil and gas prices mean for consumers in different scenarios? So our starting point today, average household spends around half of its energy bills each year on oil products, mainly, of course, petrol for cars. Around 1/3 is to pay for electricity bills, and the remainder is largely for heating, and naturally enough, in particularly in northern latitudes, a lot of that heating, or that heating is a higher share, and a lot of it comes from natural gas. So in a stated policy scenario, so in a kind of gradual transition, average household bills rise to 2030. The composition of those bills don't change dramatically, and in that scenario, oil and gas prices are slightly higher than they've been in recent years. By contrast, in a rapid energy transition, average household energy bills fall by nearly 10%. Why is that? It's because households have invested in more efficient appliances, the buildings are more energy efficient, mobility is more electrified, and in some cases, heating is more electrified as well. And because demand is lower, average oil and gas prices are also lower. And what we wanted to do with this analysis was to see what happens if we kind of shock those systems in 2030 with a spike in oil and gas prices. So it is around 30% less costly to households in the case of rapid transitions compared with a more gradual approach. We need to, though, have in mind the benefits in a net zero scenario. They don't come for free. There's a significant amount of additional investment that's required in the meantime in new low emissions equipment, in more efficient buildings, in efficiency retrofits and so on. And these solutions are typically cost effective, but many households, particularly poorer ones or more vulnerable segments of the population, many of those households will require help from governments to manage the upfront costs. So in this final slide, I wanted to come back to a theme I mentioned at the start of this presentation, and that's the emergence of a new global energy economy. So this energy economy has certain characteristics. It's more electrified, it's more efficient in some ways, it's more interconnected, it's more digital, and it's certainly cleaner than the one we have at the moment. And it brings major opportunities for growth and employment. And what we wanted to illustrate here is that if the world gets on track for net zero emissions by 2050, then the market opportunity for manufacturers of clean energy equipment, and we have here fuel cells, electrolyzers, battery packs, wind turbines, solar PV, and so on, then the market opportunity for manufacturers of those bits of equipment rises to well above $1 trillion annually. And that's broadly equivalent to the size of today's oil market. So there's clearly, in those rapid transitions, there's a massive opportunity for companies that are well positioned along a growing set of global supply chains. And it's not just about renewable equipment. I mean, there's other opportunities too. Even in a more electrified system, there are major opportunities for fuel suppliers. So companies producing and delivering low carbon gases in 2050 are handling the equivalent of almost half of today's global natural gas market. And with that, I would leave you with some conclusions on the screen. In our view, it is inaccurate to lay responsibility for today's market turbulence at the door of climate policies. And I have argued in this presentation that well-managed energy transitions are the solution to the sorts of volatility that we are seeing in markets today. There are opportunities for many countries around the world to step up their climate ambitions further. And many of the policies that are required are proven, they're tried and tested, and there's much more that can be done to close the gap with a 1.5 degree future. There is this mismatch in terms of investment. And I think we need to be very aware of that when we think about risks to energy security and the prospects of energy transitions going forward. Let's keep in mind the potential size of the prize. There is this new global energy economy that's emerging, and there's a major prize there available for countries and companies that are ready to make that leap into a low emissions future. And I think we will, as the State Secretary said at the start, the IEA will be making its views clear on the outcomes of COP at a press conference which our Executive Director is holding on Wednesday. But I think we need to have in mind that it's many different elements go together into successful energy transitions, whether that's communities, municipalities, companies, but no one has the same capacity as governments to drive the required change. And now we have signals from Glasgow. We need to see that wave of investment in a more resilient and cleaner energy future. And with that, I will leave it. Many thanks for your attention, and I look forward, of course, to your reactions and questions.
Really insightful presentation, and floor goes now to Matusz Misik for some comments before we start. I very much hope to collect questions from you, dear participants. Please, I would like to encourage you to post some questions by Slido. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to comment on this almost 400-page long report, which is at the same time very difficult task. So I will try to offer my 2 cents when it comes to the Central and Eastern European perspective, let's put it this way, on the report and on the main points of it. I really like the fact that the report is really honest about the current pledges in the emission area. So it clearly says that there needs to be much more done than currently the governments are doing and currently governments are pledging for. And other thing is very interesting that the report talks about net zero emissions and not about climate neutrality like EU documents and even member states documents usually do. So this is much more ambitious goal. So I really like the fact that the International Energy Agency is very ambitious in this regard, because the traditional view of international institutions and international arena is much more oil and fossil fuel focused. So this focus on renewables and on very strict decarbonization is really important for the future and for the success of the decarbonization. I would like to make 5 points. One of the main results of the report is that energy efficiency is one of the tools to close the gap between what we have now, what are the pledges now, and the 1.5 degrees trajectory. And I think there is a lot to do in this area, or a lot to achieve in this area in Central and Eastern Europe, because there are several obstacles, or historical reasons why energy efficiency is very low, which gives us also an opportunity to increase it quite rapidly. And also the recovery plans have, at least the Slovak one, but many more have these plans and objectives to increase energy efficiency, for example, in households. And why I think this is very important is because this is investment. It is not just consumption. So the money is not going to be consumed and then they're gone, but they're going to be invested into improved insulation, improved roofs, improved installations, everything. So this will help us to keep the energy consumption down for a very long period. And I think this is very important point. And also from the perspective, and I will come to this point a little bit later, that energy security is very important still for the region of Central and Eastern Europe. And this is said by many people, and I don't want to say who said this first time, but there is this saying that the cheapest energy and the safest energy is the one that we don't consume. And I think energy efficiency improves this a lot. Second, there was a lot of talk about innovation in the report, and in general in energy sector, there is a lot of talk about innovation in general. And I think this is opportunity for the Central and Eastern Europe. There is a lot of talk about how the innovation are not, or innovation opportunities are not so visible, or innovations are not so visible in Central and Eastern Europe, how we are lacking innovation. And if you would focus on innovation, research, and development in an area of energy, this can be an area that will bring us fruit later on. But as is what shown in one of the slides, there will be a lot of fruit in the area of new renewable technologies and new tools in the future. So maybe it will be I think it will be a very good idea to focus on this area of innovations for the future, which I can bridge to other point, which is coal phase out in the region of Visegrad Group countries and general in CE countries. Even in Slovakia, which has very small mining coal industry, it's quite painful process. So for countries like the Czech Republic or Poland, it's going to be very painful process. So there's going to be a lot of social consequences, and maybe how to overcome these problems connected to phase out can be also linked to innovations. Also, I understand that this is very, very difficult task to connect these two things together. But again, we have just transition mechanisms that can help us to overcome the social and other hurdles connected to coal phase out. My next to last point is that there seems to be a rebirth of energy security in the traditional sense within the Central and Eastern Europe. When it comes to the report talks about energy security and the geopolitics of energy security from the perspective of minerals that are needed for renewables, that are needed for energy infrastructure. But I think that in Central and Eastern Europe, what is happening recently about the increase of price, there is a lot of talk about the geopolitical dimension behind this increase of price. There's a lot of talk about Nord Stream 2, and there have been a lot of talk about these issues already today. So it seems that the energy security problem that we thought will be solved by decarbonization will be solved by decarbonization, but not now. We need something for the transition period, and we still need energy security policies for transition period until the full decarbonization will solve problems like supplies from third countries and issues connected to that. My last point is connected to hydrogen. Again, we have heard the word hydrogen in Slovakia and also in the whole region 3 times a day. If you don't open your newspaper, there's really a lot of talk about this, and for a very good reason. This seems to be the future of it. There are a lot of problems connected to using hydrogen in everyday life. A lot of talk about blending and what are the problems with that, what are the limits, whether we can use the infrastructure or not for hydrogen. But I think the report presents hydrogen even more broadly. There are several types of hydrogen can come in several types of matter, and all of this is covered in a very complex way in the report. And I think this is something that is missing in probably in the whole region. This idea that hydrogen is not only about gas. Hydrogen is not just gas. Hydrogen can have different other forms, which can be used in different other processes, and making it even more complex replacement of even oil, and even some other energy sources. Excuse me. So thank you so very much for having the opportunity to comment so briefly on this comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know how difficult it is because the World Energy Outlook is a very, very thick book. So it's quite a challenge to cover everything what is there. but I would like to start with the first question. The first is, how do you see a nuclear power in the net zero scenario of the world energy outlook? I would like to enlarge a little bit that question, Tim, if you allow me. You speak a lot about the new energy economy. And since we are in the Central Europe, and especially in Slovakia, where the nuclear energy plays a very significant percentage in the energy mix. So how do you see the future of nuclear energy in this concept, in the new energy economy, especially also in the context of discussion in Brussels about the taxonomy of the different types of energy? That would be one question, and I would like to add also a question about the hydrogen, because here, as you said, it's a quite little, I would say, obsession about the hydrogen in this country. In Expo, Slovakia presents the first hydrogen car, also hydrogen bus. So there is a lot of excitement about the hydrogen as a new source of energy. So if you comment on that.
Very much, State Secretary, and thank you very much to Maciej for those excellent remarks. I'd like to start a little bit with nuclear. So in our view, there's some quite distinctive regional variations in the way that discussion on nuclear is taking place. But in many advanced economies, including in Europe, we have to be aware that the issue immediately is around the increasing age of our nuclear fleet. And if we look ahead, not too far, if we just look ahead to 2040, then over 3/4 of the existing nuclear fleet in advanced economies will exceed 50 years of operation. Mm-hmm. So that's likely to lead to further retirements, and that puts pressure on what is a very significant amount of low emissions generation today. From our perspective, in countries where this is allowable, in countries where this is part of this is possible from a political, social perspective, there is a conversation to be had around lifetime extensions for some of this capacity. And I think if we look forward, then we get back to another theme that was just mentioned, and the importance of innovation. So there are innovative nuclear power technologies, the small modular reactors that we have heard a lot about, that could, in a sense, continue that positive role that nuclear power has played in low emissions generation and in energy transitions. It seems that these types of reactors, they would offer shorter construction times. They hopefully would offer shorter approval times for new capacity, and they could be well suited to the sorts of electricity markets that we anticipate having in future, where flexibility is at a premium. But I think it's not just about power markets. You could, for example, consider the role of nuclear power, of SMRs, also for hydrogen production, as we just mentioned, potentially for heat production. But we need to accelerate those innovation efforts to improve the prospects there. And I think when it comes to hydrogen, it's obviously a very dynamic area in the energy debate. There's a lot of hopes attached to what hydrogen might be able to achieve. Why is it attractive in a sense? Because it offers a low carbon solution for the bits of the energy sector where the answers are otherwise quite difficult. So where direct electrification is not an option. So that's why we are reaching for those kinds of solutions for areas like heavy duty transport, for aviation, for shipping. And I think it's important for us to have in mind the potential there, but it's also important for us to be focused very much on the immediate tasks, which is to build up the demand side for for sectors that could use hydrogen and to concentrate on getting those costs of supply down. We believe that there is a role for different production routes for hydrogen as long as they are genuinely low emissions, and that we should see efforts made in Europe, in the United States, in China, elsewhere, to develop, new clean energy supply chains around hydrogen. And that's why it's quite encouraging from our perspective that this is a prominent part of many of the stimulus packages or recovery strategies and that we see in Europe and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will now connect two questions. We speak about expert analysis that count on concerted effort of countries to achieve transition. What leverage does EU have to push other countries to act? And also, I will connect it with the question, political promises are bound with public opinion. Do you consider current national, international green discourse sufficient or efficient enough? How do you see the situation in Central and Eastern Europe? You can comment both if you wish.
Yeah, very interesting questions. Thank you for that. First of all, on the question of EU leverage, in my view, there are three important dimensions to that. One is this question of leading by example. So it is, I think, incumbent on the advanced economies, not just to take the lead and show that this can be done, but also to offer a helping hand to other countries around the world that help them get over the line. Because in many ways, the race to net zero is not like a typical race. The race is won when everyone gets across the line. And so I think there needs to be this combination of European leadership, but also that willingness to find the mechanisms that allow others to come along the path. And a lot of that is where Europe's focus is, bringing down the costs of technologies, making them more accessible for other countries around the world. And I don't just mean the technologies that are already mature, but I mean leadership in areas like low carbon industrial production, solutions that can then be rolled out also for difficult areas like long distance transportation. I think Europe also has an important role to play in mobilizing finance for transitions elsewhere in the world. The situation that we face at the moment is that if you exclude China, there is around $150 billion each year going into clean energy projects in all the rest of the sort of emerging and developing economies. $150 billion is not nothing, but it is far short of what would be required to meet rising demand in these economies for energy services in a sustainable way. Now, a lot of the homework is, of course, with the countries themselves in developing a vision for low carbon transformation, putting in place regulatory frameworks and so on. But we do need an international catalyst. We do need public financial support in order to take on some risks that the private sector is not willing to take and to try and move those transitions forward more rapidly. So I think that's another area where Europe can be very important. And the third area is probably the most controversial, but it is around using, in a sense, not just European diplomatic power and technical assistance, but also asking whether Europe can create other incentives in the international system for countries to move more quickly. And there's obviously a very rich debate going on at the moment about the role of carbon border adjustment mechanisms, about things like a methane supply index for imported hydrocarbons, particularly natural gas, and whether these can offer ways also to incentivize further action by countries around the world. And clearly the risk there is that you further fragment the international system. But I think well handled, there are incentives that Europe can offer for countries to move more rapidly. Now, on the question of public opinion, I mean, there it's a really tricky issue at the moment, because I think there is a risk that when prices go up, populations around the world say, well, I do care about emissions, I do care about climate, but I care about my family, I care about my household budget. Can we not, maybe we can slow some of the other stuff and just focus on making energy affordable. I don't believe there's necessarily a trade-off between affordability and clean energy transitions, but clearly that's the way that debate is going in some countries. And I think that's an important, that entails some important lessons for us around the way that orderly transitions need to be handled. We need to focus very much on orderly transitions, on demand-led transitions, on transitions where we offer additional help to vulnerable parts of the population and manage also the social consequences of change in a way that our commentator referred to earlier as well. I think those are very much in line with, in a sense, the European instinct on these things. But I don't think we should take for granted that public opinion is necessarily aligned with the sorts of things that you read in IPCC reports. There's a real willingness to consider the necessity for change if that transition is handled and managed well.
Thank you very much. So, Matusz, if you want to comment, please.
I don't want. I'm sure.
No. You have time.
Okay,
you have.
okay.
Yeah. We have time.
I would just like to say two things. First is that I kind of understand the position of developing country, because their argument is usually that they also want to enjoy the cheap energy that developed countries have enjoyed over last century, 2 centuries, which helped them to become developed countries. So that's kind of, it's really difficult to pursue it from the EU perspective. It's really difficult to push developing countries to do very expensive and very, very strict changes to their energy policies, when the Western world, let's call it developed countries, have enjoyed these cheap energy sources in the past and which brought them where they are now. But on the other hand, I'm afraid that the only tool which would really work when it comes to the leverage that the EU can have over, to push other people to other countries to be more ambitious when it comes to climate goals, is the carbon border adjustment mechanism, exactly because of this. The sweet talk won't really work. The other approaches won't really work, because they need to produce as cheaply as possible to bring or to export as cheaply as possible to the developed markets. So this is kind of a conundrum, how to deal with this, because on the one hand, we would like to support this country to become more developed and help them also to do this in a green way, but on the other hand, the only way how to do this is heavy-handedly, by doing things like border taxation.
Well, I think that, to conclude, maybe, because I'm getting signals from organizers already, but to conclude is really we are all on board. We should be all on board. It is a really global challenge, and it cannot be. Of course, the EU has kind of recognized already leadership in this exercise, but we need to engage everybody, all players on the global level, because otherwise there would not be sufficient progress in all of these aspects. So with this, I would like to thank Tim, to you, to Paris, best regards also to Matusz, and I think that you both deserve the applause from all of us, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dobré popoludne všetkým. Ja by som chcela otvoriť panel s názvom Greening Energy.
A panel that's going to talk about new forms of energy storage, talking about hydrogen, biogases, and batteries. We are going to switch into Slovak because most of our speakers are Slovak, and Filip Bukli is going to listen to interpretation. The key words of our panel is efficient energy storage, renewables and batteries, storing energy into hydrogen, using underground storage areas, and what is the situation like in Slovakia. Let me introduce you to our guests. It's the representative of the Ministry of Economy, Filip Bukli, President of France Hydrogen, then Mr. Gransky, member of the Board of Directors, Slovak Gas Industry, and the Slovak Energy Company is represented by Mr. Šimovič, and Mr. Kurila is representing the BOD of Innovat Energy. I'd like to hand over the words to the State Secretary. Very good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for having the opportunity to speak in this conference, talking about the renewables and energy storage, and the panel on all other types of energies that can play a crucial role in the future, because energy is the buzzword of these days. We have been observing of the energy prices spiking, but we also need to look into the future. What is going to happen to energy sector in 5-10 years? And that's new energy. We are really in the beginning of era when the energy storage and energy 55 and natural gas situation is really very important. When we talk about accumulation, I always ask myself why it is so important. It is not about not having the energy available now or in the future, but it's about about the fact that it will be much easier to function when we have accumulation possibilities. When we talk about accumulation or storing or storage, there are various possibilities: batteries, electrolysis of hydrogen, and also power to gas technology. And one of the longest possibilities, and those are hydro plants. And we need to store energy from short-term perspective, for instance, in case of power to gas. But when it comes to hydrogen, we are talking about seasonal storage. This is all about, or mostly about, electricity. Slovakia, when it comes to electricity storage, has been already really making some progress. We do have hydro plants on the Vach River, and where is a huge room for improvement or moving forward is the hydrogen and related pathways. We have approved the national hydrogen strategy, and not only the green hydrogen, but we are producing more than 55% of electricity in through nuclear plant, and stored energy is efficiently used as well. But we don't use the nuclear energy for storing, because the nuclear energy should be primarily used in the prime time and in real time, and electrolysis or the pump storage, it seems to be the most efficient way. Now, when talking about power to gas, the storage facilities play crucial role. About 20% of hydrogen can be stored in such containers, such storage facilities, and the EU has 109 billion cubic meters of natural gas, and then if we used at least 10% for hydrogen, we would get to 33% of gigawatt of terawatt hours. We have a gas network that is the second most developed in the whole of EU. And we also know that synthetic gas or hydrogen can be used in this network. And that's why Slovakia really fights strongly for the gas network and pipelines to be supported through different mechanisms. We do have various innovative projects as well, where many Slovak companies and businesses have applied in those calls for proposals, and some companies were already successful. But in order to make a really bigger progress, we need to adopt legislative framework in Slovakia and to align it with necessary development. We do have a winter energy package in the pipeline, and our bill on energy has been already subject to the review process. And when it comes to act on renewables and heating, this new act or new bill will be subject of review in the upcoming days. So by mid next year, we will have the winter package transposed into our legislation. This winter package and its transposition will bring about new deadlines, and we will have a stronger arguments than in our hands, because we will have the EU deadlines and framework also on our side. We know that the accumulated energy in batteries will be considered as energy that is put aside, and this may make this type of energy more attractive. What is also very important is that a new center for research of hydrogen technologies has been established in Košice, eastern Slovakia. This is a follow-up to the national hydrogen strategy, and that's a good piece of news. Everybody claims that the money talks first. Those technologies, in spite of the fact that there has been massive development of those technologies, and we are really shifting to the times or to the time when all those technologies are going to be much cheaper, still funding plays crucial role. And we will need to invest into resources and into those technologies. Some of the raw materials or materials on the input side, we we are running short of them. There are less and less of them. And if you know the energy chapter within the recovery plan, more than 200 million should be earmarked into energy sector. And we are talking about electrolysis, about batteries, about anything and everything that will improve the resilience of our networks and grids, and so that we can really link more and more renewables to our grid and networks. So the storage plays a very important role for us as a ministry. We will definitely support it, not only in the legislative sense, but also in financial sense. And all of us at the Ministry of Economy, we will pay attention to funding and supporting the question of storage. And I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you for being rather optimistic, if I may to say so. And I would like to ask Philippe Bouclé, the president of France Hydrogen, for his address. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you also for the invitation to present what the general concept of storage and also what we do in that respect in France. I will share my presentation. First, to begin, I would like to, do you hear me? It's okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. As an introduction, I will tell some words about France Hydrogen. France Hydrogen is an association which brings together all players in hydrogen field in France. So large groups of energy and mobility sectors, small and medium enterprises, research centers, and communities. All the regions of France are members of our association. And I have to say that we presently enjoy a very strong dynamic. We have been 120 members at the beginning of 2019, and now we are 360. Yeah, okay, thank you. As regards storage, we are experiencing a major change of the paradigm. As you know, the present challenge of all nations in the world is to fight against climate change, against CO2. There is a global consensus that electricity will take a greater space. Presently, it's roughly 20% in the final energy consumption, and this figure should go up to 50, up to 60% in the future, I mean by 2050. Of course, this electricity must be carbon-free, so it will be produced either by nuclear power plant or by renewable, I mean wind and solar. But what are the characteristics of renewable wind and solar? They are variable and not dispatchable. So we will experience a major change of the paradigm. More specifically, we will move from a system where the sources were dispatchable, I mean a nuclear power plant or a coal power plant or a gas power plant, to a system where some of them are not dispatchable. The consequence of that is that we need flexibility means, and in particular, storages. So there are other means of flexibility, for instance, demand management. So how to store electricity? I have to change. I have problem in changing my slides. I don't know how to accelerate. There are many ways of storing electricity. It's a diagram which is very well known. I will just mention the orders of magnitude. With a battery, you can store megawatt hour. The biggest batteries now are storing 100 megawatt hour. The biggest part of electricity is presently stored in the dams, in pump hydro, and it represents gigawatt hour. In France, for instance, the biggest one stores 33 gigawatt hour. But in the future, Mr. Minister mentioned seasonal storage. We will have to store terawatt hour, so 1,000 more than what is presently stored in the dams. So there will be two major roles for hydrogen. One is to contribute to integrate renewables in the energy system, and the second role is to decarbonize all the sectors of economy. And we will see that also in that respect, we need storage. And now, as an example, I will describe the situation in France, which is not so far from the situation in the countries of Visegrad Group. What is the situation in our countries? I mean the Visegrad Group or France. A lot of nuclear, at least in Slovakia or in France, and few renewables. And for RTE, which is a French transmission system operator for electricity, there is no need for storage of electricity in France before 2030, or 2035. It's a reason why the French strategy for hydrogen is based on other priorities. As you can discover it on the slide, there is three pillars, basically. Decarbonize industry, develop hydrogen for mobility, and develop research development and innovation. Of course, it does not mean that we don't need storages. We need storage, but in line with the decarbonization of economy. I will not elaborate too much on that, just to say that, the Mr. Minister mentioned also the financial support which is needed from the government. In France, there is 7.2 billion euro, and recently President Macron added 1.9 billion up to 2030. It should result in the development of 6.5 gigawatt of electrolyzers, which should produce 680 kiloton of hydrogen. And of course, the result of that would be the creation of jobs between 50,000 and 150,000 jobs. Of course, all this will be done in line with the EU strategy, and especially through the important project of common European interest. What is our vision of the development of hydrogen in France? We have made a very careful study of the development of consumption and needs of hydrogen in France. And we see that hydrogen will develop within 7 basins. In some countries, they call it clusters. So 7 regions where the needs are very important. Basically, there are the harbors, the valley of Seine, valley of Rhône, and the borders with Germany, border with Spain. It will result on the installation of 6.5 up to 10 gigawatt of electrolyzers and a network of hydrogen refueling station from 1,000 up to 1,700 refueling station. What are now the challenges for the French hydrogen industry, which is also, I guess, the challenges you have to face in all countries in Europe and in the world. Basically, three challenges. The costs are still too high, and we have to reduce costs. And for that, we recommend to scale up, to not to develop too many small projects, but to try to develop a big project. Second challenge, to promote technological neutrality. And the third challenge is to use hydrogen to bring industry again in our countries. Scaling up. Of course, the objective, I repeat, is to reduce costs which are still too high for hydrogen and hydrogen technologies. And for that, we have to gather the usages within one territory in order to increase the size of electrolyzers and to decrease costs. We have also to develop the industrial offer, gigafactories of electrolyzers, gigafactories of fuel cells, and development of vehicles, trucks, vans, etc. We have also to develop an infrastructure for transporting pipes, for storing, and for distributing refueling station hydrogen. And we have also to develop the usage in the downstream sectors. To sum up, we have to build a new market. And what we see in France is progressively we will connect the different basin and also connect this basin with storages. There are this triangle on the map where we have salt caverns where we can store huge quantities of hydrogen. And this network will be integrated in a European network. It's a so-called European hydrogen backbone, which is envisaged by 23 transmission system operators within 21 countries. They envisage 40,000 kilometers of pipes of hydrogen network by 2040. Second challenge, to promote technological neutrality. It's very important for us. Us means countries which have and will keep a very strong components in nuclear electricity. It is not only the objective is not only to produce renewable electricity, but to develop everything which can develop carbon-free electricity and carbon-free hydrogen. It's about the green taxonomy. And so for that, we have to use every means and especially to accept that nuclear electricity should be recognized as at least maybe not green, if green means renewable, but acceptable for producing carbon-free hydrogen. But there are also other means of producing hydrogen, like pyrolysis of methane, which split the molecule of methane in hydrogen and carbon black, which is very useful for ink, for tires, and also for the fields to keep humidity in the field. But we can also use thermolysis of biomass, and also to combine carbon capture and storage with steam methane reforming. So using everything in order to speed up and to develop carbon-free hydrogen. And last but not least, we should use hydrogen and hydrogen technologies in order to, as an opportunity, major opportunity to develop again industries and jobs in our countries. At least it is objective in France. And as a consequence of that, we have to develop training in order to rely on good competencies in the future, to have the competent workforce to develop these technologies. It's really about technological sovereignty. Some words to finish. Some words about the support of the financial support of the French government. Three pillars again. One is through call for projects, which are managed by the French Agency for Ecology. Two call for projects are running now. We are expecting the result of the process which is developed in Brussels with this important project within this important project of common interest, and in total it should allow the French government to allocate 1.5 plus 1.7 billion euro to this project. And a third pillar is a support mechanism to fill the gap, which is still very big, between the, I would say, carbon-free hydrogen and hydrogen produced from fossil fuel. So with that, we have the global policy of the financial support of the French government. So I will conclude with these words. Without hydrogen, we will not succeed within the ecological transition. Hydrogen is a very versatile energy carrier, so we should adopt a holistic approach, a systemic approach, in order to assess all the components of the situation. Costs are still too high, so we have to massify to pooling usage in order to reduce these costs. Of course, to maintain research and development efforts, this will occur within a European framework. And as Mr. Minister said, we have to work on two legs, I mean regulation, legislative approach, and public financial support. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Ďakujeme pekne.
Thank you very much. I believe that after these two important presentations by the State Secretary and Mr. Philippe Bouclé, perhaps there's some space for a short discussion. If you would like to join us, gentlemen, or you can either have your own presentations or comment on the topic of hydrogen and its stimulation effect for the economy and industry. It seems that this is one of the most important piece of news recently, that today in relation to hydrogen we are hearing about reindustrialization of the country, and literally there are new paradigms available for our countries, for our economies. Perhaps I'd like to follow up on the State Secretary and also to Mr. Bouclé from the perspective of, the objectives are already in place, is the actual pathway to hydrogen. And from our perspective as operators of underground storages and potentially in the future of storages also of hydrogen, it is very important to take advantage of the existing infrastructure that we already have in place. And I'm not only talking about underground storages, I'm talking about distribution networks, transmission networks. The infrastructure, European infrastructure, is really huge. it's been very costly building it, and its maintenance was very expensive, and it is still managed at a very high level. So it will be quite good. While keeping our eye on the objectives of 2050, we maximize usage of the existing networks. Thank you. Any other comments? Perhaps follow up on the previous speakers too. We've heard about flexibility, accumulation, usage of the existing infrastructure. Actually, with the increasing share of variable renewables in the energy mix, it is necessary that the other sources in the energy mix cover the residual consumption. So what remains in the consumption after we exclude the renewables? What we see in the studies by the EU, I recommend NETIS studies to everyone. So these studies demonstrate that the residual demand for electric power will be different in the future. Now we have fewer renewable sources, and the difference is that there will be much more variable renewable sources. So the differences between the daily maximum minimum will be larger, and there will be greater volatility. And in order for the grids to manage this volatility, we need accumulation, and also we need flexibility of our grids. The flexibility of the grid can be daily or weekly flexibility or seasonal flexibility or annual flexibility. But then there's a question, what source will generate this flexibility? It can be batteries or the existing flexible sources, water or natural gas. And if natural gas, together with carbon capture and storage, it can lead to relatively good emissions or not very high emissions, then we can also have demand response solutions. We have more and more e-cars. So these e-cars could also generate and deliver flexibility into the grids. Then it can be heat pumps that can deliver flexibility into the grid. Or in some cases, it is economically more viable or suitable to have renewables isolated from the grid. It's even economically more viable. The question is how to mix all these possibilities so that we get as much flexibility in the grid as we need, and ideally, if it was for the lowest price, obviously, value for money. Naturally, the grids is a very complicated system, and it's not simply to simulate at all from the mathematical perspective, but these NETIS studies at the European Commission level, they actually do this. And I think they do quite a job in this, quite a good job in this. So if I return from these general considerations back to Slovakia and think regionally or locally, just like we've heard previously, we have existing infrastructure. We have existing sources of flexibility. In case of Slovakia, it's hydropower plants. Hydropower plants can deliver sufficient or quite large flexibility. And what is also important, we need not to limit this flexibility by some unwise measures, but conversely, to think about how to increase the flexibility by modernizing these hydropower plants, etc. This means we need to take advantage of the existing infrastructure. I believe that Slovak power plants can deliver more flexibility than they actually do. And when we talk about the solutions for delivering flexibility, I think we can be very competitive as a country when it comes to delivering this flexibility to our partners. That's it so far. Thank you. Any comments, gentlemen? If I may just briefly react to the topic, what we, the ministry, promote in the long term, within the scope of the package 50 to 55, etc., is exactly what we've heard, so that we, as a national states or member states, can select the technology that we believe are suitable for us, geographically suitable, economically suitable, but also historically suitable. we call this technological neutrality. This is what we want to promote. And we want to implement technology that we already have, the existing technology. We have, 62 millions allocated for repowering of the existing sources. And also, we want to apply the principle of financial efficiency, or in other words, value for money. It always applies that these low-hanging fruits have already been plucked in the past. So there are no more low-hanging fruits anymore. So we have to reach to the upper branches of this tree, metaphorically speaking, and there are now only more expensive technology. And we need to ask ourselves, what's the priority? I'm not talking about Europe now. I'm talking about national states. And this is the taxonomy that Mr. Buckley mentioned, because today in the European taxonomy, just to explain, for those of you who don't know what is taxonomy about, taxonomy is basically facilitating access to funding of sustainable technology. Some people say renewable technology or green technology, but it's not true. We are talking about sustainable technology that are supposed to help us to reach carbon neutrality by the year 2050. Just like Mr. Buckley pointed out that without hydrogen is not possible, but it won't be possible without other technologies either, which is clearly nuclear, because this huge boom of renewables, there will be no large boom of renewables in the future. So the technologies are at various stage of development, so we are able to apply them, perhaps at a smaller installations. In the meantime, maybe larger installations, but today we need, within the scope of the taxonomy, we need to include also nuclear, which is quite clearly emission-free and carbon-free technology. Just imagine what would be the situation today, not only in Slovakia, but in Europe, if number of projects of nuclear power plants which were stopped 20 or 30 years ago, how much less emissions we would have today. Because we need to generate this electric power from other sources. We have coal power plants. We are phasing them out in Slovakia. In Poland, they will phase them out in 2030, so 2 years before we're supposed to reach carbon neutrality almost. So it's really about taxonomy, and Slovakia and France and the Czech Republic and Hungary and other countries are promoting this so that these sources are also included in taxonomy, and they can be funded. These technologies can also be funded by the EU, and this also includes natural gas. We'd like to see it included in the green taxonomy, because natural gas can be regarded as a transitory fuel.
Maybe Mr. Gransky could tell us something about the market and development in the market. On the other hand, we have gas in our grid, and we can bring renewable gases and hydrogen into the network as well. So from this perspective, it will be very important, also when talking about storage, to look into the sources of energy and how we will support those areas in the future. Mr. Gransky, do you want to comment on this? You were actually asked to comment. Okay, the question is whether we are going to indulge in free discussion, or should we have our presentation first and then we will talk more into details. We have about half an hour of time. We can maybe close the discussion on hydrogen, and if there's some time left, then we can go back to it. And now I would like to ask the gentleman with other presentations, Mr. Gransky, for instance, on batteries. And then we would have one short closing discussion, and we would answer to the questions that we are getting via Slido. So please really keep the time and really use up to 5 minutes for your presentation. So I will briefly walk you through what we do as a company and how do we want to meet the national decarbonization goals as a gas company, and also as a business entity. We examine the perspective solutions that are sustainable or feasible from business perspective, because we can have lofty goals, but if there is no business case, then they won't transform into reality. Hydrogen is relatively critical in this context. When we started discussion on renewables and solar panels, everybody believed that if the technology is improved and if we multiply the installations, the price will drop. And this was confirmed by the market. If we take the principal parameter for calculating the levelized energy cost through the life cycle of the energy appliances, total cost, and we calculate it in relation to the energy they produce. Now the solar panels are the cheapest. There's the lower energy price produced through solar panels throughout their life cycle. So the prophecy was fulfilled in case of solar panels. But in case of hydrogen, it really doesn't seem that the price of hydrogen will significantly drop once this technology is really scaled up. Now, I don't feel any enthusiasm from perspective of science or industry that if we multiply capacities, that the price of hydrogen will drop significantly. In case of hydrogen, we were starting somewhere, in case of solar panels, we were starting 400 euro per megawatt. Now we are at the level of about 50 euro per megawatt. I don't have the same sensation when it comes to hydrogen. We really need to look into the value of hydrogen, for instance, where it can help in terms of flexibility, in terms of regulation. And what we now invest into regulation of the grid, then we need, in case of using hydrogen, we need to be able to pay for it and also to produce it. And now we keep on talking more and more about this going hand in hand with renewables, especially wind and solar, that are unmanageable, unpredictable, and they are totally independent from us. If we give those sources of energy some kind of a parameter of predictability and manageability, then in that case, there is potential broader use of those sources, and then now, since the wind and solar is the cheapest source of energy, however unpredictable and unmanageable, if we combine those two with hydrogen, they become much more predictable sources of energy. So if there's too much wind and too much sun and there's no demand in the market, then we could use it for the hydrogen production. And if there is no wind and no sun, then we would pump the hydrogen into the system. So we are converting electricity into electricity via hydrogen. There are relatively big losses on the way, and somebody needs to pay for it. And that's where the potential value lies. If we put all those elements together and there is lower demand for regulatory and for flexibility management, all of this could be eventually cheaper source of electricity as the present one. One of the objections is that we are managing the grid from the below, that we have base load and we have our own resources, and the regulatory sources add more or less energy depending on the schedule. The whole system can be managed from the top as well. I have multiple sources that are on, and if there is a surplus or insufficiency of demand, then I could use it for hydrogen production and then compensate the disbalances. So this is how we are trying to, make the hydrogen production feasible. So it is sustainable, so it becomes a real business. This is when it comes to hydrogen, and when it comes to biogases, then it's a completely other topic. So apart from hydrogen, we also focus on biomethane that goes very closely together with the waste management system, because biomethane is definitely a topic that is relevant in the waste management and in the waste industry. And we have launched 2 projects, and in the 3rd project we have AYA environmental study that has been subjected for approval. We want to use environmental waste, and so communal waste from water treatment plants and others for biomethane. And then, of course, there are potential other areas that and sources that could be used for production of biomethane. And they could also be used in construction segment. Thank you very much. When it comes to energy storage, we can see that batteries are number 1 when it comes to the whole portfolio of the storage. They are irreplaceable. They are irreplaceable. I'm not sure they see your big no. Yeah, okay. It seems that somebody is in disagreement with us, but I believe that batteries have been a convincing story. This is also a result of R&D, and this is also about scaling, and the batteries have found their niche in industries and different areas. What we need to say is that the question of decarbonization needs to be taken from broader perspective. One is technological, dropping price of photovoltaic panels and batteries, and they're using combination in services in the network and grid, and the scale of products, scale of projects, and the batteries can produce or store energy in hundreds of megawatt hours. And we have winter package number 1 for all Europeans that is going to change the whole legislative framework also here. And we have new actors in the market and this new framework allows for establishment of communities that are self-sustainable energy-wise. And then we have also players in the markets that are not only consumers but also producers. And in this context, I would like to link this to the industry and also business, where we see that in some projects the return rate is already at the business level without using any grants or anything. So installation of photovoltaic plant can, the investment can be returned in 6 to 7 years. And I'm very glad that the Czech minister presented their recovery plan, and he was talking about the implementation and installation of photovoltaic panels. It is important that photovoltaics shall not interfere within the grid, should intervene, and the overlaps from decentralized sources should be limited. And batteries are, again, very important. In combination with photovoltaics, their installation can not only guarantee lower emissions that can be declared by the industry to its customers, but can also hedge the energy price for the upcoming period. In the recent period, we have observed a quite turbulent development in prices at the spot market, but thanks to self-production, self-consumption, it can be guaranteed that they will actually have the security of relative stability of part of their costs. And this could be potentially the solution. Thank you very much. I saw, Mr. Buckley, that you didn't agree with the comment on batteries, so please, short comment from your side.
Thank you. Just two very small comments. First, I agree that battery can do the job in some circumstances, and especially at the scale of the day. But as Mr. Minister mentioned, batteries cannot do the job at the scale of season. So to manage the exchange of energy between winter and summer, for instance, it's not the right scale. I said in my speech that the batteries are at the level of megawatt hour. Biggest batteries are 100 megawatt hour, and we will have to store terawatt hour. It means 1 million more. So, and the second point from my side is about the cost. I heard that we don't see any decrease in the cost of hydrogen. I cannot agree on that. The cost of electrolyzers are in the range of 1,200 euro per kilowatt nowadays. And it is expected that this cost will be divided by 3 by 2030, so or by 4, so in the range of 300 euro per kilowatt hour. But the major issue, the cost of hydrogen is basically cost of electricity. 3/4 or 2/3 of the cost of hydrogen is electricity. So we have to try to have very cheap electricity in order to have affordable hydrogen. That's it from my side.
Thank you.
Brief reaction to this debate. Well, I've read, when I was preparing for this panel, the METIS studies by the European Commission, and there was one thing that was quite intriguing for me, how these studies perceive the number of batteries in European grid, and it quite depends on the hypothetical price of these batteries, because the study from 2017 expects the price of approximately 400,000 euro per megawatt hour, and this one, this leads to battery capacity somewhere around a few gigawatts Europe-wide, not very well distributed because it was concentrated in some specific countries. And the most recent storage study from 2020 talks about 120,000 euro per megawatt hour, and the optimum flexible European portfolios comprised batteries with the volume of dozens of gigawatts. So it seems that according to, well, depending on the costs of batteries, or put it differently, the cost of batteries strongly influences the number of batteries implemented in the grid. And it seems that we are at the cost-effective area where we are about to see the breaking of the curve. So it's going to increase dramatically, perhaps. Okay, thank you. Now the questions from Slido. The first two questions directly concern the Ministry of Economy of Slovak Republic. Oh no, first three, there's the next question. So what's the current demand in terms of Slovak grid. So what's the current demand from the perspective of Slovak grid? Well, the company SEPS, that is basically the manager of the Slovak grid, is it's quite demanding. It's quite difficult to define what's the demand for flexibility, because sometimes these services are a subject of the competition, and maybe in the next 2 years it will be freely traded on the market. But when we were evaluating these offers, we had the regulatory authority involved in the discussion. There was the comment by the Ministry of Economy, and SEPS, the manager of the grid, presented the need for such flexibility sources in the future, because, as we've heard previously today, batteries truly deliver short-term flexibility of the grid. And in this respect, I'll mention 2 specific projects that we supported, which were included in the 10-year plan of grid development. First of all, it was the project by sfpa, the DSO, which were interested in installations with 383 megawatts, and the other was integrated by SSE, which was planning a pump storage hydropower plant on the Vah River, which would increase the regulatory volume by 100 megawatts. So we would support these projects, of course. Again, the perspective of money, because money is always the first aspect, but if we are able to do that, we will finance these projects from European funds. And the second question, what types of support services from batteries can be delivered in the future, or how battery systems will be able to assist in the future in case there is a lack of power. Well, maybe you can comment. Yeah, I'd like to comment if possible. We need to differentiate the scope when you have to react to some lack of power or some residual frequency. So we need to divide this into primary, secondary, and tertiary services. Essentially, the response time or the rate of reaction where the battery can deliver or take away the performance in the network, it's in milliseconds. So naturally, I'm sorry, there are 2 microphones on at the same time. Well, for primary service, it is at least 1 megawatt hour. Sorry, 1 megawatt, but of course the batteries need to be in scale so they can be qualified for every user in the grid. But basically, we can deliver all types of support services. It's not a source. We can't deliver services in itself. It can only act as a mediator between demand and supply. I apologize for speaking at the same time, and I think there's some time left, so we can ask Mr. Bartovic to speak. Thank you very much. I'll just follow up on Mr. Gransky. He mentioned a very interesting example of renewables generating power at a time when it's not necessary. And in 2014, we implemented a very interesting project in this area, and in this project, used this power which was generated, and in electrolysis, it was used to generate hydrogen, and this hydrogen was mixed with methane, with 90% of methane, 10% of hydrogen, and this mixture was then pushed into underground storages. It was in Austria. It was an international project. And this mixture was stored in the underground storage for approximately 6 months. And then it was re-extracted to the surface and it was consumed to generate electric power. So this is just an example of how we can take advantage of the underground storages for storages of gas mixtures or mixtures of, well, hydrogen with methane. And what can also be explained, we often speak about storing of pure hydrogen, but these are the areas which are still subject of various studies and research in a number of European countries and global countries. But it needs to be explained that for 100% hydrogen, the most attractive solution are, as Philip mentioned, are the salty caverns. And also, we need to say that 200 years ago, a mixture of methane and hydrogen was the so-called lighting gas, which was used for lighting of European streets, also in Bratislava or Paris or London, and it contained approximately 50 or 60% of hydrogen. So I can imagine that this mixture of methane and gas can be up to 50% methane or 50% hydrogen, depending on the research of the salt caverns. Maybe in those salt caverns can be up to 100%. Thank you. Okay, we can return to the questions from Slido. They are again concerning the State Secretary. Perhaps some of them are less specific. What's the current demand for flexibility? We've already answered. Okay, this was pretty much answered. So maybe the second question on Slido is more relevant in terms of how we are able to take advantage in regulation what is provided by hydrogen or other sources. Well, of course, it depends if it's a regulation of performance or regulation of frequency. We can limit the peaks, and thanks to this, also the impact on the prices of power. We can enable quite easier startup from dark if in the grid, and this all leads to lower needs for investments into distribution network or transmission network, and in the end this will result in lower prices of power in the horizon of several years. There's another question. What do you think is the role of the state or the government and the ministry in supporting the development of hydrogen? Approving the national strategy is not enough, is it? Well, if you make me a keynote speaker, I can present to you on this topic for a couple of hours, but it's a good question nonetheless. National hydrogen strategy is not enough. Yes, I was surprised myself when I was in Luxembourg a few months ago. We were talking about hydrogen, and I came up with hydrogen. And I said proudly how we approved our national hydrogen strategy, and the Czech colleagues said we did as well. And Polish said they also approved the national hydrogen strategy, and other countries also approved their national hydrogen strategy. And there was a European hydrogen strategy introduced. So hydrogen truly will play a pivotal role in the future, but as we see this, although in the question, this is not enough. And we are preparing the so-called action plan for the hydrogen strategy. So there's not just the goal, but also the pathway leading to that goal. And in my keynote speech, I mentioned the research of hydrogen technologies, which has a center in the town of Košice. And then we have the 60 million from recovery and resilience plan to increase the capacity of networks where the electrolyzers will be supported. And last but not least is the legislation where we are implementing the whole winter energy package. And all of this will be then reflected in the adaptation of the national climate plan, where we commit to specific objective in the renewables, and we also have to talk about not only how much we generate, but also how we are going to use it.
Ďakujem pekne. Je tu otázka.
Thank you so much. We have a question, probably to the representative of Hydrovat. Yes, this project is fully in the pipeline. You can check it out in Voderady, close to Trnava. I'm not sure if they let you in because of the COVID restrictions, but definitely you can see that we are really working hard on implementing this project. And now there's a question. I can't really translate or interpret how many projects on CCUS projects do we have. The first project was signed. The agreement was contract between the consortium of companies, EU Stream, NAFTA, and other companies, where we prepare a project in the east part of Slovakia, where we plan to use underground storages for CO2. The second part of the question, sorry, the question was not read aloud. I don't think that the Netherlands has any project. The Netherlands has billions of cubic meters of gas, but doesn't want to excavate it because it wants to be green, and the Scandinavia wants to implement offshore projects for CO2. And Europe wants to be green and wants to send back the CO2 back to France. What's the situation in France? Philip, do you know? Can you please give us an overview how many CCUS US projects are there in France, please?
CCUS project running in Port Jérôme in a refinery which is owned by ExxonMobil. The project was developed by Air Liquide, which is able to capture CO2 and to refine it, to refine this CO2, very pure CO2, which is then sold to Coca-Cola in order to put CO2 within the drink. So it's, as far as I know, the only project which was developed in France as regard the CCUS. What I should mention is that this kind of project is not the top priority on the French government. It is not really mentioned within the French strategy for hydrogen. The French government prefers, which is normal, hydrogen, which is produced by electricity and especially nuclear electricity.
Thank you. Ešte máme dve otázky.
Thank you very much. There are two more questions. There's one question to the State Secretary. What are the results of the working group after 6 months of its work? I see that there are many questions that don't focus on storage directly. But still, this work group focuses on green economy, so it's not only about storage, but about energy efficiency. And this working group consists of representatives of 5 ministries: Ministry of Economy, Environment, Finance, Agriculture, and Construction and Transportation. Our first meeting that was organized prior to summer, we looked into the renewable sources and we dived into licensing of wind plants because we don't have such licensing. We need to simplify the legislation, especially when it comes to licensing under EAI. And we also talk about small hydro plants that could be potentially funded from the recovery plan and or from a mechanism or other mechanisms. But there is this criterion of do not significant harm. This is a very important criteria, and this is related to second question, photovoltaic areas on green areas, green fields. This is actually history. This was possible until 2011, but not any longer. And now photovoltaic panels can be only on buildings, and there's a cap limit on kilowatt hours also they can produce, and then operational support is no longer possible, only investment support. And if such projects or our investments are supported, then the ministry can raise the objection that those photovoltaic panels can only be installed on buildings or brownfields, no longer on green areas. And this is applicable also to electrical plants in Slovakia. So definitely, the state is no longer going to support any project of building photovoltaic panels on green fields, only on buildings and brownfields. And I want to add on behalf of the Slovak electricity company, yes, Nováky will be closed down. Vojany, that was a coal plant, is transformed for TDP. And now there's a huge potential for renewables in those two locations, both wind and photovoltaics. We can actually use up to 150 megawatts of installed capacity. So it would be great if we get there at 2030. Now we are putting together two first projects into the auction for renewables. Thank you. I think we have answered all the questions. Anybody else wants to make some closing remarks? There was one more question on the ministerial team that deals with the storage of hydrogen. And from this perspective, we have a representative of energy section, Mr. Petrovic, who really works hard on legislative framework, and Ms. Frenčáková, Mr. Pitora, who work hard on processing all the comments that have been raised throughout the process, and they try to reflect them into legislation. And we have a high quality experts with long-term experience, and they are very committed. We are trying not to detour any stakeholder, really consider every single comment. And there is the agency headed by Mr. Blaszkowicz, who is responsible for national hydrogen strategy. We have Technical University in Košice. We also have other partners and stakeholders. And last but not least, when talking about hydrogen, it is the Minister of Economy, Richard Sulik, who has a nickname that he's a hydrogen minister, because he is very much into hydrogen. And he really wants Slovakia to be a leader in Europe. Thank you very much. Just to conclude our panel, I have one closing question. When talking this much about hydrogen, if we get any level of mobility,
pri využívaní vodíka,
fuel cell is an inevitable part of the whole game. For instance, in buses or anywhere. Do we have a business entity in Slovakia that produces fuel cells? You mean hydrogen in transportation? There is one company that produces hydrogen buses in the eastern part of Slovakia, and this hydrogen bus is actually in Expo in Dubai, in front of our pavilion. And I really think that Slovakia is a leader, really, is in this sense. There's one more comment after closing down or phasing out coal. how do you see the share of nuclear and renewables in the Slovak energy mix? We have been talking about it already, but maybe you can touch upon it. Well, we have been talking about 150 megawatts of renewables in the coal plants that are going to be phased out. So this is about it. Thank you very much. I think we have used up the time and the questions, and I would like to thank the State Secretary, Mr. Galek, and Philip Buckley for President of France Hydrogen to find time and really to have and for his motivational speech. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank also all the other gentlemen for participating in this panel. I hope to meet you in the future, and I hope to evaluate what kind of progress we have made in hydrogen and energy storage. Thank you.
Pekný deň, dámy a páni. Dovolte, aby som vás privítal pri...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to this panel of the 15th year of the conference. We are going to talk about a very serious topic. Is the rail and will the rail be the pillar of sustainable transport in the upcoming years? Well, in the times of climate change, is rail really green, and can rail contribute to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and increase the quality of life? Do we invest sufficiently in rail in Slovakia and the Czech Republic? How will development of railway in the Bratislava hub look in the future? Will we have a renewed or reconstructed main railway station, and when? And does the price of power reflect the railway infrastructure? And these are some of the questions we were going to discuss with our guests. We're very happy that we have Andrej Doložal, Minister of Transport and Construction of the Slovak Republic. Online, there are with us Tatiana Kratochvílová, Head of Commission for Spatial and Strategic Planning, Environment and Construction in the capital city of the Slovak Republic. There's Robert Hudák, Director of the Department of Strategic Projects in Železničná spoločnosť Slovensko, the Slovak railway operator. Mr. Pajdar, Director of the Construction Preparation Department from the Czech Railways, also online. And last but not least, Oldřich Sklenář, Research Fellow of the Association for International Affairs. Just for the introduction, for those of you who follow us online, you can put questions through Slido, which are going to be answered for sure after our panelists will open the panel. So, Minister, what's ahead? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference, even though I need to say that in the past 3 or 4 weeks, it's the third or fourth conference with a similar topic, the context, 50 or 55 package, reduction of emission, importance of rail. They keep asking me how you do. Is there enough money? Are we going to invest more? And the similar questions. And I don't want to say I'm tired to participate at conferences, but sometimes we need to stop talking, we need to start acting. What is worse, we actually know what we need to do, but we are somehow failing, so I'd like to apologize in advance. I'll be honest. So the answer is no, we don't invest enough funds into rail infrastructure. No, we don't. Quite simply, thanks to COVID for the recovery and resilience facility, thanks to this facility, we can invest almost 500 million euro in rail infrastructure. This is just a drop in the bucket. We will build 2 or 3 tracks. We will electrify a few kilometers of railways between Moldova, Nadondaво and Humenné, perhaps, and that's it. The investment debt on rail infrastructure, only investment debt, we're not modernizing, is over 2 billion euro. And we haven't modernized anything. We just pay off the investment debt. We've planned, when we're talking about the schedule of investment into railways, we've introduced last year the basic concept of how we want to approach road infrastructure. We put together a clear list of priorities, when which road and motorway is going to be built and why. And we've processed similar material and defended it from at the value for money department at the Ministry of Finance, for the Ministry for the railways, and we introduced this schedule to the media last Wednesday, and the next Wednesday it's going to be discussed in the government. You know what surprised me when I started to be a minister? The first 9 out of 10 questions were regarding the roads. It's okay, everybody was asking about the tunnel in Višnové, maybe one question concerned railways. And also last week when I was presenting to the media the new schedule of the essential schedule for the next 10 years, what we're going to do to infrastructure of rails, there were two journalists. One, two. That's quite funny and sad at the same time, and that's why I actually accepted the invitation, because we not only need to talk about railways or putting status on Facebook how much my trip from Košice to Bratislava took, and we need to put pressure on the government, on me. Let's do something about it, because this schedule of rails investments, we introduced this sort of threshold. It's called 0.04% of GDP. 0.4% of GDP is something that we discussed with the Ministry of Finance and their value for money department, and this is the limit of expenditures, including EU funds. Thank you to the European Commission that we actually have some EU funds, and there's no sarcasm in there, because without the EU there will be no single centimeter of new railways. And thanks to COVID, and I'm sorry to say that, but thanks to the COVID pandemic, we have the recovery plan. These are the two major sources for infrastructure investments into rails in Slovakia. The state budget only helps us to co-finance what cannot be financed from the EU funds, so purchase of lands, project expenditures, and all unjustified project costs. So we keep on criticizing the green economy and reduction of emissions, but besides liking this on Facebook, nothing's going on. And I admit that in the next 10 years, we are planning to invest 5 billion euro into railways. 2.5 billion is just the investment debt. In the next 10 years, the investment debt will be another 2.5 billion. So we'll be just catching up. But we are certainly not talking about the development of railway infrastructure. 70% of goods is transported over the road. Do you mind? I do. I don't like the trucks. We all know that we want to direct the transportation of goods from the roads to the railways. What do we do about it? Nothing. 0.4 GDP. I'm very excited about the presentations from the Czech Republic, because our colleague here will tell us how serious they are about investment into rail infrastructure. We should support multimodal, intermodal transport. It's almost a buzzword, but what we do for it? Nothing. The draft state budget for railways will perhaps result in no discount for the operators for transporting over the rail. But how am I supposed to promote rails if it's more expensive than the road transport? So we should increase the fees on the road transport and reduce the rail fee. But you can't do that with 0.4 GDP. Co-financing, the only investment from the state budget is the co-financing of the European funding. Well, but I will be happy to attend another 10 conferences. I'll be equally honest with you. And we talk a lot about it, but we don't do anything with the railways, or we are not allowed to do what we want to do. We're just not able to do that, even though we would really like to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for very open speech, labeling the status quo. And I would like to ask the lady in our collective, Ms. Kratochvílová, how do you look at it from the perspective of the capital city? We all know what are the issues of rail in Bratislava and what we fail to do. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I follow up on the words of the minister and his, perhaps outrage, because I share it. I believe that rail transport is really on the margin of our interest, and it is for the detriment of everyone. Slovakia has a long-term issue or problems with the quality of air, And Bratislava is included into the quality air management areas that according to the applicable legislation. These areas also include territories with exceeding the limit or threshold value for one of the pollutants. So we can say quite openly that the quality of air in Bratislava is poor in the long term. And one of the major polluters or pollutants is transport. So if we want to make sure that Bratislava is a city with good life or with good quality of life, we need to focus on sustainable transport so that it is efficient, so that it's integrated and ecological. And there are tools to do that. And we can apply these tools to improve the environment and at the same time improve the quality and the situation in transport. These mainly focus on increasing the quality and strengthening of public transport, its availability, its safety and reliability. Within the urban the transport, we increase its quality by promoting preference, purchasing new means of transport, building or reconstructing tram lines, where we need to emphasize also where these are funded essentially mainly by the European Commission and EU funds. It is also important to increase the quality of public transport also at the regional level. The Ministry of Transport and the Slovak Railways keep talking about developing of the quality of rail network in the territory of Bratislava, just like recommended in the feasibility study of the railway hub Bratislava. There's the possibility of extending the personal public transport terminals, which would be in Petržalka, Bory, Ružinov, and increasing the capacity of trains or ensuring regular intervals of regional transport, and also by providing the reconstruction of the main railway station. We are interested in increasing the share of individual rail transport from the current 7.8%, which is a share we would like to increase gradually. We know it can't be done overnight.
We very much prefer to introduce 15-minute schedule for the commuting trains and to increase the frequency of long-distance and international connections. We want to underline and encourage people traveling to Bratislava by train. In order to offer comprehensive solutions when it comes to transportation to Bratislava, we need to enhance cooperation between region, national government, and the city. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Plajdar for shedding some light on your situation so far, and also how do you see the situation in the Czech Republic as such? You have finished the corridor, and how much money do you want to invest into this segment together with the European Union? Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. I have prepared a presentation, but I will give you a brief summary on it. The overall network represents about 9,000 kilometers of tracks. Of that is single track. And we want to increase the share of electrified tracks because the Green Deal strives to increase the electrification of track. Then you see that about one third of our tracks is electrified.
Následně představím asi největší fenomén.
This is the biggest plan of ours, and we expect major change. And from this, because when we want to cut on emissions, we expect that European money will be allocated to this electrification. And as Ms. Kratochvílová has mentioned, everything in our context is actually expects Czech Republic to co-fund any European project, and we want to use the recovery and resilience plan. Okay. Fast speed trains are next on our agenda, and we want to actually cover the most of the area of the Republic. You see the expected network of high-speed trains and tracks here on the map, and we are preparing the projects for getting requested licenses and approvals. When it comes to high-speed tracks and railway, we believe that it has high importance because we will free the capacities of existing network for regional transportation, because that is really growing and we are very happy about that. And of course, since we have most of the tracks mixed for both cargo and passenger transportation, we see this as a big handicap because this limits the capacity of existing network, and we are trying to change this because we believe that the high-speed tracks, building the high-speed tracks is going to be the biggest challenge. Their positioning and in the regions. But still, those once built, they could increase the capacities of cargo or regional transportation. We plan to get 320 kilometers per hour when planning the high-speed tracks, and in between the regions, we want to have trains that that go about 200, 260 kilometers per hour. Just a little reminder that we are preparing the first parts of the projects. We have our feasibility study Ostrava, Přerov, Brno, Praha, Brno, Břeclav. So those feasibility studies are subject to review, and now we are preparing EIA practically for the whole network. Hand in hand with preparing the projects, we have opened the first architectural studies and competitions. This is a planned station next to Prague that should be kind of a hub for the commuters to go to Prague, and we can we also prepare key infrastructural projects in conventional network, that the so-called railway hubs. We already see that the capital of Czech Republic needs to scale up and increase the capacity of existing railway infrastructure. And we are preparing feasibility studies for scaling up and for the overall concept of this railway hub. And we are very happy that we have already started works on, I presume, the most complex and complicated railway project on modernizing one special part of a track, and it's linked to the airport. We are planning to open first 2 tenders between Kladno, Kladno-Ostrovce, and the first part between Kladno and Výstaviště, and there are 5 separate construction sites, so to say, and we will need licenses and construction permits. This is quite expensive project of about 40 million euro, and we want to apply for funding from the European Union. When it comes to next year railway hub that is in the pipeline, but also very controversial, is the railway hub in Brno. We do have had architectural competition for this hub, and this is the winning architectural solution. We have already had the feasibility study approved, and now we are preparing the project itself and also the connecting parts, because the Brno hub will be segmented, and we need separate documentation for individual parts. This is also very financially costly project, and it will depend on co-funding from the European Union. Those projects, both Prague and Brno projects, should be finished by 2030 when it comes to Prague, and in Brno, in case of Brno, it should be finished by 2035. And their termination, their finalization is connected to building and finishing of high-speed tracks. And again, we are talking about a lot of money. Then we are preparing projects in Česká Třebová, and currently we are modernizing relatively big railway hub in Pardubice. When it comes to further infrastructural projects, and we have more projects in the pipeline. Transit corridors, and when it comes to those transit corridors, for instance, Velin-Pořičany, this is already happening from the blending call proposal. This combines money from EBRD and the European Union, but the next parts of the track, Choceň-Uhersko, Ústí-Choceň, those are in preparation when it comes to the project, and the blending call can partially fund the project preparation. We are very happy for this possibility. When it comes to this third transit corridor, we would like to continue in the last portion between Prague and Beroun, and we want to optimize the existing tracks. And we are preparing a project of the longest tunnel, the area of the Czech Republic, that should be 24 kilometers long. And And this tunnel would be available for long distance haulage or transportation, but also for cargo. And then we could connect it to the developing regional transportation. When it comes to the fourth transit corridor, we are currently building intensively two parts of the line of the tracks from connecting facility mechanism, and we would like to build and calibrate those tracks for high-speed trains of the speed of 200 kilometers per hour. I want to walk you through more key infrastructural projects. One is Poznań-Domažlice, that is connecting us with Bavaria or Germany in general, and this is very important. Kolín-Vsetín, this is another track that is very important for cargo and other parts of our railway system and network close to Brno and to the Slovak Republic, Brno, Přerov, Ostrava, and the preparation work is going on around Ostrava, and also we are preparing the track for the first transit corridor, Brno, Havlíčkův Brod, and Kolín. We are really striving to focus wherever it is possible, to focus on modernizing the existing network and track, also in connection to the future existence of high-speed track. We do have about 230 kilometers of new tracks in the pipeline or of projects. And we are already building and refurbishing a lot of it.
Another phenomenon is the last year and the next year we have a promise of a relatively large funding in approximately 2 billion of Czech crowns, the projects to increase the security and safety at the railway crossings. We try to strengthen the safety degree so that there are some barriers added to the local crossings, and we want to minimize the number of crossings, those that are unsecured. What we are failing to do, because it's complicated from the legislative perspective, is the termination of the existing rail crossings and elimination of the number of crossings altogether. I think we have approximately 7,000 crossings to get it to a lower number. We are kind of failing in that. In terms of 2016 being the year when the number of buildings were transferred from the property of the Czech Railways to the administration authority of the railways, so there's been a quite extensive process of modernization of railway station buildings, which were funded by the State Fund of Transport Infrastructure. Last year was a record-breaking year, as we invested approximately 2.2 billion crowns. The budget is a bit smaller for this year, approximately 1.4 billion Czech crowns. Nevertheless, the number of buildings we'd like to complete or we want to initiate reconstruction of is approximately 114 buildings. One of the most important buildings is the front building at the main railway station of the Prague city. Those who have seen it, they know it's basically completed. Other important railway stations in Plzeň or Havířov are also being reconstructed. A topic which has been recently quite intensively covered is the conversion of the traction system, the existing traction system. This is the map where we've divided our rail system to the single direction traction. These are the red lines, and the remaining sections. No, it's quite the other way around. Sorry. So the red lines are the bi-directional traction, and the colored lines are single direction tractions. And we are now tackling the unification of the traction system to 25 kilowatt, 50 hertz. We've divided this into several areas, approximately 5, which are addressed one by one. It comes with limits because the conversion needs to be also followed up by the modernization of the respective rolling stock. And there's a great deal of costs involved. Nevertheless, we expect that thanks to the EU funds and the Green Europe phenomenon, we'd like to take advantage of the EU funding also in the conversion of the traction system. We expect that it's not going to be so demanding as modernizing of the existing railway tracks. So the conversion also results in some energy savings and CO2 emission reduction, etc., etc. The first sections of the rail from the Czech border to Vsetín are already in the stage of preparation. Other sections will follow. We expect that the traction section conversion will result in a successful transformation or successful transition from the road to the rail when it comes to cargo transportation or shipping, because we need to provide sufficient capacity for that. What we are dealing with at this moment, pretty much at the preparation stage, is the implementation of European Train Control System, or ETCS. This would increase the overall degree of securing the whole Czech rail system. We also expect to advance with the implementation of the system gradually so that we secure the whole network. So that the whole network is secured by the year of 2040, which is a relatively ambitious plan. We've processed the so-called action plan. The government approved it as a plan for modern securing of the Czech railway system, and it's an implementation of the European train or ETCS concept, and we'd like to focus on complementing the network of the nationwide and the TNT network mainly. And after 2040, we'd like to gradually advance all the rails to the ETCS system. This is a very demanding topic, financially demanding as well. If we put together all the costs, we could be talking about 100 billion Czech crowns, maybe 50 billion by the 2040 only. And it's not only about installation of the ETCS devices, but also about adjusting the existing infrastructure. The expected alternatives of ETCS will be perhaps similar to the railway system of the Slovak Republic, is the L2 system or line, or L1 system. With L2 system includes a line safety device and this map shows the overall plan of ETCS implementation in the Czech Republic and its respective sections or respective alternatives of the ETCS system implementation. And this gets me to the end of my presentation. I wanted to make it as brief as possible. Nevertheless, talk about the investments that we are working with currently. The budget of the Railway Administration Authority, we have approximately 55 billion Czech crowns, of which maybe 30 billion went to direct investments. For the next year, we obviously need this allocation to be increased, but taking into account the post-COVID situation, so far the funding from the next operational program is still limited, so we are getting to the limits or cap of not more than 50 billion, which may affect implementation of some planned projects, and some of the projects will have to be delayed. So I'd say that the phenomenon of the respective investments into technological improvement of the quality of Czech rails or the respective infrastructure projects is certainly mainly concerning the ability to provide financial allocation. And this situation comes with some specific limits, and without European funding, we will not be able to get around without EU funding, and the share of or the pace of advance of modernization of our network would certainly be much slower. So we are very, very happy and glad that the European programs are here and that we can take advantage of them. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for the extensive portrait of all your plans in the Czech Republic. I feel a strong deal of envy. Nevertheless, Mr. Hudák from the Railway Company of Slovakia, how do you perceive the position of railways as a transporter? We could see from the presentation that not all the tracks in Czech Republic and Slovakia are electrified. Perhaps is this the future also in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I'd like to introduce the perspective of Railway Company of Slovakia as a national carrier, ensuring personal individual transport in the Slovak territory. I'll be perhaps more brief. I'll follow up on the words of the minister and the colleagues presenting before me. Perhaps I'll tell you about the investments that we can divide into two packages, and that's the investments implemented within our own financial resources and the investments funded by the European money or funded by the European Union. If we compare these two packages and these two funding alternatives, following up on what we've heard previously, our own funds are into the modernization of the rolling stock approximately accounts for 26 million euro per year. If we look at the second package, so modernization of the rolling stock by the European funds, we are talking approximately about 75 or 76 million euro per year. If we compare this in the periods of 2010 to 2023, where the current programming period will be complete, and we see that within the scope of the rolling stock modernization, we've invested more than 1 billion euro in total. If we compare this to the investments to our own funds used for rolling stock renovation, the difference is huge, and what we can provide from our own funds is incredibly small amount. And this is the outrageous situation that we are now facing in Slovakia. We've been facing it for some years already. So let's all of us try to think about these 14 years we've had, where the Slovak railway transportation would be without the EU funds. How would we finance this 1 billion of euro? Would we be able to finance it from our own funds? Would we actually be having railway company as a national carrier? That's a question. Perhaps this is also a question for the future. What will happen after the year 2023? Because we also feel the need for investments. The trend of foreign carriers or foreign operators is quite clear. We need to follow this trend so that we are competitive also after 2023 to be able to ensure railway transport in Slovakia as well as railway transportation of foreign operators in Slovak territory.
And a very brief summary of the rolling stock, existing rolling stock that we have. We will agree that we need to modernize it, we need to invest into it with the concept and vision in 2030. We will need to invest into long distance rolling stock, because currently we do not have any rolling stock that would be able to drive on a track 200 plus kilometers. We like sleeping cars, we like different ICT stock. And if we talk about the engines, their life cycle, they have about 20 years. And we also include rented engines that are rented until 2026. And we're talking about personal cars. The average age is 21.5 years. And in this group, we also include all the EU fund cars. If I excluded those cars from the total statistics, then the average age of our rolling stock is 30 or 38 years, which is totally unimaginable. We have heard the idea that the railway transportation is the most ecological, and I want to underline this statement, because we can state that that it is energy most efficient type of transportation. In 2020, when we consider passenger transportation, we have saved about 315 tons of CO2. So the overall ecological aspect and contribution of this type of transportation is absolutely evident, and we keep on hearing how ecological we are and how we need to support railway transportation. We need to develop it, but never we talk about money and investments. We only try to catch up, and we try to sort of pour money into the legacy, into all the problems that we have. And this will be the situation until we just cleared the investment debt from the past and we don't invest into the future. And on behalf of our company, I want to say that we are drafting strategy until 2030 that will also take consideration into modernizing the rolling stock in Slovakia. And as it was presented by our colleague from the Czech Republic, we need to have clear vision, clear concept that will be well communicated, will be evident, and we will agree on it and won't be subject to political leaders in Slovakia, because this is really what we suffer from, that by changing of government, some of the investments are stopped and others are picked up, and there's no continuity. And the questions after 2030, or what we need to focus at on after or beyond 2030. We need to invest into procuring new cars for long distance transportation, then sleeping cars. And of course, we need to target increasing the green aspect of this transportation, and all the purchases and the timeline of planned investments are designed, of course, considering the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure in Slovakia, and the investments that we currently see are not sufficient. And I really do envy my Czech colleagues and the timeline of investments until 2050 and the visualization of stations. And I very much hope that we will live long enough that we will see how such plans materialize. Thank you very much. Minister has asked for time for quick comment. I'm not sure if we all realize what is the relationship between the railway infrastructure and the carrier. One example, if we managed to catch up with the investment debt that has accumulated throughout 30 years of regular non-investment, if we were to modernize something every single year, it wouldn't be so painful as if it is now. But let's talk about the miracle that we managed to modernize our infrastructure or reconstruct it and up to the original speed. Let's forget about high-speed trains, but let's talk about the original condition. And then let's imagine the carrier. With the current number of rolling stock, they could double the volume of traveling passengers only thanks to the fact that they would manage to change the schedule. In a healthy year, you can carry 70 million passengers with the existing number of rolling stocks, just increasing the speed. That would be a result of reconstruction of the infrastructure. They could double the number of passengers. That means they could carry 140 million passengers. But the carrier really suffers from poor quality of the infrastructure. It cannot really operate the cars so frequently. And because they cannot run so frequently, they need more cars. This is all interconnected. That's why healthy infrastructure is incredibly important. If we manage that, then we would definitely have much better situation. And now I would like to tackle the fact of high energy prices. And the railways are energy consuming, even though it's greener. And we would like to ask for a presentation how photovoltaics could enter this segment of market, how photovoltaics could produce energy for railways, because we are really at ground zero. Thank you very much for invitation. Sorry for technical problems. One more idea. I visit many conferences. A lot is said about the Green Deal and how to be greener, lower emissions, but we seldomly talk about that this has a certain cost. It will cost us our comfort. That, for instance, I won't drive my car into the very center of the town, and it will cost some money in order to finish corridors, in order to build high-speed tracks. So yes, we want to be green, but it will cost us something, and we may rely on instruments as structural funds or resilience fund and recovery plan, but we don't have money for it. We don't have money for renovating our tracks or for hydrogen. So yes, cool, I want to be green, but it will have its cost. If I want low emission transportation in, for instance, the high Tatras or electrical buses, it will cost me comfort. I need to sacrifice my comfort, and it will cost money because somebody needs to build the network of charging stations and also needs to buy the buses. Okay, I'm not sure if the presentation is on its way. If not, then we would ask you just to comment one way or another. As a follow-up, I wanted to talk about cutting on emissions because the railway transportation is the most energy efficient way of transportation, and I want to pay attention to increasing the share of renewables, thus cutting on emissions, because in case of photovoltaics, the footprint of photovoltaics is much lower than in other segments. Why I want to talk about photovoltaics? It's relatively flexible because it can have multiple functions. First, it can be used for charging wireless sensors for railways, such as in smart railways, where you not necessarily need to build completely independent charging or connectivity, or we can use it in different technical solutions, or it can be used for the buildings on railways. I think this type of a project was announced in the Czech Republic. And also photovoltaics can contribute to driving the cars itself. If we talk about driver of rolling stock, there are different possible approaches. If I talk about non-electrified tracks, we can be talking about rolling stock that have batteries that is charged in end stations that do have their photovoltaic fields. They have on batteries that is charged, and immediately when the rolling stock comes to the end station, it is recharged so that it can go back. Another possibility is that the photovoltaic components are integrated into the rolling stock on the top, but it wouldn't be enough for independent operation in our conditions. But we could have potential combinations of this approach. They could be charged. We could have hybrid sets or rolling stocks that would be charged in hybrid way. And if it is an electrified track, it would be beneficial to use solar fields that are in the vicinity of the truck, and they could be used for charging the traction. Many times or often it is easier than to integrate it into the broader network, and the motivation for this is clear, and we have heard it a couple of times already. The cost of electricity in the past decade has dropped by 50%, and currently somewhere we are under the level of end sources. And now the question is how to make use of this benefit or advantage. There are certain advantages that exist by principle. One of them are electromobiles. We are talking about electrical cars or electrical and diesel cars, and they have a traction engine. Simultaneously, those cars move on predefined tracks, so we can calculate the energy balance, and as a follow-up, we can design a system that would cover the consumption of those cars.
And if we look at the peak performance of solar parks, is usually the same or roughly the same hours, the peak hours at the operation of railway system. And if there are any differences, a dedicated solar park can always address the panels orientation so that they have the maximum usage around the noontime, or some solar fence with peaks in the morning or late morning and late afternoon. So this can go in line with the demand. These are the advantages. On the other hand, it would be useless to point everything pink and bright. There are certain areas which needs to be addressed. In general, railways are a conservative industry, which is a result of the length of the life cycle of the rolling stock and of the infrastructure. And also, there is a great emphasis put on security, so we need to comply with all the standards, which are often stricter than in other sectors of transport. Secondly, as we know, renewables, most renewables, including photovoltaics, are dependent on the climate or the weather, and photovoltaics in particular dependent on the sunshine. So one needs to balance off the volatility of performance in time. And also there is a specific problem that PV needs to deal with the issue of industrial fallout. You know, this corrosion-like material which can be found everywhere on the railway, including the rails or the traction lines, and these particles are very well to adhere to almost any surface, including the photovoltaic panel. So these are the challenges that we need to tackle. It's a shame that there's no presentation here, because I will have to describe this, because there are some examples of potential application of PV solutions. One of them includes in the Earldom of Essex, where in 2017 they installed the first PV power station designed to provide power to a railway system, which would and there's the advantage, because if there's some surface available, there's certainly a lower price for you to generate the power if you compare it to the price that you purchase from the grid. This is not so widely spread in Europe. But photovoltaics is quite strongly deployed in India, and there are some implementations. There are several hundreds of photovoltaic installations on railway station buildings with hundreds of kilowatts during the peak hours, mostly distributed along the roofs of the platforms or railway stations, and they cover the consumption of power of these platforms and railway stations. So in case of India, it includes also air condition and ventilation. And in our condition, it could also cover the consumption of some pumps or operation in general. And those of you who've traveled by train from Brussels to Amsterdam, in one section of the rail, the train passes through a tunnel, which is basically an artificial construction. And on the roof of this construction, there are PV panels, which primarily serve to provide this network with electric power. It's not a rare solution in Europe. Similar solution can be found at one of the London railway stations, where there's a bridge over the River Thames with PV coverage, so to say. So these are the solutions for railway buildings, but in Japan there are PV panels along the railway track, but there are some innovative startups. Even though you could discuss how much they make sense, but there are these small format PV panels placed directly on the railway, on the body of the railways, and they declare that they want to electrify thousands of kilometers of railway by placing the PV panels on the railroad ties. But of course, the components are worn out, or there can be some mechanical damage. There's an Italian company that directly integrates PV panels into the construction of the railroad ties, and these ties are basically recycled from tires, which includes reduction of noise, and they have included PV panels. It always depends how you implement and design and optimize the system so that you achieve maximum efficiency. And theoretically, it is possible to ensure traction of the trains itself. Maybe you've noticed a couple of years ago in the news there were pictures of a train in Australia, which is driven by the photovoltaics on the roof of this train, which is not exactly true because there was a photovoltaic field in the terminus line and the train is operated on a tourist line, so it goes through a loop of, I don't know, 3 kilometers. However, it does operate without external source of power, and it's a reconstruction of a 60-year-old train. So even this retrofitting is possible. And coming back to India, the trains in India are also perhaps 50 or 60 years old, but they've been continuously operated for several decades, and they install PV panels on the roofs of the coaches to primarily cover the consumption of air condition and lights, etc. Generally, to cut this down, I recommend you to check, if you're interested, you can check this British initiative. It's 10 column 10 climate action, which processed some papers dealing with climate change or climate mitigation measures in relation to railway. And it is certainly worth considering, especially in reaction to the current prices of power and stability. And if a cheaper source of power could be obtained, it could certainly enable reduction of operating costs and increase competitiveness of this type of transport. Thank you very much. We apologize for the inability to provide you with presentation, but you've just made a test. You passed the test of presenting without your slides. Congratulations. There are some questions in the audience, so let me start with a question which is very interesting also from the perspective of this Czech presentation, the major corridor number 5 from Bratislava to Košice, which is not only incomplete, but we are discussing whether it should be advanced to the speed of 160 kilometers. So in the context of what we've heard, and Ms. Kratochvílová, you mentioned the cooperation. So how was the status quo of the TIOP projects? So let's look first at the major corridor. And then there's another question. Will Bratislava be excluded from the high-speed tracks corridor? That was a topic 1 month ago. Feasibility study of connecting of Bratislava to Vienna and Warsaw track line. So when will the northern track line completely modernized? The northern meaning Bratislava to Košice, northern line. The simple question is, I don't know. I was smiling at the Czech plans for high-speed rails. Now, sometimes I need to fight with the value for money department of the Ministry of Finance, and I try to promote 160-kilometer track lines, and they tell me it's not worth it. In some sections of the major railway corridors, 130 is enough, they say. So let us ask a question. If we could have a high-speed track to Žilina, something which is planned for Praha and Brno, or between Praha and Brno. So if I could be in Žilina in 40 minutes, who of you would drive a car for 2 hours if train would take you 40 minutes? What would be the effect of reducing the burden on the roads and reducing the reconstruction cost of roads? What's the effect on mobility and spending of funds? So imagine you live in Žilina And 40 minutes, perhaps this is an average commute for a Bratislava inhabitant. So imagine living in Žilina and traveling there for a job, earning Bratislava money and spending those money in Žilina, at home where you live. This is called labor and mobility, and these are all the secondary benefits of railways and railway transport that need to be calculated in the overall benefits. But with 110 or 130 kilometer speed, it doesn't make sense. Perhaps it doesn't make sense at all. So perhaps this would require larger, greater visionaries and not only look at the actual existing value for money, because that track line will be there for dozens of years. And let me return to the schedule of investments. We prepare this schedule of investments for 10 years. We are going to modernize, we are going to reconstruct the track lines. So it's not that we're not going to do anything. We are already building the fourth corridor, Bratislava-Kuti, direction to Czech Republic, Poprad-Spišská Nová Ves, fifth corridor, etc., etc. But when we started to discuss with the Ministry of Finance, and we compared our list of priorities and morphed it into the schedule in time and in money we're going to receive, suddenly we looked at it and we realized that we can't modernize and increasing the speed of railway sections if some other tracks are falling apart, and the southern section of Bratislava, Zvolen, Košice, sometimes train needs to be as slow as 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. So we thought that we would rather forget the modernization, but we would save these tracks technically, then reconstruction, and then elimination of bottlenecks, like Květoslavo, Bratislava, where the transportation is very, very dense, so double track lines, etc., etc. And only then we can talk about modernization and increasing the capacity.
If we are really serious about this, and we'll start investing at least double the amount of investments into railway infrastructure, then we can talk about modernization. Unfortunately, 10 years, past 10 years, and the timeline, if we approve it at the government, we are only going to catch up with the investment debt, and we will not build a single kilometer of new tracks, and we won't focus on modernization either. I just want to react. The investment debt has been around for dozens of years, and we can't do and we cannot fix everything at once, but we can face it. But what is the most important thing is to make public transportation more attractive. And I will give you an example of the public transportation in Bratislava. We have a huge investment debt, but we are gradually reconstructing the inevitable. We are reconstructing the technical basis. We are training our drivers, and with the railway transportation and in connection to Bratislava, we don't want everything to be reconstructed at once, but gradually increase the capacity of tracks for the satellite transportation, increase the predictability of this transportation and reliability. Of course, this is very difficult, but step by step, it will, get all together. We need to invest a lot into it, but what is very important is that people start liking going by the train. And there was a question about the terminals, intermodal terminals. Ružino, Vrakuňa, and Lamač. Those are city parts of Bratislava, and we are talking about new TIOP, Bori, and another Bratislava district. We wouldn't be able to build this without EU money. We already have the project contracted contractor for a project and digital park. This train stop is to be finalized in closer future, I believe. But once again, one thing is to have TIOPs. All those things are great, and we will have those TIOPs. We will try to plan the passenger transportation, but this is international corridor. I need to have 2 or 3 tracks, otherwise we will limit the international transportation. We not only need to build TIOPs, but we need to have a separate new track for that. And there is a feasibility study for that, but most probably we will end up with the study only, but because without the EU money, this is impossible. And the same applies to the public transportation of Bratislava. Not a single bus or tram wouldn't be around without the EU money. And what we would be doing if we didn't have EU funds? We have got used not to invest into our critical infrastructure. The EU money won't be flying around forever. We could have talked for long, but I have a question to all of you. Most probably, we don't have enough money, and maybe the money is not flowing when we need it the most. And now, okay. Where could we get the money from? The roads, or would you rather multiply the EU funds and or look for the money in other sectors? It seems that we talk a lot, but we act a little. So, would you rather invest money from the road into the railways? If there's no other way, then yes, this be it. And we have planned this road infrastructure money. We invest about 800 million a year into roads, and the railways have 0.4 percentage of money invested. But if we have made, when we made, when we made a forecast for upcoming 10 years, we plan to invest 0.4 of GDP into rails and 0.7 into road. However, the investments into railway infrastructure must increase. And what needs to be done? We need to pay more for using roads. Maybe you don't know, every single centimeter of railway tracks is subject to fee. And when it comes to roads, only highways and motorways have tolls. And if we are really serious, then we need to pay for using the roads more, and from the fund of road infrastructure, this money would be then put into rails. Or let's use the money from Euro funds, from environmental funds, and invest it into the rails. Because if we really mean it, that this is the transportation of the future, then let's do it. So what would be What would be, Mr. Pajdar, your answer for the Czech Republic? We haven't built a single kilometer of rail tracks. What's the situation like in the Czech Republic? Well, in the Czech Republic, we wanted to withdraw the EU funds, and we didn't have many projects in the pipeline, so we started frenetically working on building more projects, new projects, and it turned out that the railways are pretty flexible when it comes to preparing projects and withdrawing the money in comparison to our colleagues from the highways. They were facing many more legislative challenges and other challenges, and we managed really to use the EU funds. And this has actually started up the preparation of projects and implementation. And when we then we got into OB2 from 2014 until 2020, and then we managed to react almost instantly to the offer that was out there, and then we worked on more operational programs. Now we focus on the recovery and resilience plan, and maybe the railway is an advantageous position because the network is out there, and you need to start with the basics, you need to fix it, and then you can modernize it and build new tracks. First thing is modernization. The second thing is capacity. If we want to offer high quality of transportation, then we also need a capacity. And then we need to advocate for the projects from the economic perspective in the context of national funding. And of course, shortening the time of travel and other factors mean that the travelers are actually going to, or the passengers are going to consider, am I going to use car and look for parking and pay for it, or am I going to use the train? I will save some time and I won't need to bother about parking, etc. So each and every euro that you invest into the rail is visible either in the preparation or in subsequent subsequent parts of the process. Of course, the network would need much bigger investments. We also have many parts of our tracks where you only can drive 10 kilometers per hour. This might be a historical legacy, and both Czech and Slovak Czech and Slovak Republic. And we have also experienced the situation that sometimes there are decisions to cancel certain parts of the track because there are very few passengers, and then you get upheaval from the municipalities and the citizens. But all in all, our Czech perspective is that any shortening of the time of travel that is possible is what is attractive for the passengers. And what I've heard from my colleague in the panel, I do believe that you have had massive investment into rolling stock, and this is your disadvantage in comparison to us. We basically pay attention only to the infrastructure, and we as the management of the railways, and the effect is what can actually attract the passengers, better quality of cars, but then you need to keep the passengers. And this is what I'm afraid of. We talk about Green Deal, but it is incredibly expensive, and I have my doubts whether we are going to be able to fund it. And I'm afraid that the EU won't have money to support this. And then it's also about the capacities, because of course you will have more trains, people want to come on time, they don't want to waste the time by delays. So then there's this secondary impact that it is better if you have one train once in 30 minutes rather than having more frequent trains but always delayed. I would like to ask Ms. Kratochvílová if she wants to comment on what has been said.
I just want to say that basically it's been decided where the transportation in Slovakia should be heading. It is chosen in the strategic plan for transport, which was prepared in 2016, and the major direction is sustainable transportation system, which should, of course, pay attention to the economic and environmental needs of the society. So I believe that this is what we should use as a starting point. A number of regional policies use this as a starting point, so it needs to be fulfilled. The impact on the well-being and human health is so serious that if we communicate this correctly, I realize that money is of key importance, but we should also look at other aspects than just financial, and I'm sure it will be easier to understand. But do you support what the minister suggested, that direct the passive management and parking policy to the detriment of the roads and to support the railways? Well, this is everything what Bratislava as a city does. So that's why I'm talking about a shared objective. Perhaps we do have a shared goal, even though we don't mention it very often. So that, as I mentioned in the beginning, we need to cooperate with the national government, with the regional governments, making sure that the transportation is attractive and good and reliable and offers quality. It all needs cooperation of all the stakeholders, cities, regions, and the national government. We have shared objectives. Gentlemen, just briefly, on your behalf, we appreciate every single activity which will support investments into development of railway infrastructure, which will in turn increase attractiveness of individual rail transport as such, and also, naturally, whether it's a shared package for allocation or some other instrument, we don't mind. I mean, we as a carrier, we are dependent on the quality of railway infrastructure, and the fact that the travelers are waiting because the train is delayed, it's our mistake in the eyes of the travelers, and not the mistake of the infrastructure operator, who is usually responsible. Well, very briefly, this is the question of cost-benefit analysis. And if you look at the number of negative externalities connected to road transport, and the fact that the rail transport does not have these negative externalities, but it has positive externalities, from this perspective, we should prefer development of rails to the development of road infrastructure. But it should be said openly, and one shouldn't be afraid of saying this openly. It's about positive discrimination of rails and the negative discrimination of the roads and road transport. Perhaps it will start in itself when we start to limit the rights of the cars to enter the city centers. Then you will only be able to use public transport. If we limit the sales of new vehicles with combustion engine in 2030, 2035, perhaps it will automatically come to the railways, but it will be too late to build infrastructure. Thank you very much. Since we are over time, I'd like to thank again to the minister 400 million versus 1.7 million compared Slovakia versus Czech Republic. And we'd like to thank our colleagues from the Czech Republic for their presentations. Ms. Kratochvílová, thank you very much for being online. Thank you, Mr. Sklenář. Once again, sorry for the presentation. And perhaps we all travel home by train. Well, I unfortunately won't travel by train, but I hope that most of us will. It was a good conclusion of to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear audience, and also those online for your patience. Have a good evening.
Děkuji, hezký den.
Pekný, príjemný podvečer. Vítam vás na 6.
Pleasant evening. This is the 6th panel of this year's Central European Energy Conference.
Som sa predstavil, volám sa Alexander Duleba.
I've introduced myself in the morning already. My name is Alexander Duleba. And in this panel, I'm here on behalf of Karel Hirman, whom I need to apologize due to health reasons. He couldn't come here and moderate or be the host of this panel. If he watches us, please, Karel, get well soon. I'd like to welcome the Minister of Environment, Jan Budaj. I'd like to welcome Klaus Födinger, General Director of Danusen Slovakia. I'd like to welcome Milan Vesely, General Director of Slovalco. And Zdeněk Čech, from the representation of the European Commission in the Slovak Republic, who also is here on behalf of Ladislav Miko. And we have online connection with Michal Pinter, who's the director with government relationships and European relationships of US Steel Košice. The topic of this panel is decarbonization of industry. When we are thinking about putting together the lineup and putting together these key topics related to the recovery and resilience plan in one single day, we all agree that this is exactly the topic that needs to be discussed in relation to the setting of the recovery and resilience plan. What are the purposes, what are the objectives, how the implementation is going to take place? Because on the one hand, we have climate objectives. On the other hand, we have the question of competitiveness of the Slovak industry, which is a key topic indeed, because it has overlaps to economic performance of the country, of employment in the country, the jobs in the country, etc., etc. And at the same time, we all know that unless we manage substantially to address the issues of this particular topic, then we'll face a number of problems in fulfillment of the objectives we have and the objectives that we committed to at the European level. So this is the reason why we have this panel here with this topic. It's an extremely important topic, and I'm very happy that I can give over the floor to the Minister of Environment, the Minister for the Slovak government, Jan Budaj, because within the scope of distribution of auspices or agenda of the recovery and resilience plan, his ministry is responsible for the topic of decarbonization of industry. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. May I speak from the roster? It's good that I can put my hands on the roster. I won't be able to see that much, but I do believe that I will share a couple of interesting pieces of information. We keep hearing about decarbonization plan of recovery and resilience, but this is all spiced up with the current situation of the post-COVID era, the rise of prices of supplies, but mainly the rise of prices in energy. The increase in energy prices, of course, is also a complicated political problem, but I'm not going to give you a lecture of geopolitics or international affairs, even though there are people who are skilled at this, also in this room. And also in relation to this construction of this large gas pipeline, which is not fully commissioned in the European territory, these people, these actors will keep on trying how far they can go, and in relation of the Brussels and Kremlin relationships, I would call this a post-Crimean era. Russia is still an object of European measures, and energy and natural gas in particular can become a subject of revenge or manipulation, which can have and has political implications. You know very well what's happening at the Belarusian-Polish border. and what are the measures that are adopted by the Baltic republics that are afraid of the similar scenario developing at their borders. So it was just a small, slight excursion to explain that our topic, the increase in energy prices, is not such a tragedy, especially if we believe that this is just a temporary increase in energy prices, because after all, it attracted the attention of the industry and the media on the environmental fund, or Enviro Fund, as we call it. Enviro Fund has been living nice life for long years. Everybody was getting something from there, and everybody was expecting to get somewhere, but only now it turned out that there's allocated a major sum of money in that fund, which is collected through ETS, Emission Trading Scheme. And this funding is basically a pillar, one of the pillars of the state budget, and it is not to be spent, and if it's to be spent only partially. So in no way it is used for the protection of environment, because Slovakia has such a deficit in the protection of the environment that even this fund, which according to its name should be serving to the environment, even this fund is focusing mainly on the support of the municipalities in building of the infrastructure that is missing, and this lacking infrastructure is a big loss for the country as a whole, and we are not able to catch up with this. I'm talking about the water treatment system and sewerage system, etc., etc. So most funds from Enviro Fund are mainly directed to the support of municipalities and not to the primary tasks or agenda that the Ministry of Environment like to see funded. On the other hand, this falling behind in the infrastructure building is the objective of infringements, and we are being warned by the European Union that such falling behind of regions in the 21st century is just unthinkable. So let me return to the topic that's been discussed, that's a real buzzword now, the Recovery and Resilience Plan. The name is quite apt because we are talking about recovery of the post-COVID period, but resilience in Slovak language is not typically connected with politics. Actually, it's not typically associated with the economy as such, even though it's an extremely timely word, resilience. Europe is providing some financial facility, and it really wants the countries to be in better condition. The fact that the climate plan is called Fit for 55 is quite apt as well. Especially Eastern Europe faces huge challenges in terms of its condition. We are members of the EU, but we are so tired and so exhausted that we managed to become the members of the club. We failed to notice all these structural issues, how we were falling behind across all the set of indicators. And Slovak industry is high, it generates high emissions, while in Europe the industry accounts for 21% of all emissions. In Slovakia, it's 41%, double the European average. There's no small thing. And not only that it's very emission intense, but it's also energy intense. Governments for many years were talking about some knowledge economy, and they kept talking about it. It became the wife of Inspector Colombo. Everybody was talking about it, but no one has ever seen it. The fact, or the situation we are at, especially our universities and our research institutions, it only illustrates that if we continue this way, we are never going to meet the wife of Inspector Colombo. As a Minister of Environment, I do respect, and I will fulfill all the goals of the government to maintain the employment rate of the current industry. But let me say quite openly that I expect the industry to show some ambition to gradually change the technology, to look for application also in the final production spheres and to come up with more added value, not to be satisfied with the role of a third world country, which is only storage for primary semi products for most companies doing business here. I do not want to undermine the level of the current industry, but if the ETS will be increasing in price. When they were introduced, they cost 5.5. Now they cost 60 euro. So how are we going to go about it? Will we pay this from the state budget? Well, I just said that the environmental fund or Enviro fund will support 11 million. Will contribute 11 million to the Slovak industry. But when I look at the requirements, no one even thanked me for those 11 million because the requirements are huge.
Slovakia asked for more than 40 million, and Slovnaft 20 million. US Steel also high demands. Most of you know the table. Today we have limited the municipalities, some of the plans. We can release this amount for the big industries, but that's negligible amount of money. And for the next year, I would really expect the mobilization of modernization fund, and I would expect us to use more than 350 million euro in the recovery and resilience plan that is managed at our ministry, and more money is at hands of other sectors and ministries. This is a great amount of money, and this huge assistance is not geared to ecological topics, but it's primarily a huge innovation of industry. So how are we going to use it? Because the climate crisis and climate change is related to the release of substances that are detrimental to the climate, and the huge generator of those substances is energy sector and transportation. But in energy sector, there is really a light at the end of the tunnel. We are getting rid of our dependence on coal, and we can imagine that we will get rid of our dependence on natural gas. Still, we will be highly dependent on the nuclear power, and maybe we will be the country #1 when it comes to the share of nuclear power per capita. It wouldn't be such a big deal if there were some places where we could store this. Store the waste, the nuclear waste, but we neither do have the place, neither do we have the space as Ukraine. Our country can never ever experience the nuclear catastrophe. The life and history teaches us that we just experience everything and anything what can happen to humans. It's only a question of time. The nuclear power, nuclear energy for a landlocked country in the center of continent that is located in tectonically active area and doesn't have any space for storing the waste. And considering all of those factors, and also considering the fact that any and every nuclear leak from any circuit is a huge attack on underground waters, what makes Slovakia unique, and the containers of this underground water That all turns nuclear power a risky source of energy for us. Still, we are at peace with it for the time being, because only gradually we can get rid of nuclear power. And I also presume that Germany will also revise its plans for its quick abandonment of nuclear power. We are still walking through the times when we are using coal and some other alternative fuels, and something we can't name so far. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Environment is ready to help the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, out of which 37% will be geared towards green measures. But I underline, all of the green measures and actions are actions that revitalize transportation, industry, energy sector. Those are not investments into feeding the bears or planting the trees. This is a restart. This is an attempt to get over the post-industrial era and enter the digital era, when the humanity first time ever will try to globally transform its civilization, because it's not about production, but it's also about consumption. If we don't change consumption, there is no chance that the production changes. And this, one with another, really requires huge changes in the overall structure of the society and human thinking. It's a rather daring thing to believe that this is possible. However, the scientists warn us that there is no other way but this. I want to bring your attention to the fact that this is not a daydreaming of some green idealists. The money that is going to be invested and used is going to be used for a restart of economy and restart of the industry and transportation and partially construction as well. Those are all economic areas. And those areas, those sectors need to realize that we are facing a global challenge. And it's not only about a small location adopting to a change or non-adopting to a change. Many times when a community used up its natural resources, the community died out. Simply, it was impossible to survive. However, now we are one global community and civilization. And the question is if we learn how to live in harmony with our planet, and so that we don't experience something that the Earth is going to shrug us off as a nasty insect. We are never going to. We are not going to destroy our planet. We are just facing a proof of it. A small, tiny virus has completely turned our societies upside down. Many natural ecosystems have started to thrive again, like in the channels of Venice. And, you know, the Earth will recover even if we die out. And you know, the planet will survive, the ecosystems will survive, but we need to change. We need to change totally. And industry plays a key role. Our consumption and our demand plays a key role. If we yet again get back to balance with our Earth as physical and biological whole, there will be a chance that our grandsons and granddaughters have an opportunity to walk their kids in the nature, breathe the air, and drink the water. What we are discussing here at this conference, and I want to thank the SFPA for organizing this conference, for investing all your energy for so many years into this energy conference. We need to realize that, and this is a great thing that you organize this conference in Bratislava, because the energy consumption in Bratislava is much higher than in the rest of the society. We will present our plans, green plans in the upcoming period next year. We are currently negotiating with key stakeholders. The government is very serious about this. We are ruling out bad options and we are looking for better options. And the funds for decarbonization of Slovakia are one time. Is a kind of comes in a single batch, and we highly appreciate the fact that all of you, also you are in, even though you are involved in a business, you still want to live. You want to see the next generations to thrive, and I hope that we will find a common solution. The Ministry of Environment would like to fund even bigger than 11 million euro kind of injections into the system. But, and I reiterate and repeat that this investment is a single or one-time investment, and it's only up to you if this investment is going to vanish in the air or if it is going to be made real use of. We have offered a principal transformation of family houses where each and every family house will actually make 30% for its inhabitants, and it will all depend on the energy, on how we will manage to increase the energy efficiency of the house. We will change the dwellings of thousands of Slovak citizens into houses and dwellings of the 21st century. We see energy poverty all around in Slovakia. Many regions are lagging behind, and I'm not really picturing an idealistic picture that all households will change from night to day. But this will be a stark example and great example of good practice. And a motivational factor for other inhabitants. Once the communities will see that this makes sense, that their house is going to be modernized, they will save. If the communities get inspiration from that, and then we'll start asking about the financial possibilities of funding this reconstruction and refurbishment, then we will make a huge step ahead. We will need to modernize at least 200,000 of dwellings like this. I really hope that the decarbonization of the industry will happen in transparent and clear way and will be used as a new restart. And it will be then up to you, ladies and gentlemen, from the business, from the industry, whether you will still opt for energy consuming or demanding industrial solutions or not. maybe you will be tempted because ETS will be still around. And until it is around, maybe businesses will be tempted to still use the existing system and not move ahead. I do hope that we will manage to transform as we were able to transform after the revolution. And I do believe that Slovakia can pioneer this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to give over the floor to Zdeněk Čech so that the representatives of public institutions have the first possibility to speak, and then we will have the reactions of the industry. So, Mr. Čech, the perspective of the European Commission on the Slovak Recovery and Resilience Plan. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me and organizing this very timely conference, which is well-timed and timely. So, on behalf of the European Commission, let me look at the Green Deal and take a wider perspective of why this is a priority for Europe. Well, all European countries committed to go towards the carbon neutrality by the year 2050, or possibly to reduce the emissions by 55% against 1990 in the year 2030. Apologies. Nevertheless, even following the international conference in Glasgow, no one cast doubt on this direction towards carbon neutrality. Quite the other way around. It's all the more rooted and embedded in the society that it is really important to decarbonize our countries, our economies, manufacturing processes that will have cleaner air, healthier food. This is something that Minister already mentioned here, and this is something that the citizens care about. Transformation can actually lead to new jobs for even for industrialized regions like in Slovakia, or for the Slovak businesses. And the transformation and this comparison to the early 90s, that's actually very apt comparison. It's a very apt parallel. It's not going to be easy for the carbon demanding producers, but it is possible. And the Commission, just to transform these visions into reality, in July this year proposed the package which we labeled Fit for 55, and it basically means to be able to get to those 55% reduction by the year 2030. But the main message why I'm here, that not only this is a priority for the European Commission, but also there is a great deal of funding provided by the European Commission, and this huge allocation reflects not only the recovery and resilience plan, but also the huge budget for the EU in this MFF, multi-annual financial framework, where 30% of all funds is allocated for decarbonization of European economy. And the recovery and resilience plan, which is approximately 700 and 500 billion euro for it's approximately 37% of the total funding. And now talking about Slovakia specifically. I believe Slovakia has absolutely unique, one-of-a-kind possibility to advance towards carbon-free economy, that these resources or funds flowing from Europe are absolutely unprecedented. And it's probably not going to be repeated in the future. So Slovakia needs to catch the opportunity, not to lose it, and advance within the time scope at hand. The time framework is quite demanding. It's by the year 2026 for the recovery and resilience plan. There's no N+1, no N+2. It's the end of 2026 period. And all the projects needs to be completed by that time. And we are aware that the recovery and resilience plan and the industrial processes that needs to be changed, these are demanding long-term projects. So my next piece of message is that it needs to be, you need to start right away. You need to start immediately with preparing the projects, with the allocation of human resources for these projects, because the time is running. It's the end of 2021. So until the end 2021, Slovakia and the Ministry of Environment in the fourth quarter 2022, there should be a milestone with the draft decarbonization scheme. So there's just 1 year from this deadline, and industrialists will certainly tell us how long the implementation of these measures actually takes. And in 2026, we have to calculate with this framework, and we need to end the projects also in terms of financing. In other words, it is necessary to look at the solutions elsewhere. You know, there are 3 sub-points, 3 theses. Public funds from the EU in general for decarbonization will not be enough. Private sector also needs to join, and the European Union works on a number of projects that should facilitate the private funding, especially the taxonomy that we've heard about today. And decarbonization scheme is very likely to be a unique project because it's quite complicated to look elsewhere. And this is what makes it demanding. The complement number 4 of the Slovak Recovery and Resilience Plan says that this is a unique project which is going to be tailored to Slovak standards. So it's going to be demanding also in terms of the schedule, the schedule that I mentioned. And thirdly, I wanted to emphasize that this decarbonization scheme should try to take advantage as much as possible of a certain innovation component. Minister has already mentioned this. You know, trying to advance the manufacturing, to advance it to more progressive levels with higher added value, with so that it becomes asset for the future, because this huge influx of money in Slovakia probably is not going to be repeated again. Just for inspiration, take a look at we had a number of representatives of steel manufacturers. There was a Swedish project titled Hybrid, which is working with iron production involving hydrogen. We can even think about some connection with renewables. I mean, connecting these manufacturing procedures to renewables, because there's going to be a large increase in the consumption of electric power, etc., etc. But of course, we can talk about this in the next round. So this is from me for the start. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe it's good we have this European perspective now on the table. And now I'm very happy to give over the floor to Mr. Födinger as the first representatives of the industrial companies represented in this panel. So, Mr. Födinger, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce our company at this panel. We are CRH. CRH is an Irish-based company. It's a global player. CRH is #1 in the building material industry in North America and in Europe. It employs 80,000 employees and a turnover of 24 billions. And we are present here with the Denocem brand. Denocem comprises 3 countries: Slovakia, Austria, and Hungary. And we have here 60 locations where we operate, and especially in Slovakia, we are active in the cement industry. In the cement business, we are running 2 cement plants, one in the west in Rohošnik and one in the east in Turna. But we're also very busy in the waste management. We have waste preparation plants in Pezinok, and we are using these waste preparation plants to produce alternative fuel for our industry. If you look at the cement industry globally in terms of CO2 emissions, yes, cement industry is emitting CO2 at the level of 3 to 4% globally responsible for CO2 emissions. But this is also given to the nature of its product, because the prime raw material is limestone. And when you burn limestone for the production of clinker at high temperatures, there is a CO2 emissions. But also our industry is very much committed to optimize, and especially it needs technologies of best technologies available, and especially in our neighboring countries in Austria and in Germany, they have leading technologies. And I'm very proud to say also that here we in Slovakia have the same level of technologies, and we are ahead of the industry in terms of emission reduction, and especially CO2 reduction. And especially in the plant in Turna, we are world leading. This is one of the greenest plant, and we even got rewards on that, and we are very proud of this achievement. How did we achieve all that? So first of all, emission reduction environment needs investment. For example, we were investing 30 million euros since takeover by CRH in 2015 into new technologies to be more environmental friendly. The last one, for example, we did last year, where we invested into the duplication of our capacity in our Pezinok plant to prepare waste to alternative fuels for our industrial process. And also now we are engaging into investing into an alternative fuel dryer in Rožnik. This is also an investment of around 4 million euros. And we are just suddenly, and we have to raise here demand also to the government, because we are stuck in the project, in the environmental investment study, which lasts already two years, and here we need to see how we can accelerate this process together with the government. If it comes to ways how to reduce the CO2 footprint, in generally the cement industry has three options. The first one is the energy efficiency. The cement production is a very energy intense process, and we were investing into a waste heat recovery equipment. With this waste heat recovery equipment, we are capturing the heat waste, which is otherwise going into the air, and we are capturing this heat and we are producing energy out of it. So in our Rožnik plant, we can subsidize, for example, 20% of electric energy. The second point is the alternative fuel. Usually for the burning process, you need fossil fuels like coal, gas, or oil. We are subsidizing these fuels by alternative fuels processed out of waste. So we are separating, we are shredding, and we are preparing fuel out of waste. So we are contributing also to the waste problem of Slovakia. And we are subsidizing around 300,000 tons of fossil fuels by alternative fuels, and reach a substitution rate of up to 80% in Slovakia. The third point is alternative raw material. I mentioned already, limestone is a prime product for cement production, but we are subsidizing this limestone by alternative raw material, mainly construction waste. So we have a kind of recycling scheme in place, but also we are using slag as a raw material with a strong cooperation and partnership with US Steel. And also we use this slag to replace clinker. So these are the three pillars we are counting on, and which makes us now very successful in the emission reduction so far. If you look at the global trend and the global goal in the cement industry, we comply with the European Union targets, and of course reduction of CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030 is also the goal of our industry. And this we can achieve with the three pillars we were just talking about. But to reach the carbon neutrality, which is our goal in 2015, it needs new technologies. It needs carbon capture technologies. And here it is necessary to have a global overlap in between industry, politics, and also industry. It needs research and development. It needs funding. Especially we in CRH pilot project here not a pilot project here, but we have a pilot project in France. where we're doing these researches in this carbon capture neutrality. And I think as we are part of a global player, we can benefit also in Slovakia out of these technologies soon. But also we have, of course, facing competitiveness and also difficulties due to these emission reduction schemes. And this is called the carbon leakage. The carbon leakage is mainly the tendency of industries going to countries where you have no CO2 costs or CO2 targets. This is not only risking jobs in our industry, but this is also leading to facing imports of CO2 polluted cements out of these countries. For example, over the last 5 years, we had 160% increase of cement imports of non-EU countries into the EU. Only in 2020, we had 25% increase on imports. And this is accelerating. We appreciate, therefore, the implementation of the CBAM, the cross-border adjustment mechanism. But this starts a bit too late. Only by 2026 until 2035, the reduction of 10% of allowances will not be enough. Therefore, equalization of CO2 costs between EU and non-EU countries is very much welcomed. So these are the challenges of our industry, and I thank you for giving you a bit of an insight. Thank you.
Now we will give floor to Slovalco. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to thank the organizers for this conference and my possibility to participate here, as it has been said by the government representatives that we only complain. And I'm really sorry if they see it in this way. But I want to sort of comment on our industry, and I won't talk only on behalf of Slovalco, but also on behalf of other industrial areas, also for steel producers, cement producers, and other energy demanding companies. Slovakia has a very energy demanding industry. This is a legacy, and this cannot be fixed in 1 or 2 years or in 4 years. And I do believe that this government will last longer, but still, we won't fix it within 8 years. And unfortunately, the legacy is really painful. But at the same time, it's not really that it lacks logic to support the Slovak industry, even though, or although it is energy demanding. Well, we have heard that Enviro Fund has been sleeping beauty or hasn't been around. No, this is not the case. We have been trying to really get what we could have got from the EU funds, and we wanted to prevent EU leakage, the carbon leakage, first and foremost. And the free ETS is really at stake, or was at stake, and maybe it's pity that environmental fund has got this label that it is something bad. It has only implemented the policy of the Slovak state. Whether it was good or bad, I don't want to evaluate it. One comment is that the policy of the Slovak government is not really always good for businesses, or we don't always like it. Slovalco doesn't produce CO2. We produce aluminium, and this is our factory is really top-notch factory in the global level. On the global level, aluminium cannot be produced without really high consumption of energy, and we need to split oxygen from aluminium, and you need a lot of energy for that. And we do produce a bit of CO2, though, but it's not as significant. What is really significant for us is that we pay high price for the energy, and the energy price in Europe, of course, consists of various or is created by different factors. And one of the elements contributing factors to the energy price is given by ETS and the purchase and sale of those ETS. And unfortunately, it has become a business. And it is far away from the original intent of ETS system, and that was to cut on the carbon footprint. And the secondary and another contributing factor is that we have liberalized energy price. So we have the same price for energy as in Germany. And since Germany has many coal plants, power plants, our energy price is growing despite of the fact that our situation is different and our energy is greener. And for us as producers or as factories, Slovalco, the price of energy is rising, is rocketing, and we cannot survive. And the EU has come up with a patch, which is indirect compensation. This is not money from the budget, but the money that will be generated from the sale of ETS. And it is as if it were self-regulated. The ETS will be cheap, and then the energy won't be as expensive. And if we talk about carbon leakage, if Slovalco was closed down, it's not that it would be one of the worst aluminium producers in Europe to be closed down. And it is not the same situation as if a bad producer of aluminium in Asia is closed down that has 5 times higher the CO2 emission. So if you push us out from Europe, then in the end of the day, the carbon footprint per 1 ton of aluminium will grow if you push us out from the EU. The EU takes pan-European approach in some areas, but in terms of indirect compensation, this should be dealt with at the national level. And there are worst producers of aluminium that exist in the EU, some in Spain, France, Germany, and those aluminium producers are much worse. Some of them are worse than Slovalco is. But unfortunately, we are going to push away functional and efficient industry from Slovakia. We have never asked for 40 billion euro. I don't know where have you come with, how did you come up with this number? The only thing we want is to get the same level of compensation as in Germany, in line what the EU allows, and that is 25% from the revenues, from the CO2 revenues can be geared towards the compensation in industry. Of course, that is distributed over the whole industry, and the situation is different in each and every country, and we cannot get higher compensation than 75% of our increased costs. Those things simply work in this way, and the only thing we are asking is that to have as much money in the Enviro Fund as possible, not 30%, but ideally 100%, and we want the Environmental Fund to use the money for for decarbonization, for those kind of projects. And unfortunately, the previous governments committed to pay for infrastructural projects for the cities and municipalities from the environmental fund. Well, okay, be it. We don't want to take the money away from the cities, but we don't want the money that is collected from CO2 spending to evaporate somewhere in the budget, and we want this money to be used for saving the industry and to motivate the industry. I believe that Mr. Winter is going to comment on it, but if a steel company is going shall change its production to hydrogen, should change to hydrogen, then you need much more money for it. And if the energy is not going to be compensated, then there is no motivation to decarbonize, or little. So the whole game around is not really black and white. We shouldn't be saying anything like that. If we don't give it to the industry, we could use it somewhere else. But, well, okay, you could use it, but would CO2 be better for the planet or not? And Mr. Minister, I would like to thank you for this 11 million. And I want to thank publicly for this 11 million, but it's not the percentage we should have got, neither according to the law, because it should be 7.5% from the assistance, so it will be 18.5 million, and it's far away from 25%, and it's far away from the European average. 12.5% is used for industries as the EU average. What we really want is to make the conditions for running business in energy demanding sectors similar to the EU average. It is very difficult for us to compete with the developing world, but under those conditions, it is difficult for us to compete even in the EU market. And okay, I do agree if the value added in industry is in the products, but Slovalco doesn't produce only aluminium, but composites, and the products are sold in Slovakia as well. And you need to realize that Slovalco does have 500 staff, but it employs 3,000 employees. And throughout the past 10 years, we have paid out to Slovak companies 2 billion euro to Slovak companies, our company. So this money stays in Slovakia. And yes, Slovalco exports more than half of its production, but a lot of our aluminium is processed in Slovakia, but also automotive industry exports. And that's normal in globalized world. And a side note, we only export to the EU. And of course, Slovalco is not daydreaming. We are trying to recycle as much aluminium as possible, and aluminium is great to be recycled. It doesn't get corroded, so it doesn't leave value throughout its life cycle, and it's very light. So all the energy that is invested into it, it pays back to the planet, the cars, the rolling stock. All of these are then lighter and are then less energy demanding. And this is not only about us as Slovalco. I use it only as an example. But Železiarne Podbrezova, other heavy industry companies do have modern technologies. But if we destroy them here, and if we say that we don't need them, we will import those materials from third countries with much bigger carbon footprint on our planet. On another hand, I do agree with the fact that you have a legacy. financial legacy, legislative framework, and as it has been said that you already that you have one part of the legacy is so-called creative accounting and auditing from the previous government. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't really be upset with us, industry guys, that we are complaining. We try to survive and we want to get the same treatment as in other EU countries.
Ale sa týka možno také trošku iné.
Thank you, Mr. Vasily. The point was quite clear, even though it's not quite directly related to decarbonization, because the fund is not going to be used. Okay. Our plant, because it's the top level plant, and we have no way how to decarbonize. You can't manufacture aluminium with smaller carbon footprint or with more limited energy consumption, but we can't decarbonize by driving the industry out of the country, because if we do drive it out of the country, we can be proud of reducing the CO2 emissions, but in the end, the emissions will be even higher because we'll be importing products from other less environmentally friendly producers. Michal, the floor is yours. Good evening to everyone. I apologize for the logistics not allowing me to be with you. I'm in this unpleasant position because all my colleagues have already said what I wanted to say. So let me take a look at it from a different perspective and to follow up on what Milan said from Slovalco. We do respect the interests and objectives by the EU. Minister also mentioned the commitment to reduce the emissions by 55% until the year 2030. But before that, it used to be -40. Now it's -55. And I'm sure you understand that if you are training for a race and you have a specific time to achieve, and suddenly you need to achieve much better time, it's just not fair. But still, we do want to be part of the solution. And Milan was mentioning a lot about the aluminium. So let me talk about steel. Our case is quite flagrant because steel is 100% recyclable material without any loss of its technical properties. And since steel is a part of solution, we can't decarbonize without steel. And it's maybe quite trivial, but I don't know any wind turbine that could be built or constructed without steel. I know no nuclear power plant. I know no railway or gas pipeline or oil pipeline. I don't know any which is not based on steel. So what I'm trying to say is we not only respect the commitments, but we are part of the solution. And without steel, the solutions won't be possible. For example, I don't want to flood you with figures because we've heard a lot of figures, but per 1 megawatt installed capacity of wind power plant, you need 200 tons of steel. Let me just explain and emphasize. This whole process will be reasonable when the steel is green and when it's European. Because if it's not, I'll follow up on what the minister said. If we don't have the consumption that is supplied by the import of foreign materials, including steel, which have much more serious carbon footprint than our steel. So let me try to summarize our perspective, because we are on a different part of the front as the aluminium manufacturers. We have a huge space for decarbonization in our manufacturing systems, but with the currently available technology, it will require much more electricity demand that we have. So what we are calling for is public support. And I don't want to go into details which facilities are better and which are worse. Everybody from electricity intensive industry, we are mainly looking at recovery and resilience fund. Also, we are hoping for some support prepared by the ministry from the state aid scheme, from the modernization fund. Also, number of partners mentioned that all the decarbonization technology are not bringing any added value from the commercial perspective. Of course, we respect the need to help the environment, but we are not able to finance these investments ourselves. These are huge capital investments that cannot be done without public support. This is the A that is often communicated in the media and in a number of discussions. But I also mentioned that we are a typical example of company that is able to decarbonize. It's not a secret if I tell you that the company that I represents approximately 1/4 of CO2 emissions of the total country. So 1/4 of total CO2 emissions of this country. Sorry. We have plans in place, and we can help Slovakia to significantly meet the significantly contribute to meeting of the 2030 commitments. But just like we are able to decarbonize, we can significantly increase the consumption of electric power. So the whole decarbonization, along with the high investment costs, will make sense only when the price of electric power is at the level that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to produce steel if your operating costs don't allow you to sell your final product. I don't want to go into figures, and I don't even have the mandate to mention our figures. But just for illustration, from our perspective, compared to the manufacturing processes in place now, a transformation to electrified steel production that will lead to significant decarbonization would mean 2 times our current energy consumption, so doubled consumption of power. With hydrogen, the demand is approximately 500 kilowatt per ton of the manufactured steel. If we were supposed to use the cleanest manufacturing possible, using electrolysis and hydrogen and using the iron and directly reduce iron steel production, the demands would be perhaps 4 megawatts per ton. So it's approximately 8 times higher consumption of electricity, 8 times higher. And if you add up the figures without telling you some nominal values, if we were supposed to use this cleanest available production, the consumption of power would be approximately 50% of the consumption of the whole country. So the question of the price of power is extremely key for us as business. We've been fighting for years, and now I might be slightly critical or pointing out to our concerns. For years we were fighting for the ETS tariff, which is at the level that come down with the price of power of electricity compared to other energy demanding industries, because we are among the most expensive countries in terms of electric power. By the way, many of you know that one part of the price of electricity is the commodity itself. Major part is the regulated component, and these regulated components are among the highest in the EU for Slovakia. There are initiatives by the market regulator in cooperation with the ministry, so that this regulatory system has a different setting that would make us more competitive for the future. We produced or generated much power from the secondary energy sources using gas that necessarily are generated in our boilers and in our production. And even this energy that we generated ourselves and consumed ourselves, we had to pay the same fee as if we purchased it, which we perceive very negatively. But I want to end up on a positive note, so I believe that all the steps currently taken by the authorities, whether it's the government or the regulator, I believe that all the steps will lead to improvement of this situation. But returning to decarbonization, for decarbonization we need a lot of power, and of course this power needs to be green, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So we will have to, and I think this was mentioned by Mr. Czech from the EU, we need to agree whether natural gas is used in the taxonomy, or is the nuclear power used in the taxonomy? Because we need enormous volumes of power, and it must be green, because it's not green, it doesn't make sense. And the third important factor I wanted to mention is the level playing field. It doesn't make sense to invest into anything or to do anything unless you have fair conditions, or in other words, level playing field. Concerning the anti-dumping measures, we are strongly protected, but just like with aluminium, there's also in steel industry, there's some protective measure, the so-called safeguard measure. You know very well that the European Union is planning from 2025 in the pilot stage to implement the so-called carbon offset mechanism. I'm not sure it's carbon offset adjustment, or CBAM. Again, if we want to decarbonize, and I mentioned that our our commitments increased from -40 to -55. So if we want to protect our industry with -40, and we increased the objectives to -55, so we should also increase the protection of the industry, and not to reduce the protection of the industry. So I don't want to use the word protest, but let's say I do not perceive favorably the setting by the European Commission that wants to implement the CBAM, but also want to reduce our free allocation already from the date of implementation. We believe that CBAM should be an impulse, a stimuli to decarbonization. Our protection should be higher because the objective is higher, from -40 to -55. And we believe it's absolutely essential that CBAM, at least by the year 2030, is an addition and not a gradual replacement of free allocation. And the last topic, this was mentioned by the minister, is consumption. If it remains constant, then we need to think about whether the European consumer, including the government sector, is ready that green aluminium, green cement, green steel, all these commodities and materials will be, at the end of the day, cost much more than the non-green. So we need to create markets for green steel. It doesn't make sense for us to manufacture if we're not able to sell it. I keep on saying, perhaps it's a black and white example. Nevertheless, I'll try it. If you manufacture one car which has some aluminium components and steel components, and you build it, and you put it next to an identical car with identical equipment, everything is completely the same. Both the cars are of red color, but one of them costs 10,000 and the other costs 15,000. And the one for 15,000 will be manufactured from the green materials. So the question is not for the politician, but the question is for the consumer, whether the European consumer is ready to pay 15,000 for a car that he or she can buy for 10,000, whether they are so well aware to buy this green product or environmentally friendly product. Because without these markets, it doesn't make sense to decarbonize, because we will get lost in the whole process. I don't want to brag, I don't want to complain, I just want to discuss. So let me just remind you and end up on the tunnel that I started with. We want to be part of the solution. We completely respect the commitments of the EU. But we need to realize that 14% of all global emissions come from Europe. Yes, we want to be the leader, and we've heard it already, but if this effort should end up with closing of the industry and only importing of higher emission footprint materials from third countries, this all stops making sense altogether. So I hope that we will manage to find solutions. I mentioned the Modernization Fund and Resilience Fund, Recovery and Resilience Fund, and we will be able to restart these processes at the ministry so that we can apply for these resources and draw these resources. We are ready, and I can declare that we have our strategy. We know how to fulfill the ambitions. We are able to help Slovakia to fulfill a great part of these commitments because we are one of the greatest pollutants, or we're one of the greatest sources of pollution, but we need to start the process as soon as possible so that we can manage all the deadlines. This is just for the opening. Perhaps there will be some discussion or some questions.
Thank you very much, Michal. But the time flies by, I need to say, and I think we are really on the very edge. Still, I'd like to give room to a couple of questions. So those questions are rather diverse, and I would stick to the main topic. Minister, how would you react to the arguments that we have heard from the representatives of the industries? Well, yes, the change from 40 to 55% ambition is a huge leap. It is a big change, and I do understand that what they need is predictable policy of the EU and individual member states. The individual policies from the transitory or for the transitory period not always are in harmony. And we, as ministers of environment, need to strive to achieve that. We need to open our mouth and ask for a high level of harmonization, carbon custom, carbon
Základná otázka.
Carbon tariff, sorry. From the moment this idea was uttered 5 years ago in Paris by President Macron, this idea was swept under the carpet, but the European industry cannot go through this decarbonization stage. Either we would keep on printing EU money or we would offer loans, but they would need to pay back loans, a huge loan that would be geared towards decarbonizing private companies, or the market needs to consider or take into account the fact that aluminium is produced maybe using child labor in some parts of the world, and Europe should have reacted to massive outsourcing before 2008. The very crisis outlined multiple problems. And it seems as if some countries were not reacting to it. In Spain, there were millions of young people that were unemployed because the factories have left for other parts of the world. And we don't see it that way because some of the companies left for Slovakia. SEAT probably had bigger factory in Spain, and today Volkswagen invested here. The outsourcing, the aftermath of this outsourcing was such that we were sort of pacifying ourselves that, okay, we will come up with innovations and we will sell technologies, and they in other countries will produce products or materials. No, this is not the case. Look at the current crisis with chips. I am a big fan of open economy and open society. We have been really struggling to get this, to achieve that, to knock down the barrier between the two words and the words that were not competing in business but in producing guns. And we have dived into a 30-year cycle, and we are now living we need to face the consequences of the situation. On one hand, we want to enjoy tropical fruit in winter, and we are ignorant of the costs. The ship transportation and cargo transportation that are coming from other countries sailing through across the ocean that do not comply with any standards that bring this tropical fruit to our counters. So when are we going to talk about the carbon tax tariff? I know that we need to change our habits. And yes, we need to get used to the fact that the socks that we bought for 50 cents will now cost 5 euro. And if you have carbon tax, if we have carbon tax, then even the socks from China would cost 5 euro. And this will not only be a second chance for industries, but also for producers, small producers, light industry. The global mobility has huge consequences and huge costs. So seeming seemingly cheap solutions may be very costly at the end of the day. And also, we do not have money to cover the costs because U.S. Steel and the aluminum producers face the competition of factories that completely ignore any human or ecological norms. So in the end of the day, as it is clear in timber, there's this FSC trademark, or sorry, not trademark, license. And some of the producers really don't purchase any timber without this mark, such as IKEA. And now we are in transitory period. And humanity has gone through many of those transitory periods. And we are still living in the age of fossil fuels, steam, and leaving it behind us is a huge task. It's much more difficult than flying to the moon, because the whole world runs on fossil fuels. Each and every detail, our glasses, the carpet here, the dossiers we have in hands, they are all dependent on oil. If we want to abandon it, and we need to do so, this is not our idea or caprice, this will require huge transformation efforts. We have experienced transformation of economy. We know what the transitory costs are. But at the same time, we can say that there is a generation who knows how to do it and wants to do it. As we had the vision of our freedom as a generation, and not as if everybody were this part of dissent, but everybody thought that we needed freedom. And once there were leaders, then everybody joined. And I believe that the challenge of the generation of our children is to stabilize the life on the planet, so that they don't only see catastrophes, but they can have a vision that their grandchildren will enjoy the same things as they did. And this is what the transformation is needed for. One thing is increased costs, but at the same time, I need to recall the fact that there used to be 3.5 billion inhabitants of this planet, and I'm the first generation that representing humanity that has been so successful that not only we colonized every single part of our globe, but we really doubled our numbers. And this, of course, has consequences, economic, natural, and the overall consequences on the future development. And if we all manage this, our children will need to deal with 11 billion inhabitants on this planet. And okay, we do have natural resources. Natural resources can feed 11 billion people, but our societies and industries need to be principally reorganized. This is a huge challenge, but the young generation is ready for this challenge. So I have mentioned the carbon tariff, but this is only one of the measures on a long list that has not been implemented and that is needed for the success of this story. And you, as business representatives, ask questions that only have difficult answers. Now you have money from the fund, Recovery and Resilience Fund, but you may ask, what is going to happen in a year's time? ETS now costs somewhere between 54 to 70 euro. The cheapest was 31 euro and the most expensive was 74 euro. So there is a huge level of volatility, and it has become security that is subject to the market rules. And also, I don't think that those who have created the system had envisaged this. So this is a proof of the fact that not everything goes together well. And you are rightly concerned. You need to have long-term plans, and we need to have predictable events. We have lost predictability, but it is clear that nuclear power is risky, but there is no alternative. There's this anonymous question whether I do have any alternative how to abandon nuclear power. No, there is no such alternative in Slovakia right now. And I need to reiterate that we are a transitory generation, maybe one or two generations that will face the challenge to bring about technologies that will allow us.
Thank you very much. And I'm really, really sorry, but I will have to terminate this discussion because we are 20 minutes over time. I thought we would be disagreeing with Slovalco. Well, let me end up on a positive note, because if I was listening to your arguments, Minister, quite closely, I don't see a major difference, because when you present the arguments in a reasonable way, I don't think there is such a strong disagreement. So I believe that you will understand each other with the business, and you will come up with reasonable solutions, and you will take advantage of the things that should be working and the opportunities at hand. And I'm really, really sorry, and I do apologize to everyone, and I apologize to those who send us questions through Slido. Unfortunately, we are not able to answer that. I will have to end this panel because we're almost 20 minutes late, and we need to conclude the whole conference, so please remain seated. And I would like to ask Veronika Oravcová, the Executive Director of this conference, to conclude the conference. Thank you very much for the word. Dear Minister, dear ladies, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the dynamic discussion and insightful discussion in the last panel, and let me conclude this conference with a few words. From the perspective of the organizer of the conference, I can tell you that organizing a conference during the times of the pandemic is a big challenge. It's not quite simple. When in February and March this year started to think about the program and the structure of the respective panels, we really hoped that we will be able to convene in large numbers to greet the domestic guests and international guests and talk at the big international level about the Recovery and Resilience Plan and the Green Deal, etc., etc. Unfortunately, this failed to materialize. We even named the conference optimistically the Green Renewal after the pandemics. But it seems that the end of the pandemics is not in sight, at least for now. But a number of these processes of green recovery and transformation have started already. We are very glad that there are representatives of the government of the Slovak Republic, of the V4 countries, which have these green policies in their agenda. And we were talking about the specific solutions in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, because this time last year we only talked about the priorities and visions and proposals. 12 months have passed and the plans are on paper. All the countries, all the member states have their drafts. Most of them have been approved by the European Commission, and the first solutions are being implemented. The first tranches have been sent to the state treasuries. So that was a short time. A lot of things have happened. 10 years ago, there was a situation was a bit similar. There was an economic and financial crisis, and the European Commission came up with a document, an initiative about the strategy of smart, inclusive and sustainable development. This strategy had climate change as one of the key priorities. Unfortunately, in comparison with the development 10 years ago and today, we are at a completely different stage. These plans are binding documents. The plans we have now are binding documents. Countries must fulfill the milestones to be able to get the payments, so the countries committed to green policies. And if we look specifically at the energy sector, the objectives until 2030 we have in the field of emissions reduction and increasing the share of renewables and energy efficiency, they are all ambitious. They are more ambitious. They're higher. And also the public opinion, which is a key stakeholder here, is different, because 10 years ago, climate change was considered a problem by 2/3 of Europeans. Today, 9 out of 10 Europeans regard climate change as a big issue. So it's a huge change, and there is a social demand for Green Deal and green transformation. And it is therefore a commitment for all of us here, not only for the companies, for the industry, but also for the, everyday people, are everyday consumers, ordinary consumers of energy and products and services. I'm very glad that today's conference presented specific solutions how to achieve decarbonization, how to achieve green transformation and green renewal, not only at the national level, but also at the local level. The second panel, the mayor of Prague presented a document which makes Prague the leader in energy transformation in the Czech Republic and fighting the climate change. So these are also huge steps. Certainly it's going to be financially demanding, especially for energy demanding industry and also for the sector of transport, as the fifth panel showed us, or for the construction of a hydrogen infrastructure that we also discussed today to a great degree. But this is exactly the money from the Recovery and Resilience Plan designed for. That's why we dedicated this conference to the Recovery and Resilience Plan. And we shouldn't also forget that our region is quite lucky to be able to use structural funds or in the past, and there is a next programming period that will also be funding these policies. So decarbonization is one of the Ds of the economy, with decentralization and digitization, which was one of the major topics of today's conference. But as we are sitting here today, we know that this topic stays here with us. We certainly didn't span all the topics. We've touched upon a number of areas which may not be directly associated with energy sector, like fighting the climate change in the cities or railway transport, but these solutions are an absolute must to reduce emissions and achieve these objectives. So, dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the organizers for supporting this discourse. A big thanks to you, speakers, hosts. Some of you had to be here on the very last minute. Thank you very much for the flexibility. Also, I'd like to thank to all the partners supporting us financially or from the organization perspective, all the cooperators from the Slovak Foreign Policy Association who helped us. Also to the technical crew and the interpreters for their work at the conference and managing even the critical situations. And last but not least, the audience who were watching us online and here in the room. Hopefully see you in person next year on the 16th year of the Central European Energy Conference. The biggest thanks goes to my colleagues from SFPA for putting this event together, and I hope to meet you here 12 months from now, especially in good health, because this is the most important thing that really matters, and in good mood. Because the mood across the whole society, good mood across the whole society is somehow missing, and hopefully will not be limited by epidemiology measures, but only by the capacity of this venue. Thank you very much on behalf of the organizers. Goodbye.
Tak, ďakujem.